Monday, April 8, 1861. Office of the St. Louis Railroad Company. Hun, M. Blair, Washington, D.C. I received, about 9 o'clock Saturday night, your telegraph dispatch, which I have this moment answered. I cannot accept. I have quite a large family, and when I resigned my place in Louisiana on account of secession, I had no time to lose. And therefore, after my hasty visit to Washington, where I saw no chance of employment, I came to St. Louis, have accepted a place in this company, have rented a house, and incurred other obligations, so that I am not at liberty to change. I thank you for the compliment contained in your offer, and assure you that I wish the administration all success in its almost impossible task of governing this distracted and anarchical people. Yours truly, W.T. Sherman. I was afterward told that this letter gave offense, and that some of Mr. Lincoln's cabinet concluded that I too would prove false to the country. Later in that month, after the capture of Fort Sumter by the Confederate authorities, a Dr. Cornyn came to our house on Locust Street one night after I had gone to bed, and told me he had been sent by Frank Blair, who was not well, and wanted to see me that night at his house. I dressed and walked over to his house on Washington Avenue, near 14th, and found there, in the front room, several gentlemen, among whom I recall Henry T. Blow. Blair was in the back room, closeted with some gentlemen, who soon left, and I was called in. He there told me that the government was mistrustful of General Harvey, that a change in the command of the department was to be made, that he held it in his power to appoint a brigadier general and put him in command of the department, and he offered me the place. I told him I had once offered my services, and they were declined, that I had made business engagements in St. Louis, which I could not throw off at pleasure, that I had long deliberated on my course of action and must decline his offer, however tempting and complimentary. He reasoned with me, but I persisted. He told me in that event he should appoint Lyon, and he did so. Finding that even my best friends were uneasy as to my political status, on the 8th of May, I addressed the following official letter to the Secretary of War. Office of the St. Louis Railroad Company, May 80, 1881. Hun, S. Cameron, Secretary of War, Washington, D.C. Dear Sir, I hold myself now, as always, prepared to serve my country in the capacity for which I was trained. I did not and will not volunteer for 3 months, because I cannot throw my family on the cold charity of the world. But for the 3 years' call, made by the President, an officer can prepare his command and do good service. I will not volunteer as a soldier, because rightfully or wrongfully I feel unwilling to take a mere private's place, and, having for many years lived in California and Louisiana, the men are not well enough acquainted with me to elect me to my appropriate place. Should my services be needed, the records of the War Department will enable you to designate the station in which I can render most service. Yours truly, W.T. Sherman. To this I do not think I received a direct answer, but on the 10th of the same month, I was appointed colonel of the 13th Regular Infantry. I remember going to the arsenal on the 9th of May, taking my children with me in the streetcars. Within the arsenal wall were drawn up in parallel lines 4 regiments of the Home Guards, and I saw men distributing cartridges to the boxes. I also saw General Lyon running about with his hair in the wind, his pockets full of papers, wild and irregular, but I knew him to be a man of vehement purpose and of determined action. I saw, of course, that it meant business, but whether for defense or offense I did not know. The next morning I went up to the railroad office in Bremen, as usual, and heard at every corner of the streets that the Dutch were moving on Camp Jackson. People were barricading their houses, and men were running in that direction. I hurried through my business as quickly as I could and got back to my house on Locust Street by 12 o'clock. Charles Ewing and Hunter were there, and insisted on going out to the camp to see the fun. I tried to dissuade them, saying that in case of conflict the bystanders were more likely to be killed than the men engaged, but they would go. I felt as much interest as anybody else, but stayed at home, took my little son Willie, who was about 7 years old, and walked up and down the pavement in front of our house, listening for the sound of musketry or cannon in the direction of Camp Jackson. While so engaged, Miss Eliza Dean, who lived opposite us, called me across the street, told me that her brother-in-law, Dr. Scott, was a surgeon in Frost's camp, and she was dreadfully afraid he would be killed. I reasoned with her that General Lyon was a regular officer, that if he had gone out, as reported, to Camp Jackson, he would take with him such a force as would make resistance impossible. But she would not be comforted, saying that the camp was made up of the young men from the first and best families of St. Louis, and that they were proud and would fight. I explained that young men of the best families did not like to be killed better than ordinary people. Edging gradually up the street, I was in Olive Street just about 12th, when I saw a man running from the direction of Camp Jackson at full speed, calling, as he went, "They've surrendered, they've surrendered." So I turned back and rang the bell at Mrs. Dean's. Eliza came to the door, and I explained what I had heard, but she angrily slammed the door in my face. Evidently, she was disappointed to find she was mistaken in her estimate of the rash courage of the best families. I again turned in the direction of Camp Jackson, my boy Willie with me still. At the head of Olive Street, abreast of Lindell's Grove, I found Frank Blair's regiment in the street, with ranks opened, and the Camp Jackson prisoners inside. A crowd of people was gathered around, calling to the prisoners by name, some hurrahing for Jeff Davis and others encouraging the troops. Men, women, and children were in the crowd. I passed along till I found myself inside the Grove, where I met Charles Ewing and John Hunter, and we stood looking at the troops on the road, heading toward the city. A band of music was playing at the head, and the column made one or two ineffectual starts, but for some reason was halted. The battalion of regulars was abreast of me, of which Major Rufus Saxton was in command, and I gave him an evening paper, which I had bought of the newsboy on my way out. He was reading from it some piece of news, sitting on his horse, when the column again began to move forward, and he resumed his place at the head of his command. At that part of the road, or street, was an embankment about 8 feet high, and a drunken fellow tried to pass over it to the people opposite. One of the regular Sergeant Falclosers ordered him back, but he attempted to pass through the ranks, when the sergeant barred his progress with his musket aport. The drunken man seized his musket, when the sergeant threw him off with violence, and he rolled over and over down the bank. By the time this man had picked himself up and got his hat, which had fallen off, and had again mounted the embankment, the regulars had passed, and the head of Osterhaus's regiment of Home Guards had come up. The man had in his hand a small pistol, which he fired off, and I heard that the ball had struck the leg of one of Osterhaus's staff. The regiment stopped. There was a moment of confusion, when the soldiers of that regiment began to fire over our heads in the Grove. I heard the balls cutting the leaves above our heads and saw several men and women running in all directions, some of whom were wounded. Of course, there was a general stampede. Charles Ewing threw Willie on the ground and covered him with his body. Hunter ran behind the hill, and I also threw myself on the ground. The fire ran back from the head of the regiment toward its rear, and as I saw the men reloading their pieces, I jerked Willie up, ran back with him into a gully which covered us, lay there until I saw that the fire had ceased and that the column was again moving on, when I took up Willie and started back for home round by way of Market Street. A woman and child were killed outright, 2 or 3 men were also killed, and several others were wounded. The great mass of the people on that occasion were simply curious spectators, though men were sprinkled through the crowd calling out, "Hurrah for Jeff Davis!" And others were particularly abusive of the damned Dutch. Lyon posted a guard in charge of the vacant camp and marched his prisoners down to the arsenal. Some were paroled and others held till afterward they were regularly exchanged. A very few days after this event, May 14th, I received a dispatch from my brother Charles in Washington, telling me to come on at once, that I had been appointed a colonel of the 13th Regular Infantry, and that I was wanted at Washington immediately. Of course, I could no longer defer action. I saw Mr. Lucas, Major Turner, and other friends and parties connected with the road, who agreed that I should go on. I left my family, because I was under the impression that I would be allowed to enlist my own regiment, which would take some time, and I expected to raise the regiment and organize it at Jefferson Barracks. I repaired to Washington, and there found that the government was trying to rise to a level with the occasion. Mr. Lincoln had, without the sanction of law, authorized the raising of 10 new regiments of regulars, each infantry regiment to be composed of 3 battalions of 8 companies each, and had called for 75,000 state volunteers. Even this call seemed to me utterly inadequate, still it was none of my business. I took the oath of office and was furnished with a list of officers appointed to my regiment, which was still incomplete. I reported in person to General Scott at his office on 17th Street, opposite the War Department, and applied for authority to return west and raise my regiment at Jefferson Barracks. But the general said my Lieutenant Colonel, Burbank, was fully qualified to superintend the enlistment and that he wanted me there. And he at once dictated an order for me to report to him in person for inspection duty. Satisfied that I would not be permitted to return to St. Louis, I instructed Mrs. Sherman to pack up, return to Lancaster, and trust to the fate of war. I also resigned my place as president of the 5th Street Railroad to take effect at the end of May, so that in fact I received pay from that road for only 2 months' service, and then began my new Army career. Chapter 9. From the Battle of Bull Run to Paducah, Kentucky and Missouri. 1861–1862. And now that, in these notes, I have fairly reached the period of the Civil War, which ravaged our country from 1861 to 1865, an event involving a conflict of passion, of prejudice, and of arms that has developed results which, for better or worse, have left their mark on the world's history. I feel that I tread on delicate ground. I have again and again been invited to write a history of the war or to record for publication my personal recollections of it, with large offers of money therefor, all of which I have heretofore declined, because the truth is not always palatable and should not always be told. Many of the actors in the grand drama still live, and they and their friends are quick to controversy, which should be avoided. The great end of peace has been attained, with little or no change in our form of government, and the duty of all good men is to allow the passions of that period to subside, that we may direct our physical and mental labor to repair the waste of war, and to engage in the greater task of continuing our hitherto wonderful national development. What I now propose to do is merely to group some of my personal recollections about the historic persons and events of the day, prepared not with any view to their publication, but rather for preservation till I am gone, and then to be allowed to follow into oblivion the cords of similar papers, or to be used by some historian who may need them by way of illustration. I have heretofore recorded how I again came into the military service of the United States as a colonel of the 13th Regular Infantry, a regiment that had no existence at the time, and that, instead of being allowed to enlist the men and instruct them, as expected, I was assigned in Washington City, by an order of Lieutenant General Winfield Scott, to inspection duty near him on the 20th of June, 1861. At that time, Lieutenant General Scott commanded the Army-in-Chief, with Colonel E.D. Townsend as his Adjutant General. Major G.W. Cullum, United States Engineers, and Major Schuyler Hamilton as aides-de-camp. The general had an office upstairs on 17th Street, opposite the War Department, and resided in a house close by, on Pennsylvania Avenue. All fears for the immediate safety of the capital had ceased, and quite a large force of regulars and volunteers had been collected in and about Washington. Brigadier General J.K. Mansfield commanded in the city, and Brigadier General Irvin McDowell on the other side of the Potomac, with his headquarters at Arlington House. His troops extended in a semicircle from Alexandria to above Georgetown. Several forts and redoubts were either built or in progress, and the people were already clamorous for a general forward movement. Another considerable army had also been collected in Pennsylvania under General Patterson, and, at the time I speak of, had moved forward to Hagerstown and Williamsport on the Potomac River. My brother, John Sherman, was a volunteer aide-de-camp to General Patterson, and toward the end of June, I went up to Hagerstown to see him. I found that army in the very act of moving, and we rode down to Williamsport in a buggy, and were present when the leading division crossed the Potomac River by fording it waist-deep. My friend and classmate, George H. Thomas, was there, in command of a brigade in the leading division. I talked with him a good deal, also with General Cadwalader, and with the staff officers of General Patterson, viz. Fitzjohn Porter, Belger, Beckwith, and others, all of whom seemed encouraged to think that the war was to be short and decisive, and that, as soon as it was demonstrated that the general government meant in earnest to defend its rights and property, some general compromise would result. Patterson's army crossed the Potomac River on the 1st or 2nd of July, and, as John Sherman was to take his seat as a senator in the called session of Congress to meet July 4th, he resigned his place as aide-de-camp, presented me his 2 horses and equipment, and we returned to Washington together. The Congress assembled punctually on the 4th of July, and the message of Mr. Lincoln was strong and good. It recognized the fact that civil war was upon us, that compromise of any kind was at an end, and he asked for 400,000 men and $400 million, wherewith to vindicate the national authority and to regain possession of the captured forts and other property of the United States. It was also immediately demonstrated that the tone and temper of Congress had changed since the Southern senators and members had withdrawn, and that we, the military, could now go to work with some definite plans and ideas. The appearance of the troops about Washington was good, but it was manifest they were far from being soldiers. Their uniforms were as various as the states and cities from which they came. Their arms were also of every pattern and caliber, and they were so loaded down with overcoats, haversacks, knapsacks, tents, and baggage that it took from 25 to 50 wagons to move the camp of a regiment from one place to another. And some of the camps had bakeries and cooking establishments that would have done credit to Delmonico. While I was on duty with General Scott, viz. From June 20th to about June 30th, the general frequently communicated to those about him his opinions and proposed plans. He seemed vexed with the clamors of the press for immediate action and the continued interference in details by the President, Secretary of War, and Congress. He spoke of organizing a grand army of invasion, of which the regulars were to constitute the Iron Column, and seemed to intimate that he himself would take the field in person, though he was at the time very old, very heavy, and very unwieldy. His age must have been about 75 years. At that date, July 4, 1861, the rebels had 2 armies in front of Washington, the one at Manassas Junction, commanded by General Beauregard, with his advance guard at Fairfax Courthouse, and indeed almost in sight of Washington. The other, commanded by General Joe Johnston, was at Winchester, with its advance at Martinsburg and Harper's Ferry, but the advance had fallen back before Patterson, who then occupied Martinsburg and the line of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. The temper of Congress and the people would not permit the slow and methodical preparation desired by General Scott, and the cry of "On to Richmond," which was shared by the volunteers, most of whom had only engaged for 90 days, forced General Scott to hasten his preparations and to order a general advance about the middle of July. McDowell was to move from the defenses of Washington and Patterson from Martinsburg. In the organization of McDowell's army into divisions and brigades, Colonel David Hunter was assigned to command the 2nd Division, and I was ordered to take command of his former brigade, which was composed of 5 regiments in position in and about Fort Corcoran and on the ground opposite Georgetown. I assumed command on the 30th of June and proceeded at once to prepare it for the general advance. My command constituted the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Division, which division was commanded by Brigadier General Daniel Tyler, a graduate of West Point, but who had seen little or no actual service. I applied to General McDowell for home staff officers, and he gave me, as Adjutant General, Lieutenant Piper of the 3rd Artillery, and as aide-de-camp, Lieutenant McQuestion, a fine young cavalry officer, fresh from West Point. I selected for the field the 13th New York, Colonel Quinby, the 69th New York, Colonel Corcoran, the 79th New York, Colonel Cameron, and the 2nd Wisconsin, Lieutenant Colonel Peck. These were all good, strong, volunteer regiments, pretty well commanded, and I had reason to believe that I had one of the best brigades in the whole army. Captain Ayres's battery of the 3rd Regular Artillery was also attached to my brigade. The other regiment, the 29th New York, Colonel Bennett, was destined to be left behind in charge of the forts and camps during our absence, which was expected to be short. Soon after I had assumed the command, a difficulty arose in the 69th, an Irish regiment. This regiment had volunteered in New York early in April, for 90 days. But by reason of the difficulty of passing through Baltimore, they had come via Annapolis, had been held for duty on the railroad as a guard for nearly a month before they actually reached Washington, and were then mustered in about a month after enrollment. Some of the men claimed that they were entitled to their discharge in 90 days from the time of enrollment, whereas the muster roll read 90 days from the date of muster-in. One day, Colonel Corcoran explained this matter to me. I advised him to reduce the facts to writing and that I would submit it to the War Department for an authoritative decision. He did so, and the War Department decided that the muster roll was the only contract of service, that it would be construed literally, and that the regiment would be held till the expiration of 3 months from the date of muster-in, viz., to about August 1, 1861. General Scott at the same time wrote one of his characteristic letters to Corcoran, telling him that we were about to engage in battle, and he knew his Irish friends would not leave him in such a crisis. Corcoran and the officers generally wanted to go to the expected battle, but a good many of the men were not so anxious. In the 2nd Wisconsin, also, was developed a personal difficulty. The actual colonel was S.P. Kuhn, a good-hearted gentleman who knew no more of the military art than a child, whereas his lieutenant colonel, Peck, had been to West Point and knew the drill. Preferring that the latter should remain in command of the regiment, I put Colonel Kuhn on my personal staff, which reconciled the difficulty. In due season, about July 15th, our division moved forward, leaving our camps standing, Keyes' brigade in the lead, then Schenck's, then mine and Richardson's last. We marched via Vienna, Germantown, and Centerville, where all the army, composed of 5 divisions, seemed to converge. The march demonstrated little save the general laxity of discipline, for with all my personal efforts I could not prevent the men from straggling for water, blackberries, or anything on the way they fancied. At Centerville on the 18th, Richardson's brigade was sent by General Tyler to reconnoiter Blackburn's Ford across Bull Run, and he found it strongly guarded. From our camp, at Centerville, we heard the cannonading, and then a sharp musketry fire. I received orders from General Tyler to send forward Ayres's battery, and very soon after another order came for me to advance with my whole brigade. We marched the 3 miles at the double quick, arrived in time to relieve Richardson's brigade, which was just drawing back from the ford, worsted, and stood for half an hour or so under a fire of artillery, which killed 4 or 5 of my men. General Tyler was there in person, giving directions, and soon after he ordered us all back to our camp in Centerville. This reconnaissance had developed a strong force, and had been made without the orders of General McDowell. However, it satisfied us that the enemy was in force on the other side of Bull Run, and had no intention to leave without a serious battle. We lay in camp at Centerville all of the 19th and 20th, and during that night began the movement which resulted in the Battle of Bull Run on July 21st. Of this so much has been written that more would be superfluous, and the reports of the opposing commanders, McDowell and Johnston, are fair and correct. It is now generally admitted that it was one of the best planned battles of the war, but one of the worst fought. Our men had been told so often at home that all they had to do was to make a bold appearance, and the rebels would run. And nearly all of us for the first time then heard the sound of cannon and muskets in anger, and saw the bloody scenes common to all battles, with which we were soon to be familiar. We had good organization, good men, but no cohesion, no real discipline, no respect for authority, no real knowledge of war. Both armies were fairly defeated, and whichever had stood fast, the other would have run. Though the North was overwhelmed with mortification and shame, the South really had not much to boast of, for in the 3 or 4 hours of fighting their organization was so broken up that they did not and could not follow our army, when it was known to be in a state of disgraceful and causeless flight. It is easy to criticize a battle after it is over, but all now admit that none others, equally raw in war, could have done better than we did at Bull Run, and the lesson of that battle should not be lost on a people like ours. I insert my official report as a condensed statement of my share in the battle. Headquarters 3rd Brigade, 1st Division, Fort Corcoran, July 25, 1861. To Captain A. Baird, Assistant Adjutant General, 1st Division, General Tyler's. Sir, I have the honor to submit this my report of the operations of my brigade during the action of the 21st instant. The brigade is composed of the 13th New York Volunteers, Colonel Quinby's 69th New York, Colonel Corcoran, 79th New York, Colonel Cameron, 2nd Wisconsin, Lieutenant Colonel Peck, and Company E, 3rd Artillery, under command of Captain R.B. Ayres, 5th Artillery. We left our camp near Centerville, pursuant to orders, at 2:30 a.m., taking place in your column next to the brigade of General Schenck, and proceeded as far as the halt before the enemy's position near the stone bridge across Bull Run. Here the brigade was deployed in line along the skirt of timber to the right of the Warrenton Road, and remained quietly in position till after 10 a.m. The enemy remained very quiet. But about that time, we saw a rebel regiment leave its cover in our front and proceed in double-quick time on the road towards Sudley Springs, by which we knew the columns of Colonels Hunter and Heintzelman were approaching. About the same time, we observed in motion a large mass of the enemy, below and on the other side of the stone bridge. I directed Captain Ayres to take position with his battery near our right, and to open fire on this mass. But you had previously detached the 2 rifle guns belonging to this battery, and, finding that the smoothbore guns did not reach the enemy's position, we ceased firing, and I sent a request that you would send to me the 30-pounder rifle gun attached to Captain Carlyle's battery. At the same time, I shifted the New York 69th to the extreme right of the brigade. Thus we remained till we heard the musketry fire across Bull Run, showing that the head of Colonel Hunter's column was engaged. This firing was brisk, and showed that Hunter was driving before him the enemy, till about noon, when it became certain the enemy had come to a stand, and that our forces on the other side of Bull Run were all engaged, artillery and infantry. Here you sent me the order to cross over with the whole brigade to the assistance of Colonel Hunter. Early in the day, when reconnoitering the ground, I had seen a horseman descend from a bluff in our front, cross the stream, and show himself in the open field on this aid. And, inferring that we could cross over at the same point, I sent forward a company as skirmishers, and followed with the whole brigade, the New York 69th leading. We found no difficulty in crossing over, and met with no opposition in ascending the steep bluff opposite with our infantry, but it was impassable to the artillery, and I sent word back to Captain Ayres to follow if possible, otherwise to use his discretion. Captain Ayres did not cross Bull Run, but remained on that side, with the rest of your division. His report herewith describes his operations during the remainder of the day. Advancing slowly and cautiously with the head of the column, to give time for the regiments in succession to close up their ranks, we first encountered a party of the enemy retreating along a cluster of pines. Lieutenant Colonel Haggerty, of the 69th, without orders, rode out alone, and endeavored to intercept their retreat. One of the enemy, in full view, at short range, shot Haggerty, and he fell dead from his horse. The 69th opened fire on this party, which was returned, but determined to effect our junction with Hunter's division, I ordered this fire to cease, and we proceeded with caution toward the field where we then plainly saw our forces engaged. Displaying our colors conspicuously at the head of our column, we succeeded in attracting the attention of our friends, and soon formed the brigade in rear of Colonel Porter's. Here I learned that Colonel Hunter was disabled by a severe wound, and that General McDowell was on the field. I sought him out, and received his orders to join in pursuit of the enemy, who was falling back to the left of the road by which the army had approached from Sudley Springs. Placing Colonel Quinby's regiment of rifles in front, in column, by division, I directed the other regiments to follow in line of battle, in the order of the Wisconsin 2nd, New York 79th, and New York 69th. Quinby's regiment advanced steadily down the hill and up the ridge, from which he opened fire upon the enemy, who had made another stand on ground very favorable to him, and the regiment continued advancing as the enemy gave way, till the head of the column reached the point near which Ricketts' battery was so severely cut up. The other regiments descended the hill in line of battle, under a severe cannonade, and, the ground affording comparative shelter from the enemy's artillery, they changed direction by the right flank and followed the road before mentioned. At the point where this road crosses the ridge to our left front, the ground was swept by a most severe fire of artillery, rifles, and musketry, and we saw, in succession, several regiments driven from it, among them the Zouaves and battalion of Marines. Before reaching the crest of this hill, the roadway was worn deep enough to afford shelter, and I kept the several regiments in it as long as possible. But when the Wisconsin 2nd was abreast of the enemy, by order of Major Wadsworth of General McDowell's staff, I ordered it to leave the roadway, by the left flank, and to attack the enemy. This regiment ascended to the brow of the hill steadily, received the severe fire of the enemy, returned it with spirit, and advanced, delivering its fire. This regiment is uniformed in gray cloth, almost identical with that of the great bulk of the Secession Army, and when the regiment fell into confusion and retreated toward the road, there was a universal cry that they were being fired on by our own men. The regiment rallied again, passed the brow of the hill a second time, but was again repulsed in disorder. By this time the New York 79th had closed up, and in like manner it was ordered to cross the brow of the hill and drive the enemy from cover. It was impossible to get a good view of this ground. In it there was one battery of artillery, which poured an incessant fire upon our advancing column, and the ground was very irregular with small clusters of pines, affording shelter, of which the enemy took good advantage. The fire of rifles and musketry was very severe. The 79th, headed by its colonel, Cameron, charged across the hill, and for a short time the contest was severe. They rallied several times under fire, but finally broke and gained the cover of the hill. This left the field open to the New York 69th, Colonel Corcoran, who, in his turn, led his regiment over the crest, and had in full, open view the ground so severely contested. The fire was very severe, and the roar of cannon, musketry, and rifles, incessant. It was manifest the enemy was here in great force, far superior to us at that point. The 69th held the ground for some time, but finally fell back in disorder. All this time Quinby's regiment occupied another ridge, to our left, overlooking the same field of action, and similarly engaged. Here, about 3:30 p.m., began the scene of confusion and disorder that characterized the remainder of the day. Up to that time, all had kept their places and seemed perfectly cool and used to the shell and shot that fell comparatively harmless all around us. But the short exposure to an intense fire of small arms at close range had killed many, wounded more, and had produced disorder in all of the battalions that had attempted to encounter it. Men fell away from their ranks, talking, and in great confusion. Colonel Cameron had been mortally wounded, was carried to an ambulance, and reported dying. Many other officers were reported dead or missing, and many of the wounded were making their way, with more or less assistance, to the buildings used as hospitals, on the ridge to the west. We succeeded in partially reforming the regiments, but it was manifest that they would not stand, and I directed Colonel Corcoran to move along the ridge to the rear, near the position where we had first formed the brigade. General McDowell was there in person, and need all possible efforts to reassure the men. By the active exertions of Colonel Corcoran, we formed an irregular square against the cavalry, which were then seen to issue from the position from which we had been driven, and we began our retreat toward the same ford of Bull Run by which we had approached the field of battle. There was no positive order to retreat, although for an hour it had been going on by the operation of the men themselves. The ranks were thin and irregular, and we found a stream of people strung from the hospital across Bull Run and far towards Centerville. After putting in motion the irregular square in person, I pushed forward to find Captain Ayres's battery at the crossing of Bull Run. I sought it at its last position, before the brigade had crossed over, but it was not there. Then passing through the woods, where in the morning we had first formed line, we approached the blacksmith's shop. But there found a detachment of the Secession cavalry and thence made a circuit, avoiding Cub Run Bridge into Centerville, where I found General McDowell, and from him understood that it was his purpose to rally the forces and make a stand at Centerville. But about 9 o'clock at night, I received from General Tyler, in person, the order to continue the retreat to the Potomac. This retreat was by night and disorderly in the extreme. The men of different regiments mingled together, and some reached the river at Arlington, some at Long Bridge, and the greater part returned to their former camp, at or near Fort Corcoran. I reached this point at noon the next day and found a miscellaneous crowd crossing over the aqueduct and ferries. Conceiving this to be demoralizing, I at once commanded the guard to be increased and all persons attempting to pass over to be stopped. This soon produced its effect. Men sought their proper companies and regiments. Comparative order was restored, and all were posted to the best advantage. I herewith enclose the official report of Captain Belly, commanding officer of the New York 69th. Also, fall lists of the killed, wounded, and missing. Our loss was heavy, and occurred chiefly at the point near where Ricketts' battery was destroyed. Lieutenant Colonel Haggerty was killed about noon, before we had effected a junction with Colonel Hunter's division. Colonel Cameron was mortally wounded leading his regiment in the charge, and Colonel Corcoran has been missing since the cavalry charge near the building used as a hospital. For names, rank, etc. of the above, I refer to the list herewith. Lieutenants Piper and McQuestion of my personal staff were under fire all day and carried orders to and fro with as much coolness as on parade. Lieutenant Bagley of the New York 69th, a volunteer aide, asked leave to serve with his company during the action and is among those reported missing. I have intelligence that he is a prisoner and slightly wounded. Colonel Kuhn of Wisconsin, a volunteer aide, also rendered good service during the day. W.T. Sherman, Colonel Commanding Brigade. This report, which I had not read probably since its date till now, recalls to me vividly the whole scene of the affair at Blackburn's Ford, when for the first time in my life, I saw cannonballs strike men and crash through the trees and saplings above and around us, and realized the always sickening confusion as one approaches a fight from the rear. Then the night march from Centerville, on the Warrenton Road, standing for hours wondering what was meant. The deployment along the edge of the field that sloped down to Bull Run, and waiting for Hunter's approach on the other aid from the direction of Sudley Springs, away off to our right. The terrible scare of a poor Negro who was caught between our lines, the crossing of Bull Run, and the fear lest we should be fired on by our own men. The killing of Lieutenant Colonel Haggerty, which occurred in plain sight, and the first scenes of a field strewed with dead men and horses. Yet at that period of the battle, we were the victors and felt jubilant. At that moment also my brigade passed Hunter's division, but Heinzelman's was still ahead of us, and we followed its lead along the road toward Manassas Junction, crossing a small stream and ascending a long hill at the summit of which the battle was going on. Here my regiments came into action well, but successively, and were driven back, each in its turn. For 2 hours we continued to dash at the woods on our left front, which were full of rebels. But I was convinced their organization was broken, and that they had simply halted there and taken advantage of these woods as a cover, to reach which we had to pass over the intervening fields about the Henry House, which were clear, open, and gave them a decided advantage. After I had put in each of my regiments, and had them driven back to the cover of the road, I had no idea that we were beaten, but reformed the regiments in line in their proper order, and only wanted a little rest, when I found that my brigade was almost alone, except Sykes' regulars, who had formed square against cavalry and were coming back. I then realized that the whole army was in retreat, and that my own men were individually making back for the stone bridge. Corcoran and I formed the brigade into an irregular square, but it fell to pieces, and, along with a crowd, disorganized but not much scared, the brigade got back to Centerville to our former camps. Corcoran was captured and held a prisoner for some time, but I got safe to Centerville. I saw General McDowell in Centerville and understood that several of his divisions had not been engaged at all, that he would reorganize them at Centerville, and there await the enemy. I got my 4 regiments in parallel lines in a field, the same in which we had camped before the battle, and had lain down to sleep under a tree, when I heard someone asking for me. I called out where I was, when General Tyler in person gave me orders to march back to our camps at Fort Corcoran. I aroused my aides, gave them orders to call up the sleeping men, have each regiment to leave the field by a flank, and to take the same road back by which we had come. It was near midnight, and the road was full of troops, wagons, and batteries. We tried to keep our regiments separate, but all became inextricably mixed. Toward morning we reached Vienna, where I slept some hours, and the next day, about noon, we reached Fort Corcoran. A slow, mizzling rain had set in, and probably a more gloomy day never presented itself. All organizations seemed to be at an end, but I and my staff labored hard to collect our men into their proper companies and into their former camps. And, on the 23rd of July, I moved the 2nd Wisconsin and 79th New York closer in to Fort Corcoran, and got things in better order than I had expected. Of course, we took it for granted that the rebels would be on our heels, and we accordingly prepared to defend our posts. By the 25th I had collected all the materials, made my report, and had my brigade about as well governed as any in that army. Although most of the 90-day men, especially the 69th, had become extremely tired of the war and wanted to go home. Some of them were so mutinous, at one time, that I had the battery to unlimber, threatening, if they dared to leave camp without orders, I would open fire on them. Drills and the daily exercises were resumed, and I ordered that at the 3 principal roll calls the men should form ranks with belts and muskets, and that they should keep their ranks until I in person had received the reports and had dismissed them. The 69th still occupied Fort Corcoran, and one morning after reveille, when I had just received the report, had dismissed the regiment, and was leaving, I found myself in a crowd of men crossing the drawbridge on their way to a barn close by, where they had their sinks. Among them was an officer who said, "Colonel, I am going to New York today. What can I do for you?" I answered. "How can you go to New York? I do not remember to have signed a leave for you." He said no, he did not want to leave. He had engaged to serve 3 months and had already served more than that time. If the government did not intend to pay him, he could afford to lose the money, that he was a lawyer and had neglected his business long enough and was then going home. I noticed that a good many of the soldiers had paused about us to listen and knew that, if this officer could defy me, they also would. So I turned on him sharp and said, "Captain, this question of your term of service has been submitted to the rightful authority, and the decision has been published in orders. You are a soldier and must submit to orders till you are properly discharged. If you attempt to leave without orders, it will be mutiny, and I will shoot you like a dog. Go back into the fort now, instantly, and don't dare to leave without my consent." I had on an overcoat and may have had my hand about the breast, for he looked at me hard, paused a moment, and then turned back into the fort. The men scattered, and I returned to the house where I was quartered, close by. That same day, which must have been about July 26th, I was near the riverbank, looking at a blockhouse which had been built for the defense of the aqueduct, when I saw a carriage coming by the road that crossed the Potomac River at Georgetown by a ferry. I thought I recognized in the carriage the person of President Lincoln. I hurried across a bend, so as to stand by the roadside as the carriage passed. I was in uniform with a sword on and was recognized by Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Seward, who rode side by side in an open hack. I inquired if they were going to my camps, and Mr. Lincoln said, "Yes, we heard that you had got over the big scare, and we thought we would come over and see the boys." The roads had been much changed and were rough. I asked if I might give directions to his coachman. He promptly invited me to jump in and to tell the coachman which way to drive. Intending to begin on the right and follow round to the left, I turned the driver into a side road which led up a very steep hill, and seeing a soldier, called to him and sent him up hurriedly to announce to the colonel, Bennett, I think, that the president was coming. As we slowly ascended the hill, I discovered that Mr. Lincoln was full of feeling and wanted to encourage our men. I asked if he intended to speak to them, and he said he would like to. I asked him then to please discourage all cheering, noise, or any sort of confusion, that we had had enough of it before Bull Run to ruin any set of men, and that what we needed were cool, thoughtful, hard-fighting soldiers, no more harangue, no more humbug. He took my remarks in the most perfect good nature. Before we had reached the first camp, I heard the drum beating the assembly, saw the men running for their tents, and in a few minutes the regiment was in line, arms presented, and then brought to an order and parade rest. Mr. Lincoln stood up in the carriage and made one of the neatest, best, and most feeling addresses I ever listened to, referring to our late disaster at Bull Run, the high duties that still devolved on us, and the brighter days yet to come. At 1 or 2 points the soldiers began to cheer, but he promptly checked them, saying, "Don't cheer, boys. I confess I rather like it myself, but Colonel Sherman here says it is not military, and I guess we had better defer to his opinion." In winding up, he explained that, as president, he was commander-in-chief, that he was resolved that the soldiers should have everything that the law allowed, and he called on one and all to appeal to him personally in case they were wronged. The effect of this speech was excellent. We passed along in the same manner to all the camps of my brigade, and Mr. Lincoln complimented me highly for the order, cleanliness, and discipline that he observed. Indeed, he and Mr. Seward both assured me that it was the first bright moment they had experienced since the battle. At last we reached Fort Corcoran. The carriage could not enter, so I ordered the regiment, without arms, to come outside and gather about Mr. Lincoln, who would speak to them. He made to them the same feeling address, with more personal allusions, because of their special gallantry in the battle under Corcoran, who was still a prisoner in the hands of the enemy, and he concluded with the same general offer of redress in case of grievances. In the crowd, I saw the officer with whom I had had the passage at Reveille that morning. His face was pale and lips compressed. I foresaw a scene, but sat on the front seat of the carriage as quiet as a lamb. This officer forced his way through the crowd to the carriage and said, "Mr. President, I have a cause of grievance. This morning I went to speak to Colonel Sherman and he threatened to shoot me." Mr. Lincoln, who was still standing, said, "Threatened to shoot you?" "Yes, sir, he threatened to shoot me." Mr. Lincoln looked at him, then at me, and stooping his tall, spare form toward the officer, said to him in a loud stage whisper, easily heard for some yards around, "Well, if I were you and he threatened to shoot, I would not trust him, for I believe he would do it." The officer turned about and disappeared, and the men laughed at him. Soon the carriage drove on, and, as we descended the hill, I explained the facts to the president, who answered, "Of course I didn't know anything about it, but I thought you knew your own business best." I thanked him for his confidence and assured him that what he had done would go far to enable me to maintain good discipline, and it did. By this time, the day was well spent. I asked to take my leave, and the president and Mr. Seward drove back to Washington. This spirit of mutiny was common to the whole army and was not subdued till several regiments or parts of regiments had been ordered to Fort Jefferson, Florida, as punishment. General McDowell had resumed his headquarters at the Arlington House and was busily engaged in restoring order to his army, sending off the 90 days' men, and replacing them by regiments which had come under the 3 years' call. We were all trembling lest we should be held personally accountable for the disastrous result of the battle. General McClellan had been summoned from the West to Washington, and changes in the subordinate commands were announced almost daily. I remember, as a group of officers were talking in the large room of the Arlington House, used as the Adjutant General's office, one evening, some young officer came in with a list of the new brigadiers just announced at the War Department, which embraced the names of Heintzsavan, Keyes, Franklin, Andrew Porter, W.T. Sherman, and others who had been colonels in the battle, and all of whom had shared the common stampede. Of course, we discredited the truth of the list, and Heintzsavan broke out in his nasal voice, "Boys, it's all a lie, every mother's son of you will be cashiered." We all felt he was right, but nevertheless, it was true, and we were all announced in general orders as brigadier generals of volunteers. General McClellan arrived, and, on assuming command, confirmed McDowell's organization. Instead of coming over the river, as we expected, he took a house in Washington and only came over from time to time to have a review or inspection. I had received several new regiments and had begun 2 new forts on the hill or plateau, above and farther out than Fort Corcoran, and I organized a system of drills, embracing the evolutions of the line, all of which was new to me, and I had to learn the tactics from books. But I was convinced that we had a long, hard war before us and made up my mind to begin at the very beginning to prepare for it. August was passing, and troops were pouring in from all quarters. General McClellan told me he intended to organize an army of 100,000 men, with 100 field batteries, and I still hoped he would come on our side of the Potomac, pitch his tent, and prepare for real hard work, but his headquarters still remained in a house in Washington City. I then thought, and still think, that was a fatal mistake. His choice as general-in-chief at the time was fully justified by his high reputation in the army and country, and, if he then had any political views or ambition, I surely did not suspect it. About the middle of August, I got a note from Brigadier General Robert Anderson, asking me to come and see him at his room at Willard's Hotel. I rode over and found him in conversation with several gentlemen, and he explained to me that events in Kentucky were approaching a crisis, that the legislature was in session and ready, as soon as properly backed by the general government, to take open sides for the Union cause, that he was offered the command of the Department of the Cumberland to embrace Kentucky, Tennessee, etc., and that he wanted help, and that the president had offered to allow him to select out of the new brigadiers 4 of his own choice. I had been a lieutenant in Captain Anderson's company at Fort Moultrie from 1843 to 1846, and he explained that he wanted me as his right hand. He also indicated George H., Thomas, D.C. Buell, and Burnside as the other 3. Of course, I always wanted to go west and was perfectly willing to go with Anderson, especially in a subordinate capacity. We agreed to call on the president on a subsequent day to talk with him about it, and we did. It hardly seems probable that Mr. Lincoln should have come to Willard's hotel to meet us, but my impression is that he did, and that General Anderson had some difficulty in prevailing on him to appoint George H. Thomas, a native of Virginia, to be brigadier general, because so many Southern officers had already played false. But I was still more emphatic in my endorsement of him by reason of my talk with him at the time he crossed the Potomac with Patterson's army, when Mr. Lincoln promised to appoint him and to assign him to duty with General Anderson. In this interview with Mr. Lincoln, I also explained to him my extreme desire to serve in a subordinate capacity and in no event to be left in a superior command. He promised me this with promptness, making the jocular remark that his chief trouble was to find places for the too many generals who wanted to be at the head of affairs, to command armies, etc. The official order is dated: Headquarters of the Army, Washington, August 24, 1881. The following assignment is made of the general officers of the volunteer service, whose appointment was announced in General Orders No. 82 from the War Department. To the Department of the Cumberland, Brigadier General Robert Anderson commanding. Brigadier General W. T. Sherman, Brigadier General George H. Thomas. By command of Lieutenant General Scott E. D. Townsend, Assistant Adjutant General. After some days, I was relieved in command of my brigade and post by Brigadier General Fitzjohn Porter, and at once took my departure for Cincinnati, Ohio, via Cresson, Pennsylvania, where General Anderson was with his family. And he, Thomas, and I met by appointment at the house of his brother, Lars Anderson, Esquire, in Cincinnati. We were there on the 1st and 2d of September, when several prominent gentlemen of Kentucky met us, to discuss the situation, among whom were Jackson, Harlan, Speed, and others. At that time, William Nelson, an officer of the Navy, had been commissioned a brigadier general of volunteers, and had his camp at Dick Robinson, a few miles beyond the Kentucky River, south of Nesholasville, and Brigadier General L. H. Rousseau had another camp at Jeffersonville, opposite Louisville. The state legislature was in session at Frankfort, and was ready to take definite action as soon as General Anderson was prepared, for the state was threatened with invasion from Tennessee by two forces, one from the direction of Nashville, commanded by Generals Albert Sidney Johnston and Buckner, and the other from the direction of Cumberland Gap, commanded by Generals Crittenden and Zollicoffer. General Anderson saw that he had not force enough to resist these two columns, and concluded to send me in person for help to Indianapolis and Springfield, to confer with the governors of Indiana and Illinois, and to General Fremont, who commanded in St. Louis. McClellan and Fremont were the two men toward whom the country looked as the great Union leaders, and toward them were streaming the newly raised regiments of infantry and cavalry and batteries of artillery, nobody seeming to think of the intervening link covered by Kentucky. While I was to make this tour, Generals Anderson and Thomas were to go to Louisville and initiate the department. None of us had a staff or any of the machinery for organizing an army, and indeed, we had no army to organize. Anderson was empowered to raise regiments in Kentucky and to commission a few brigadier generals. At Indianapolis, I found Governor Morton and all the state officials busy in equipping and providing for the new regiments, and my object was to divert some of them toward Kentucky, but they were called for as fast as they were mustered in, either for the army of McClellan or Fremont. At Springfield, also I found the same general activity and zeal, Governor Yates busy in providing for his men, but these men also had been promised to Fremont. I then went on to St. Louis, where all was seeming activity, bustle, and preparation. Meeting R.M. Renick at the planter's house, where I stopped, I inquired where I could find General Fremont. Renick said, "What do you want with General Fremont?" I said I had come to see him on business, and he added, "You don't suppose that he will see such as you," and went on to retail all the scandal of the day. That Fremont was a great potentate, surrounded by sentries and guards, that he had a more showy court than any real king, that he kept senators, governors, and the first citizens dancing attendance for days and weeks before granting an audience, etc., that if I expected to see him on business, I would have to make my application in writing and submit to a close scrutiny by his chief of staff and by his civil surroundings. Of course, I laughed at all this and renewed my simple inquiry as to where was his office, and was informed that he resided and had his office at Major Brandt's new house on Chowdo Avenue. It was then late in the afternoon, and I concluded to wait till the next morning. But that night, I received a dispatch from General Anderson in Louisville to hurry back, as events were pressing, and he needed me. Accordingly, I rose early next morning before daybreak, got breakfast with the early railroad passengers, and about sunrise was at the gate of General Fremont's headquarters. A sentinel with drawn saber paraded up and down in front of the house. I had on my undress uniform indicating my rank and inquired of the sentinel, "Is General Fremont up?" He answered, "I don't know." Seeing that he was a soldier by his bearing, I spoke in a sharp, emphatic voice, "Then find out." He called for the corporal of the guard, and soon a fine-looking German sergeant came, to whom I addressed the same inquiry. He in turn did not know, and I bade him find out, as I had immediate and important business with the general. The sergeant entered the house by the front basement door, and after 10 or 15 minutes the main front door above was slowly opened from the inside, and who should appear but my old San Francisco acquaintance Isaiah C. Woods, whom I had not seen or heard of since his flight to Australia at the time of the failure of Adams and Co. in 1851. He ushered me in hastily, closed the door, and conducted me into the office on the right of the hall. We were glad to meet, after so long and eventful an interval, and mutually inquired after our respective families and special acquaintances. I found that he was a commissioned officer, a major on duty with Fremont, and Major Eaton, now of the Paymaster's Department, was in the same office with him. I explained to them that I had come from General Anderson and wanted to confer with General Fremont in person. Woods left me, but soon returned, said the general would see me in a very few minutes, and within 10 minutes I was shown across the hall into the large parlor, where General Fremont received me very politely. We had met before, as early as 1847, in California, and I had also seen him several times when he was senator. I then, in a rapid manner, ran over all the points of interest in General Anderson's new sphere of action, hoped he would spare us from the new levies what troops he could, and generally act in concert with us. He told me that his first business would be to drive the rebel General Price and his army out of Missouri, when he would turn his attention down the Mississippi. He asked my opinion about the various kinds of field artillery, which manufacturers were thrusting on him, especially the then newly invented James gun, and afterward our conversation took a wide turn about the character of the principal citizens of St. Louis, with whom I was well acquainted. Telling General Fremont that I had been summoned to Louisville and that I should leave in the first train, viz. At 3 p.m., I took my leave of him. Returning to Wood's office, I found there 2 more Californians, viz. Messrs. Palmer and Haskell, so I felt that, while Fremont might be suspicious of others, he allowed free ingress to his old California acquaintances. Returning to the planter's house, I heard of Beard, another Californian, a Mormon, who had the contract for the line of redoubts which Fremont had ordered to be constructed around the city, before he would take his departure for the interior of the state. And while I stood near the office counter, I saw old Baron Steinberger, a prince among our early California adventurers, come in and look over the register. I avoided him on purpose, but his presence in St. Louis recalled the maxim, "Where the vultures are, there is a carcass close by," and I suspected that the profitable contracts of the quartermaster, McKinstry, had drawn to St. Louis some of the most enterprising men of California. I suspect they can account for the fact that, in a very short time, Fremont fell from his high estate in Missouri by reason of frauds or supposed frauds in the administration of the affairs of his command. I left St. Louis that afternoon and reached Louisville the next morning. I found General Anderson quartered at the Louisville Hotel, and he had taken a dwelling homes on street as an office. Captain O.D. Greens was his adjutant general, Lieutenant Throckmorton his aide, and Captain Prime, of the Engineer Corps, was on duty with him. General George H. Thomas had been dispatched to Camp Dick Robinson to relieve Nelson. The city was full of all sorts of rumors. The legislature, moved by considerations purely of a political nature, had taken the step, whatever it was, that amounted to an adherence to the Union instead of joining the already seceded states. This was universally known to be the signal for action. For it we were utterly unprepared, whereas the rebels were fully prepared. General Sidney Johnston immediately crossed into Kentucky and advanced as far as Bowling Green, which he began to fortify, and thence dispatched General Buckner with a division forward toward Louisville. General Zollicoffer, in like manner, entered the state and advanced as far as Somerset. On the day I reached Louisville, the excitement ran high. It was known that Columbus, Kentucky, had been occupied, September 7th, by a strong rebel force under Generals Pillow and Polk, and that General Grant had moved from Cairo and occupied Paducah in force on the 6th. Many of the rebel families expected Buckner to reach Louisville at any moment. That night, General Anderson sent for me, and I found with him Mr. Guthrie, president of the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, who had in his hands a dispatch to the effect that the bridge across the rolling fork of Salt Creek, less than 30 miles out, had been burned, and that Buckner's force, en route for Louisville, had been detained beyond Green River by a train thrown from the track. We learned afterward that a man named Bird had displaced a rail on purpose to throw the train off the track, and thereby give us time. Mr. Guthrie explained that in the ravine just beyond Salt Creek were several high and important trestles which, if destroyed, would take months to replace, and General Anderson thought it worth the effort to save them. Also, on Muldraff's Hill beyond, was a strong position, which had in former years been used as the site for the state camp of instruction, and we all supposed that General Buckner, who was familiar with the ground, was aiming for a position there from which to operate on Louisville. All the troops we had to counteract Buckner were Rousseau's Legion and a few home guards in Louisville. The former were still encamped across the river at Jeffersonville, so General Anderson ordered me to go over, and with them, and such home guards as we could collect, make the effort to secure possession of Muldraff's Hill before Buckner could reach it. I took Captain Prime with me and crossed over to Rousseau's camp. The long roll was beaten, and within an hour the men, to the number of about 1,000, were marching for the ferry boat and for the Nashville depot. Meantime, General Anderson had sent to collect some home guards and Mr. Guthrie to get the trains ready. It was after midnight before we began to move. The trains proceeded slowly, and it was daybreak when we reached Lebanon Junction, 26 miles out, where we disembarked and marched to the bridge over Salt River, which we found had been burnt. Whether to prevent Buckner coming into Louisville or us from going out was not clear. Rousseau's Legion forded the stream and marched up to the state camp of instruction, finding the high trestles all secure. The railroad hands went to work at once to rebuild the bridge. I remained a couple of days at Lebanon Junction, during which General Anderson forwarded 2 regiments of volunteers that had come to him. Before the bridge was done, we advanced the whole camp to the summit of Muldraff's Hill, just back of Elizabethtown. There I learned definitely that General Buckner had not crossed Green River at all, that General Sidney Johnston was fortifying Bowling Green and preparing for a systematic advance into Kentucky, of which he was a native, and with whose people and geography he must have been familiar. As fast as fresh troops reached Louisville, they were sent out to me at Muldraff's Hill, where I was endeavoring to put them into shape for service, and by the 1st of October, I had the equivalent of a division of 2 brigades preparing to move forward toward Green River. The daily correspondence between General Anderson and myself satisfied me that the worry and harassment at Louisville were exhausting his strength and health, and that he would soon leave. On a telegraphic summons from him, about the 5th of October, I went down to Louisville, when General Anderson said he could not stand the mental torture of his command any longer, and that he must go away or it would kill him. On the 8th of October, he actually published an order relinquishing the command, and by reason of my seniority, I had no alternative but to assume command, though much against the grain, and in direct violation of Mr. Lincoln's promise to me. I am certain that, in my earliest communication to the War Department, I renewed the expression of my wish to remain in a subordinate position, and that I received the assurance that Brigadier General Buell would soon arrive from California and would be sent to relieve me. By that time, I had become pretty familiar with the geography and the general resources of Kentucky. We had parties all over the state raising regiments and companies, but it was manifest that the young men were generally inclined to the cause of the South, while the older men of property wanted to be let alone, i.e., to remain neutral. As to a forward movement that fall, it was simply impracticable, for we were forced to use divergent lines, leading our columns farther and farther apart, and all I could attempt was to go on and collect force and material at the 2 points already chosen, viz., Dick Robinson and Elizabethtown. General George H. Thomas still continued to command the former, and on the 12th of October, I dispatched Brigadier General A.M.C.D. McCook to command the latter, which had been moved forward to Nolin Creek, 52 miles out of Louisville, toward Bowling Green. Staff officers began to arrive to relieve us of the constant drudgery which, up to that time, had been forced on General Anderson and myself, and these were all good men. Colonel Thomas Swords, quartermaster, arrived on the 13th, Paymaster Larned on the 14th, and Lieutenant Smizer, 5th Artillery, acting ordnance officer, on the 20th. Captain Simmons was already on duty as the commissary of subsistence. Captain O.D. Green was the adjutant general and completed a good working staff. The everlasting worry of citizens complaining of every petty delinquency of a soldier and forcing themselves forward to discuss politics made the position of a commanding general no sinecure. I continued to strengthen the 2 corps forward and their routes of supply, all the time expecting that Sidney Johnston, who was a real general and who had as correct information of our situation as I had, would unite his force with Zollicoffer and fall on Thomas at Dick Robinson or McCook at Nolin. Had he done so in October 1861, he could have walked into Louisville, and the vital part of the population would have hailed him as a deliverer. Why he did not was to me a mystery then and is now, for I know that he saw the move and had his wagons loaded up at one time for a start toward Frankfort, passing between our 2 camps. Conscious of our weakness, I was unnecessarily unhappy and doubtless exhibited it too much to those near me. But it did seem to me that the government at Washington, intent on the larger preparations of Fremont in Missouri and McClellan in Washington, actually ignored us in Kentucky. About this time, say the middle of October, I received notice by telegraph that the Secretary of War, Mr. Cameron, then in St. Louis, would visit me at Louisville on his way back to Washington. I was delighted to have an opportunity to properly represent the actual state of affairs, and got Mr. Guthrie to go with me across to Jeffersonville to meet the Secretary of War and escort him to Louisville. The train was behind time, but Mr. Guthrie and I waited till it actually arrived. Mr. Cameron was attended by Adjutant General Lorenzo Thomas and 6 or 7 gentlemen who turned out to be newspaper reporters. Mr. Cameron's first inquiry was when he could start for Cincinnati, saying that, as he had been detained at St. Louis so long, it was important he should hurry on to Washington. I explained that the regular mail boat would leave very soon, viz. at 12 m, but I begged him to come over to Louisville, that I wanted to see him on business as important as any in Washington, and hoped he would come and spend at least a day with us. He asked if everything was not well with us, and I told him far from it, that things were actually bad as bad could be. This seemed to surprise him, and Mr. Guthrie added his persuasion to mine. When Mr. Cameron, learning that he could leave Louisville by rail via Frankfort next morning early, and make the same connections at Cincinnati, consented to go with us to Louisville, with the distinct understanding that he must leave early the next morning for Washington. We accordingly all took hacks, crossed the river by the ferry, and drove to the Galt House, where I was then staying. Brigadier General T.J. Wood had come down from Indianapolis by the same train and was one of the party. We all proceeded to my room on the first floor of the Galt House, where our excellent landlord, Silas Miller, Esquire, sent us a good lunch and something to drink. Mr. Cameron was not well and lay on my bed, but joined in the general conversation. He and his party seemed to be full of the particulars of the developments in St. Louis of some of Fremont's extravagant contracts and expenses, which were the occasion of Cameron's trip to St. Louis, and which finally resulted in Fremont's being relieved, first by General Hunter, and after by General H.W. Halleck. After some general conversation, Mr. Cameron called to me, "Now, General Sherman, tell us of your troubles." I said I preferred not to discuss business with so many strangers present. He said, "They are all friends, all members of my family, and you may speak your mind freely and without restraint." I am sure I stepped to the door, locked it to prevent intrusion, and then fully and fairly represented the state of affairs in Kentucky, especially the situation and numbers of my troops. I complained that the new levies of Ohio and Indiana were diverted east and west, and we got scarcely anything, that our forces at Nolin and Dick Robinson were powerless for invasion, and only tempting to a general such as we believed Sidney Johnston to be, that, if Johnston chose, he could march to Louisville any day. Cameron exclaimed, "You astonish me. Our informants, the Kentucky senators and members of Congress, claim that they have in Kentucky plenty of men, and all they want are arms and money." I then said it was not true, for the young men were arming and going out openly in broad daylight to the rebel camps, provided with good horses and guns by their fathers, who were at best neutral. And as to arms, he had, in Washington, promised General Anderson 40,000 of the best Springfield muskets, instead of which we had received only about 12,000 Belgian muskets, which the governor of Pennsylvania had refused, as had also the governor of Ohio, but which had been adjudged good enough for Kentucky. I asserted that volunteer colonels raising regiments in various parts of the state had come to Louisville for arms, and when they saw what I had to offer had scorned to receive them to confirm the truth of which I appealed to Mr. Guthrie, who said that every word I had spoken was true. And he repeated what I had often heard him say, that no man who owned a slave or a mule in Kentucky could be trusted. Mr. Cameron appeared alarmed at what was said and turned to Adjutant General L. Thomas to inquire if he knew of any troops available that had not been already assigned. He mentioned Negley's Pennsylvania Brigade at Pittsburgh and a couple of other regiments that were then en route for St. Louis. Mr. Cameron ordered him to divert these to Louisville, and Thomas made the telegraphic orders on the spot. He further promised, on reaching Washington, to give us more of his time and assistance. In the general conversation which followed, I remember taking a large map of the United States and assuming the people of the whole South to be in rebellion, that our task was to subdue them, showed that McClellan was on the left, having a frontage of less than 100 miles, and Fremont the right, about the same, whereas I, the center, had from the Big Sandy to Paducah over 300 miles of frontier. That McClellan had 100,000 men, Fremont 60,000, whereas to me had only been allotted about 18,000. I argued that, for the purpose of defense, we should have 60,000 men at once, and for offense would need 200,000 before we were done. Mr. Cameron, who still lay on the bed, threw up his hands and exclaimed, "Great God, where are they to come from?" I asserted that there were plenty of men at the North, ready and willing to come, if he would only accept their services, for it was notorious that regiments had been formed in all the northwestern states, whose services had been refused by the War Department, on the ground that they would not be needed. We discussed all these matters fully, in the most friendly spirit, and I thought I had aroused Mr. Cameron to a realization of the great war that was before us, and was in fact upon us. I heard him tell General Thomas to make a note of our conversation, that he might attend to my requests on reaching Washington. We all spent the evening together agreeably in conversation, many Union citizens calling to pay their respects, and the next morning early we took the train for Frankfort, Mr. Cameron and party going on to Cincinnati and Washington, and I to Camp Dick Robinson to see General Thomas and the troops there. I found General Thomas in a tavern, with most of his regiments camped about him. He had sent a small force some miles in advance toward Cumberland Gap, under Brigadier General Schoepf. Remaining there a couple of days, I returned to Louisville. On the 22nd of October, General Negley's brigade arrived in boats from Pittsburgh, was sent out to Camp Nolan, and the 37th Indiana. Colonel Hazard and 2nd Minnesota, Colonel Van Cleve, also reached Louisville by rail and were posted at Elizabethtown and Lebanon Junction. These were the same troops which had been ordered by Mr. Cameron when at Louisville, and they were all that I received thereafter, prior to my leaving Kentucky. On reaching Washington, Mr. Cameron called on General Thomas, as he himself afterward told me, to submit his memorandum of events during his absence, and in that memorandum was mentioned my insane request for 200,000 men. By some newspaper man this was seen and published, and before I had the least conception of it, I was universally published throughout the country as insane, crazy, etc. Without any knowledge, however, of this fact, I had previously addressed to the Adjutant General of the Army at Washington this letter. Headquarters Department op the Cumberland, Louisville, Kentucky, October 22, 1881. To General L. Thomas, Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Sir, on my arrival at Camp Dick Robinson, I found General Thomas had stationed a Kentucky regiment at Rock Castle Hill, beyond a river of the same name, and had sent an Ohio and an Indiana regiment forward in support. He was embarrassed for transportation, and I authorized him to hire teams and to move his whole force nearer to his advance guard so as to support it, as he had information of the approach of Zollicoffer toward London. I have just heard from him that he had sent forward General Schope with Colonel Wolford's cavalry, Colonel Stedman's Ohio regiment, and a battery of artillery, followed on a succeeding day by a Tennessee brigade. He had still 2 Kentucky regiments, the 38th Ohio and another battery of artillery, with which he was to follow yesterday. This force, if concentrated, should be strong enough for the purpose. At all events, it is all he had or I could give him. I explained to you fully when here the supposed position of our adversaries, among which was a force in the valley of Big Sandy, supposed to be advancing on Paris, Kentucky. General Nelson at Maysville was instructed to collect all the men he could, and Colonel Gill's regiment of Ohio volunteers. Colonel Harris was already in position at Olympian Springs, and a regiment lay at Lexington, which I ordered to his support. This leaves the line of Thomas's operations exposed, but I cannot help it. I explained so fully to yourself and the Secretary of War the condition of things that I can add nothing new until further developments. You know my views that this great center of our field is too weak, far too weak, and I have begged and implored till I dare not say more. Buckner still is beyond Green River. He sent a detachment of his men, variously estimated at from 2,000 to 4,000 toward Greensburg. General Ward, with about 1,000 men, retreated to Campbellsburg, where he called to his assistance some partially formed regiments to the number of about 2,000. The enemy did not advance, and General Ward was at last dates at Campbellsburg. The officers charged with raising regiments must of necessity be near their homes to collect men, and for this reason are out of position. But at or near Greensburg and Lebanon, I desire to assemble as large a force of the Kentucky volunteers as possible. This organization is necessarily irregular, but the necessity is so great that I must have them, and therefore have issued to them arms and clothing during the process of formation. This has facilitated their enlistment. But inasmuch as the legislature has provided money for organizing the Kentucky Volunteers and entrusted its disbursement to a board of loyal gentlemen, I have endeavored to cooperate with them to hasten the formation of these corps. The great difficulty is, and has been, that as volunteers offer, we have not arms and clothing to give them. The arms sent us are, as you already know, European muskets of uncouth pattern, which the volunteers will not touch. General McCook has now 3 brigades Johnson's, Wood's, and Rousseau's. Negley's brigade arrived today and will be sent out at once. The Minnesota regiment has also arrived and will be sent forward. Hazard's regiment of Indiana troops I have ordered to the month of Salt Creek, an important point on the turnpike road leading to Elizabethtown. I again repeat that our force here is out of all proportion to the importance of the position. Our defeat would be disastrous to the nation, and to expect of new men who never bore arms to do miracles is not right. I am, with much respect, yours truly, W.T. Sherman, Brigadier General Commanding. About this time, my attention was drawn to the publication in all the Eastern papers, which of course was copied at the West, of the report that I was crazy, insane, and mad, that I had demanded 200,000 men for the defense of Kentucky. And the authority given for this report was stated to be the Secretary of War himself, Mr. Cameron, who never, to my knowledge, took pains to affirm or deny it. My position was therefore simply unbearable, and it is probable I resented the cruel insult with language of intense feeling. Still, I received no orders, no reinforcements, not a word of encouragement or relief. About November 1st, General McClellan was appointed Commander-in-Chief of all the armies in the field, and by telegraph called for a report from me. It is herewith given. Headquarters the Department of the Cumberland, Louisville, Kentucky, November 4, 1861. General L. Thomas, Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Sir, in compliance with the telegraphic orders of General McClellan, received late last night, I submit this report of the forces in Kentucky and of their condition. The tabular statement shows the position of the several regiments. The camp at Nollen is at the present extremity of the Nashville Railroad. This force was thrown forward to meet the advance of Buckner's army, which then fell back to Green River, 23 miles beyond. These regiments were substantially without means of transportation, other than the railroad, which is guarded at all dangerous points, yet is liable to interruption at any moment by the tearing up of a rail by the disaffected inhabitants or a hired enemy. These regiments are composed of good materials, but devoid of company officers of experience, and have been put under thorough drill since being in camp. They are generally well clad and provided for. Beyond Green River, the enemy has masked his forces, and it is very difficult to ascertain even the approximate numbers. No pains have been spared to ascertain them, but without success, and it is well known that they far outnumber us. Depending, however, on the railroads to their rear for transportation, they have not thus far advanced this side of Green River, except in marauding parties. This is the proper line of advance, but will require a very large force, certainly 50,000 men, as their railroad facilities south enable them to concentrate at Munfordsville the entire strength of the South. General McCook's command is divided into 4 brigades, under Generals Wood, R.W., Johnson, Rousseau, and Negley. General Thomas's line of operations is from Lexington toward Cumberland Gap and Ford, which are occupied by a force of rebel Tennesseans under the command of Zollicoffer. Thomas occupies the position at London, in front of 2 roads which lead to the fertile part of Kentucky, the one by Richmond and the other by Crab Orchard, with his reserve at Camp Dick Robinson, 8 miles south of the Kentucky River. His provisions and stores go by railroad from Cincinnati to Nesholasville, and thence in wagons to his several regiments. He is forced to hire transportation. Brigadier General Nelson is operating by the line from Olympian Springs, east of Paris, on the Covington and Lexington Railroad toward Prestonburg, in the valley of the Big Sandy, where is assembled a force of from 25 to 3,500 rebel Kentuckians waiting reinforcements from Virginia. My last report from him was to October 28th, at which time he had Colonel Harris's Ohio 2nd, 900 strong, Colonel Norton's 21st Ohio, 1,000, and Colonel Sill's 33rd Ohio, 750 strong, with 2 irregular Kentucky regiments, Colonels Marshall and Metcalf. These troops were on the road near Hazel Green and West Liberty, advancing toward Prestonburg. Upon an inspection of the map, you will observe these are all divergent lines, but rendered necessary, from the fact that our enemies choose them as places of refuge from pursuit, where they can receive assistance from neighboring states. Our lines are all too weak, probably with the exception of that to Prestonburg. To strengthen these, I am thrown on the raw levies of Ohio and Indiana, who arrive in detachments, perfectly fresh from the country, and loaded down with baggage, also upon the Kentuckians, who are slowly forming regiments all over the state, at points remote from danger, and whom it will be almost impossible to assemble together. The organization of this latter force is, by the laws of Kentucky, under the control of a military board of citizens, at the capital, Frankfort, and they think they will be enabled to have 15 regiments toward the middle of this month. But I doubt it, and deem it unsafe to rely on them. There are 4 regiments forming in the neighborhood of Owensboro, near the mouth of Green River, who are doing good service, also in the neighborhood of Campbellsville, but it is unsafe to rely on troops so suddenly armed and equipped. They are not yet clothed or uniformed. I know well you will think our force too widely distributed, but we are forced to it by the attitude of our enemies, whose force and numbers the country never has and probably never will comprehend. I am told that my estimate of troops needed for this line, viz., 200,000, has been construed to my prejudice, and therefore leave it for the future. This is the great center on which our enemies can concentrate whatever force is not employed elsewhere. Detailed statement of present force enclosed with this. With great respect, your obedient servant, W.T. Sherman, Brigadier General Commanding. Brigadier General McCook's camp at Nollen, 52 miles from Louisville, Kentucky, November 4, 1861. 1st Brigade General Rousseau. 3rd Kentucky, Colonel Bulkley, 4th Kentucky, Colonel Whitaker, 1st Cavalry, Colonel Board Stone's Battery, 2 companies 19th United States Infantry, and 2 companies 15th United States Infantry, Captain Gilman. 2nd Brigade General T.J. Wood, 38th Indiana Colonel Scribner, 39th Indiana Colonel Harrison, 30th Indiana Colonel Bass, 29th Indiana Colonel Miller. 3rd Brigade General Johnson, 49th Ohio Colonel Gibson, 15th Ohio Colonel Dickey, 34th Illinois Colonel King, 32nd Indiana Colonel Willech. 4th Brigade General Negley, 77th Pennsylvania Colonel Hambright, 78th Pennsylvania Colonel Sinnell, 79th Pennsylvania Colonel Stambaugh, Battery Captain Mueller. Camp Dick Robinson General G.H. Thomas. Kentucky Colonel Bramlett, Kentucky, Colonel Fry, Kentucky Cavalry Colonel Wolford, 14th Ohio Colonel Stedman, 1st Artillery Colonel Barnett, 3rd Ohio Colonel Carter, East Tennessee Colonel Byard. Bardstown, Kentucky. 10th Indiana Colonel Manson. Crab Orchard, 33rd Indiana Colonel Coburn. Jeffersonville, Indiana, 34th Indiana Colonel Steele, 36th Indiana Colonel Gross, 1st Wisconsin Colonel Starkweather. Mouth of Salt River, 9th Michigan Colonel Duffield, 37th Indiana Colonel Hazard. Lebanon Junction, 2nd Minnesota Colonel Van Cleve. Olympian Springs, 2nd Ohio Colonel Harris. Cynthiana, Kentucky, 35th Ohio Colonel Vandiver. Nisholesville, Kentucky, 21st Ohio Colonel Norton, 38th Ohio Colonel Bradley. Big Hill, 17th Ohio Colonel Connell. Colesburg, 24th Illinois Colonel Hecker. Elizabethtown, Kentucky, 19th Illinois Colonel Turchin. Owensboro or Henderson, 31st Indiana Colonel Cruft, Colonel Edwards, Forming Rock Castle, Colonel Boyle, Harrodsburg, Colonel Barney, Irvine, Colonel Hazard, Burkesville, Colonel Haskins, Somerset. And in order to conclude this subject, I also add copies of 2 telegraphic dispatches, sent for General McClellan's use about the same time, which are all the official letters received at his headquarters, as certified by the Adjutant General, L. Thomas, in a letter of February 1, 1862. In answer to an application of my brother, Senator John Sherman, and on which I was adjudged insane. Louisville, November 3, 10 p.m. To General McClellan, Washington, D.C. Dispatch just received. We are forced to operate on 3 lines, all dependent on railroads of doubtful safety, requiring strong guards. From Paris to Prestomnig, 3 Ohio regiments and some militia enemy variously reported from 3,500 to 7,000. From Lexington toward Cumberland Gap, Brigadier General Thomas, 1 Indiana and 5 Ohio regiments, 2 Kentucky and 2 Tennessee, hired wagons and badly clad. Zollicoffer, at Cumberland Ford, about 7,000. Lee reported on the way with Virginia reinforcements. In front of Louisville, 52 miles, McCook, with 4 brigades of about 13,000, with 4 regiments to guard the railroad at all times in danger. Enemy along the railroad from Green River to Bowling Green, Nashville, and Clarksville. Buckner, Hardee, Sidney Johnston, Folk, and Pillow, the 2 former in immediate command, the force as large as they want or can subsist, from 25 to 30,000. Bowling Green strongly fortified. Our force is too small to do good, and too large to sacrifice. W. T. Sherman, Brigadier General. Headquarters, the Department of the Cumberland, Louisville, Kentucky, November 6, 1861. General L. Thomas, Adjutant General. Sir, General McClellan telegraphs me to report to him daily the situation of affairs here. The country is so large that it is impossible to give clear and definite views. Our enemies have a terrible advantage in the fact that in our midst, in our camps, and along our avenues of travel, they have active partisans, farmers, and businessmen who seemingly pursue their usual calling, but are in fact spies. They report all our movements and strength, while we can procure information only by circuitous and unreliable means. I enclose you the copy of an intercepted letter, which is but the type of others. Many men from every part of the state are now enrolled under Buckner have gone to him while ours have to be raised in neighborhoods and cannot be called together except at long notice. These volunteers are being organized under the laws of the state, and the 10th of November is fixed for the time of consolidating them into companies and regiments. Many of them are armed by the United States as home guards, and many by General Anderson and myself, because of the necessity of being armed to guard their camps against internal enemies. Should we be overwhelmed, they would scatter, and their arms and clothing will go to the enemy, furnishing the very material they so much need. We should have here a very large force, sufficient to give confidence to the Union men of the ability to do what should be done, possess ourselves of all the state. But all see and feel we are brought to a standstill, and this produces doubt and alarm. With our present force, it would be simple madness to cross Green River, and yet hesitation may be as fatal. In like manner, the other columns are in peril, not so much in front as rear, the railroads over which our stores must pass being much exposed. I have the Nashville Railroad guarded by 3 regiments, yet it is far from being safe, and the moment actual hostilities commence, these roads will be interrupted, and we will be in a dilemma. To meet this, in part, one have put a cargo of provisions at the mouth of Salt River, guarded by 2 regiments. All these detachments weaken the main force and endanger the whole. Do not conclude, as before, that I exaggerate the facts. They are as stated, and the future looks as dark as possible. It would be better if some man of sanguine mind were here, for I am forced to order according to my convictions. Yours truly, W. T. Sherman, Brigadier General Commanding. After the war was over, General Thomas J. Wood, then in command of the district of Vicksburg, prepared a statement addressed to the public, describing the interview with the Secretary of War, which he calls a council of war. I did not then deem it necessary to renew a matter which had been swept into oblivion by the war itself, but as it is evidenced by an eyewitness, it is worthy of insertion here. Statement. On the 11th of October, 1861, the writer, who had been personally on mustering duty in Indiana, was appointed a brigadier general of volunteers, and ordered to report to General Sherman, then in command of the Department of the Cumberland, with his headquarters at Louisville, having succeeded General Robert Anderson. When the writer was about leaving Indianapolis to proceed to Louisville, Mr. Cameron, returning from his famous visit of inspection to General Fremont's department at St. Louis, Missouri, arrived at Indianapolis and announced his intention to visit General Sherman. The writer was invited to accompany the party to Louisville, taking the early morning train from Indianapolis to Louisville on the 16th of October, 1861. The party arrived in Jeffersonville shortly after midday. General Sherman met the party in Jeffersonville and accompanied it to the Galt House in Louisville, the hotel at which he was stopping. During the afternoon, General Sherman informed the writer that a council of war was to be held immediately in his private room in the hotel and desired him to be present at the council. General Sherman and the writer proceeded directly to the room. The writer entered the room first and observed in it Mr. Cameron, Adjutant General L. Thomas, and some other persons, all of whose names he did not know, but whom he recognized as being of Mr. Cameron's party. The name of one of the party the writer had learned, which he remembers as Wilkinson or Wilkerson, and who he understood was a writer for the New York Tribune newspaper. The Hun. James Guthrie was also in the room, having been invited, on account of his eminent position as a citizen of Kentucky, his high civic reputation, and his well-known devotion to the Union, to meet the Secretary of War in the council. When General Sherman entered the room, he closed the door and turned the key in the lock. Before entering on the business of the meeting, General Sherman remarked substantially, "Mr. Cameron, we have met here to discuss matters and interchange views, which should be known only by persons high in the confidence of the government. There are persons present whom I do not know, and I desire to know, before opening the business of the council, whether they are persons who may be properly allowed to hear the views which I have to submit to you." Mr. Cameron replied, with some little testiness of manner, that the persons referred to belonged to his party, and there was no objection to their knowing whatever might be communicated to him. Certainly, the legitimate and natural conclusion from this remark of Mr. Cameron's was that whatever views might be submitted by General Sherman would be considered under the protection of the seal of secrecy, and would not be divulged to the public till all apprehension of injurious consequences from such disclosure had passed. And it may be remarked, further, that justice to General Sherman required that if, at any future time, his conclusions as to the amount of force necessary to conduct the operations committed to his charge should be made public, the grounds on which his conclusions were based should be made public at the same time. Mr. Cameron then asked General Sherman what his plans were. To this, General Sherman replied that he had no plans, that no sufficient force had been placed at his disposition with which to devise any plan of operations, that, before a commanding general could project a plan of campaign, he must know what amount of force he would have to operate with. The general added that he had views which he would be happy to submit for the consideration of the secretary. Mr. Cameron desired to hear General Sherman's views. General Sherman began by giving his opinion of the people of Kentucky and the then condition of the state. He remarked that he believed a very large majority of the people of Kentucky were thoroughly devoted to the Union and loyal to the government, and that the Unionists embraced almost all the older and more substantial men in the state. But unfortunately, there was no organization nor arms among the Union men. That the rebel minority, thoroughly vindictive in its sentiments, was organized and armed, this having been done in advance by their leaders, and, beyond the reach of the federal forces, overawed and prevented the Union men from organizing. That, in his opinion, if federal protection were extended throughout the state to the Union men, a large force could be raised for the service of the government. General Sherman next presented a resume of the information in his possession as to the number of the rebel troops in Kentucky. Commencing with the force at Columbus, Kentucky, the reports varied, giving the strength from 10 to 20,000. It was commanded by Lieutenant General Polk. General Sherman fixed it at the lowest estimate, say 10,000. The force at Bowling Green, commanded by General A. S. Johnston, supported by Hardee, Buckner, and others, was variously estimated at from 18 to 30,000. General Sherman estimated this force at the lowest figures given to it by his information 18,000. He explained that, for purposes of defense, these two forces ought, owing to the facility with which troops might be transported from one to the other, by the network of railroads in Middle and West Tennessee, to be considered almost as one. General Sherman remarked, also, on the facility with which reinforcements could be transported by railroad to Bowling Green from the other rebellion states. The third organized body of rebel troops was in eastern Kentucky under General Zollicoffer, estimated, according to the most reliable information, at 6,000 men. This force threatened a descent, if unrestrained, on the bluegrass region of Kentucky, including the cities of Lexington and Frankfort, the capital of the state, and if successful in its primary movements, as it would gather head as it advanced, might endanger the safety of Cincinnati. General Sherman said that the information in his possession indicated an intention, on the part of the rebels, of a general and grand advance toward the Ohio River. He further expressed the opinion that, if such advance should be made, and not checked, the rebel force would be swollen by at least 20,000 recruits from the disloyalists in Kentucky. His low computation of the organized rebel soldiers then in Kentucky fixed the strength at about 35,000. Add 20,000 for reinforcements gained in Kentucky, to say nothing of troops drawn from other rebel states, and the effective rebel force in the state, at a low estimate, would be 55,000 men. General Sherman explained forcibly how largely the difficulties of suppressing the rebellion would be enhanced if the rebels should be allowed to plant themselves firmly, with strong fortifications, at commanding points on the Ohio River. It would be facile for them to carry the war thence into the loyal states north of the river. To resist an advance of the rebels, General Sherman stated that he did not have at that time in Kentucky more than some 12 to 14,000 effective men. The bulk of this force was posted at Camp Nollen, on the Louisville and Nashville Railway, 50 miles south of Louisville. A part of it was in eastern Kentucky, under General George H. Thomas, and a very small force was in the lower valley of Green River. This disposition of the force had been made for the double purpose of watching and checking the rebels, and protecting the raising and organization of troops among the Union men of Kentucky. Having explained the situation from the defensive point of view, General Sherman proceeded to consider it from the offensive standpoint. The government had undertaken to suppress the rebellion. The onus faciendi, therefore, rested on the government. The rebellion could never be put down, the authority of the paramount government asserted, and the union of the states declared perpetual, by force of arms, by maintaining the defensive. To accomplish these grand desiderata, it was absolutely necessary the government should adopt, and maintain until the rebellion was crushed, the offensive. For the purpose of expelling the rebels from Kentucky, General Sherman said that at least 60,000 soldiers were necessary, considering that the means of accomplishment must always be proportioned to the end to be achieved. And bearing in mind the array of rebel force then in Kentucky, every sensible man must admit that the estimate of the force given by General Sherman for driving the rebels out of the state and reestablishing and maintaining the authority of the government was a very low one. The truth is that, before the rebels were driven from Kentucky, many more than 60,000 soldiers were sent into the state. Ascending from the consideration of the narrow question of the political and military situation in Kentucky and the extent of force necessary to redeem the state from rebel thraldom, forecasting in his sagacious intellect the grand and daring operations, which, 3 years afterward, he realized in a campaign taken in its entirety, without a parallel in modern times, General Sherman expressed the opinion that, to carry the war to the Gulf of Mexico and destroy all armed opposition to the government in the entire Mississippi Valley, at least 200,000 troops were absolutely requisite. So soon as General Sherman had concluded the expression of his views, Mr. Cameron asked, with much warmth and apparent irritation, "Where do you suppose, General Sherman, all this force is to come from?" General Sherman replied that he did not know, that it was not his duty to raise, organize, and put the necessary military force into the field. That duty pertained to the War Department. His duty was to organize campaigns and command the troops after they had been put into the field. At this point of the proceedings, General Sherman suggested that it might be agreeable to the Secretary to hear the views of Mr. Guthrie. Thus appealed to, Mr. Guthrie said he did not consider himself, being a civilian, competent to give an opinion as to the extent of force necessary to parry the war to the Gulf of Mexico. But, being well informed of the condition of things in Kentucky, he endorsed fully General Sherman's opinion of the force required to drive the rebels out of the state. The foregoing is a circumstantial account of the deliberations of the council that were of any importance. A good deal of desultory conversation followed on immaterial matters, and some orders were issued by telegraph by the Secretary of War for some small reinforcements to be sent to Kentucky immediately from Pennsylvania and Indiana. A short time after the council was held, the exact time is not now remembered by the writer. An imperfect narrative of it appeared in the New York Tribune. This account announced to the public the conclusions uttered by General Sherman in the council, without giving the reasons on which his conclusions were based. The unfairness of this course to General Sherman needs no comment. All military men were shocked by the gross breach of faith which had been committed. T.H. J. Wood, Major General Volunteers. Vicksburg, Mississippi, August 24, 1886. Brigadier General Don Carlos Buell arrived at Louisville about the middle of November, with orders to relieve me, and I was transferred for duty to the Department of the Missouri, and ordered to report in person to Major General H. W. Halleck at St. Louis. I accompanied General Buell to the camp at Nollen, where he reviewed and inspected the camp and troops under the command of General A. M.C.D. McCook, and on our way back General Buell inspected the regiment of Hazard at Elizabethtown. I then turned over my command to him and took my departure for St. Louis. At the time I was so relieved I thought, of course, it was done in fulfillment of Mr. Lincoln's promise to me, and as a necessary result of my repeated demand for the fulfillment of that promise. But I saw and felt, and was of course deeply moved to observe, the manifest belief that there was more or less of truth in the rumor that the cares, perplexities, and anxiety of the situation had unbalanced my judgment and mind. It was doubtless an incident common to all civil wars, to which I could only submit with the best grace possible, trusting to the future for an opportunity to redeem my fortune and good name. Of course, I could not deny the fact, and had to submit to all its painful consequences for months. And, moreover, I could not hide from myself that many of the officers and soldiers subsequently placed under my command looked at me askance and with suspicion. Indeed, it was not until the following April that the Battle of Shiloh gave me personally the chance to redeem my good name. On reaching St. Louis and reporting to General Halleck, I was received kindly and was shortly afterward, viz. November 23 D, sent up to Sedalia to inspect the camp there, and the troops located along the road back to Jefferson City, and I was ordered to assume command in a certain contingency. I found General Steele's at Sedalia with his regiments scattered about loosely, and General Pope at Otterville, 20 miles back, with no concert between them. The rebel general, Sterling Price, had his forces down about Osceola and Warsaw. I advised General Halleck to collect the whole of his men into one camp on the Lamine River, near Georgetown, to put them into brigades and divisions, so as to be ready to be handled, and I gave some preliminary orders looking to that end. But the newspapers kept harping on my insanity and paralyzed my efforts. In spite of myself, they tortured from me some words and acts of imprudence. General Halleck telegraphed me on November 26th. Unless telegraph lines are interrupted, make no movement of troops without orders. And on November 29th, no forward movement of troops on Osceola will be made. Only strong reconnoitering parties will be sent out in the supposed direction of the enemy, the bulk of the troops being held in position till more reliable information is obtained. About the same time, I received the following dispatch. Headquarters, St. Louis, Missouri, November 28, 1881. Brigadier General Sherman, Sedalia. Mrs. Sherman is here. General Halleck is satisfied, from reports of scouts received here, that no attack on Sedalia is intended. You will therefore return to the city and report your observations on the condition of the troops you have examined. Please telegraph when you will leave. Schuyler Hamilton, Brigadier General and Aide-de-Camp. I accordingly returned to St. Louis, where I found Mrs. Sherman naturally and properly distressed at the continued and reiterated reports of the newspapers of my insanity, and she had come from Lancaster to see me. This recall from Sedalia simply swelled the cry. It was alleged that I was recalled by reason of something foolish I had done at Sedalia, though in fact I had done absolutely nothing, except to recommend what was done immediately thereafter on the advice of Colonel McPherson, on a subsequent inspection. Seeing and realizing that my efforts were useless, I concluded to ask for a 20 days' leave of absence, to accompany Mrs. Sherman to our home in Lancaster, and to allow the storm to blow over somewhat. It also happened to be midwinter, when nothing was doing. So Mrs. Sherman and I returned to Lancaster, where I was born, and where I supposed I was better known and appreciated. The newspapers kept up their game as though instigated by malice, and chief among them was the Cincinnati Commercial, whose editor, Halsted, was generally believed to be an honorable man. P.B. Ewing, Esquire, being in Cincinnati, saw him and asked him why he, who certainly knew better, would reiterate such a damaging slander. He answered, quite cavalierly, that it was one of the news items of the day, and he had to keep up with the time, but he would be most happy to publish any correction I might make, as though I could deny such a malicious piece of scandal affecting myself. On the 12th of November, I had occasion to write to General Halleck, and I have a copy of his letter in answer. St. Louis, December 18, 1881. Brigadier General W.T. Sherman, Lancaster, Ohio. My dear General, yours of the 12th was received a day or two ago, but was mislaid for the moment among private papers, or I should have answered it sooner. The newspaper attacks are certainly shameless and scandalous, but I cannot agree with you that they have us in their power to destroy us as they please. I certainly get my share of abuse, but it will not disturb me. Your movement of the troops was not countermanded by me because I thought it an unwise one in itself, but because I was not then ready for it. I had better information of Price's movements than you had, and I had no apprehension of an attack. I intended to concentrate the forces on that line, but I wished the movement delayed until I could determine on a better position. After receiving Lieutenant Colonel McPherson's report, I made precisely the location you had ordered. I was desirous at the time not to prevent the advance of Price by any movement on our part, hoping that he would move on Lexington, but finding that he had determined to remain at Osceola for some time at least, I made the movement you proposed. As you could not know my plans, you and others may have misconstrued the reason of my countermanding your orders. I hope to see you well enough for duty soon. Our organization goes on slowly, but we will effect it in time. Yours truly, H.W. Halleck. And subsequently, in a letter to Hun. Thomas Ewing, in answer to some inquiries involving the same general subject, General Halleck wrote as follows. Hun, Thomas Ewing, Lancaster, Ohio. Dear Sir, your note of the 13th, and one of this date from Mr. Sherman, in relation to Brigadier General Sherman's having been relieved from command in Sedalia in November last, are just received. General Sherman was not put in command at Sedalia. He was authorized to assume it, and did so for a day or two. He did not know my plans, and his movement of troops did not accord with them. I therefore directed him to leave them as they were, and report here the result of his inspection, for which purpose he had been ordered there. No telegram or dispatch of any kind was sent by me, or by anyone with my knowledge or authority, in relation to it. After his return here, I gave him a leave of absence of 20 days for the benefit of his health. As I was then pressing General McClellan for more officers, I deemed it necessary to explain why I did so. I used these words: I am satisfied that General Sherman's physical and mental system is so completely broken by labor and care as to render him, for the present, unfit for duty. Perhaps a few weeks' rest may restore him. This was the only communication I made on the subject. On no occasion have I ever expressed an opinion that his mind was affected otherwise than by overexertion. To have said so would have done him the greatest injustice. After General Sherman returned from his short leave, I found that his health was nearly restored, and I placed him temporarily in command of the camp of instruction, numbering over 15,000 men. I then wrote to General McClellan that he would soon be able to again take the field. I gave General Sherman a copy of my letter. This is the total of my correspondence on the subject. As evidence that I have every confidence in General Sherman, I have placed him in command of Western Kentucky, a command only second in importance in this department. As soon as divisions and columns can be organized, I propose to send him into the field where he can render most efficient service. I have seen newspaper squibs charging him with being crazy, etc. This is the grossest injustice. I do not, however, consider such attacks worthy of notice. The best answer is General Sherman's present position and the valuable services he is rendering to the country. I have the fullest confidence in him. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, H.W. Halleck, Major General. On returning to St. Louis on the expiration of my leave of absence, I found that General Halleck was beginning to move his troops, one part, under General U.S. Grant, up the Tennessee River, and another part, under General S.R. Curtis, in the direction of Springfield, Missouri. General Grant was then at Paducah, and General Curtis was under orders for Rolls. I was ordered to take Curtis's place in command of the camp of instruction at Benton Barracks, on the ground back of North St. Louis, now used as the fair grounds, by the following order. 0. Headquarters Department of the Missouri St. Louis, December 23, 1861. Brigadier General W. T. Sherman, United States Volunteers, is hereby assigned to the command of the camp of instruction and post of Benton Barracks. He will have every armed regiment and company in his command ready for service at a moment's warning, and will notify all concerned that, when marching orders are received, it is expected that they will be instantly obeyed. No excuses for delay will be admitted. General Sherman will immediately report to these headquarters what regiments and companies, at Benton Barracks, are ready for the field. By order of Major General Halleck. J.C. Kelton, Assistant Adjutant General. I immediately assumed command, and found, in the building constructed for the commanding officer, Brigadier General Strong, and the family of a captain of Iowa Cavalry, with whom we boarded. Major Curtis, son of General Curtis, was the Adjutant General, but was soon relieved by Captain J. H. Hammond, who was appointed Assistant Adjutant General and assigned to duty with me. Brigadier General Hurlbut was also there, and about a dozen regiments of infantry and cavalry. I at once gave all matters pertaining to the post my personal attention, got the regiments in as good order as possible, kept up communication with General Halleck's headquarters by telegraph, and when orders came for the movement of any regiment or detachment, it moved instantly. The winter was very wet, and the ground badly drained. The quarters had been erected by General Fremont under contract. They were mere shells, but well arranged for a camp, embracing the fair grounds, and some 40 acres of flat ground west of it. I instituted drills and was specially ordered by General Halleck to watch Generals Hurlbut and Strong and report as to their fitness for their commissions as brigadier generals. I had known Hurlbut as a young lawyer in Charleston, South Carolina, before the Mexican War, at which time he took a special interest in military matters, and I found him far above the average in the knowledge of regimental and brigade drill, and so reported. General Strong had been a merchant, and he told me that he never professed to be a soldier, but had been urged on the Secretary of War for the commission of a brigadier general, with the expectation of becoming quartermaster or commissary general. He was a good, kind-hearted gentleman, boiling over with patriotism and zeal. I advised him what to read and study, was considerably amused at his receiving instruction from a young lieutenant who knew the company and battalion drill, and could hear him practice in his room the words of command and tone of voice: break from the right to march to the left. Battalion, halt. Forward into line, etc. Of course, I made a favorable report in his case. Among the infantry and cavalry colonels were some who afterward rose to distinction: David Stewart, Gordon Granger, Bussy, etc., etc. Though it was midwinter, General Halleck was pushing his preparations most vigorously, and surely he brought order out of chaos in St. Louis with commendable energy. I remember, one night, sitting in his room on the second floor of the planter's house, with him and General Cullom, his chief of staff, talking of things generally, and the subject then was of the much talked of advance, as soon as the season would permit. Most people urged the movement down the Mississippi River, but Generals Polk and Pillow had a large rebel force, with heavy guns in a very strong position, at Columbus, Kentucky, about 18 miles below Cairo. Commodore Foote had his gunboat fleet at Cairo, and General U.S. Grant, who commanded the district, was collecting a large force at Paducah, Cairo, and Bird's Point. General Halleck had a map on his table, with a large pencil in his hand, and asked, "Where is the rebel line?" Cullom drew the pencil through Bowling Green, Forts Donelson and Henry, and Columbus, Kentucky. "That is their line," said Halleck. "Now, where is the proper place to break it?" And either Cullom or I said, "Naturally the center." Halleck drew a line perpendicular to the other near its middle, and it coincided nearly with the general course of the Tennessee River, and he said, "That's the true line of operations." This occurred more than a month before General Grant began the movement, and, as he was subject to General Halleck's orders, I have always given Halleck the full credit for that movement, which was skillful, successful, and extremely rich in military results. Indeed, it was the first real success on our side in the Civil War. The movement up the Tennessee began about the 1st of February, and Fort Henry was captured by the joint action of the Navy under Commodore Foote and the land forces under General Grant on the 6th of February, 1862. About the same time, General S.R. Curtis had moved forward from Rolls, and on the 8th of March defeated the rebels under McCulloch, Van Dam, and Price at Pea Ridge. As soon as Fort Henry fell, General Grant marched straight across to Fort Donelson, on the Cumberland River, invested the place, and as soon as the gunboats had come round from the Tennessee and had bombarded the waterfront, he assaulted. Whereupon Buckner surrendered the garrison of 12,000 men. Pillow and ex-Secretary of War General Floyd having personally escaped across the river at night, occasioning a good deal of fun and criticism at their expense. Before the fall of Donelson, but after that of Henry, I received, at Benton Barracks, the following orders. Headquarters, the Department of Missouri, St. Louis, February 13, 1862. Brigadier General Sherman, Benton Barracks. You will immediately repair to Paducah, Kentucky, and assume command of that post. Brigadier General Hurlbut will accompany you. The command of Benton Barracks will be turned over to General Strong. H.W. Halleck, Major General. I started for Paducah the same day, and think that General Cullom went with me to Cairo. General Halleck's purpose being to push forward the operations up the Tennessee River with unusual vigor. On reaching Paducah, I found this dispatch. Headquarters, the Department of Missouri, St. Louis, February 15, 1862. Brigadier General Sherman, Paducah, Kentucky. Send General Grant everything you can spare from Paducah and Smith, and also General Hurlbut. Bowling Green has been evacuated entirely. H.W. Halleck, Major General. The next day brought us news of the surrender of Buckner, and probably at no time during the war did we all feel so heavy a weight raised from our breasts, or so thankful for a most fruitful series of victories. They at once gave Generals Halleck, Grant, and C.F. Smith great fame. Of course, the rebels let go their whole line and fell back on Nashville and Island No. 10, and to the Memphis and Charleston Railroad. Everybody was anxious to help. boats passed up and down constantly, and very soon arrived the rebel prisoners from Donelson. I saw General Buckner on the boat. He seemed self-sufficient and thought their loss was not really so serious to their cause as we did. About this time, another force of 20 or 25,000 men was collected on the west bank of the Mississippi, above Cairo, under the command of Major General John Pope, designed to become the Army of the Mississippi, and to operate in conjunction with the Navy down the river against the enemy's left flank, which had held the strong post of Columbus, Kentucky, but which, on the fall of Fort Donelson, had fallen back to New Madrid and Island No. 10. Chapter 10. Battle of Shiloh. March and April, 1862. By the end of February, 1862, Major General Halleck commanded all the armies in the valley of the Mississippi, from his headquarters in St. Louis. These were the Army of the Ohio, Major General Buell in Kentucky; the Army of the Tennessee, Major General Grant, at Forts Henry and Donelson; the Army of the Mississippi, Major General Pope; and that of General S.R. Curtis in southwest Missouri. He posted his chief of staff, General Cullom, at Cairo, and me at Paducah, chiefly to expedite and facilitate the important operations then in progress up the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers. Fort Donelson had surrendered to General Grant on the 16th of February, and there must have been a good deal of confusion resulting from the necessary care of the wounded and disposition of prisoners, common to all such occasions, and there was a real difficulty in communicating between St. Louis and Fort Donelson. General Buell had also followed up the rebel army, which had retreated hastily from Bowling Green to and through Nashville, a city of so much importance to the South that it was at one time proposed as its capital. Both Generals Grant and Buell looked to its capture as an event of great importance. On the 21st, General Grant sent General Smith with his division to Clarksville, 50 miles above Donelson, toward Nashville, and on the 27th went himself to Nashville to meet and confer with General Buell, but returned to Donelson the next day. Meantime, General Halleck at St. Louis must have felt that his armies were getting away from him, and began to send dispatches to me at Paducah to be forwarded by boat or by a rickety telegraph line up to Fort Henry, which lay entirely in a hostile country and was consequently always out of repair. On the 1st of March, I received the following dispatch and forwarded it to General Grant, both by the telegraph and boat. To General Grant, Fort Henry. Transports will be sent you as soon as possible to move your column up the Tennessee River. The main object of this expedition will be to destroy the railroad bridge over Bear Creek near Eastport, Mississippi, and also the railroad connections at Corinth, Jackson, and Humboldt. It is thought best that these objects be attempted in the order named. Strong detachments of cavalry and light artillery, supported by infantry, may by rapid movements reach these points from the river without any serious opposition. Avoid any general engagements with strong forces. It will be better to retreat than to risk a general battle. This should be strongly impressed on the officers sent with expeditions from the river. General C. F. Smith or some very discreet officer should be selected for such commands. Having accomplished these objects, or such of them as may be practicable, you will return to Danville and move on Paris. Perhaps the troops sent to Jackson and Humboldt can reach Paris by land as easily as to return to the transports. This must depend on the character of the roads and the position of the enemy. All telegraphic lines which can be reached must be cut. The gunboats will accompany the transports for their protection. Any loyal Tennesseans who desire it may be enlisted and supplied with arms. Competent officers should be left to command Forts Henry and Donelson in your absence. I have indicated in general terms the object of this. H. W. Halleck, Major General. Again on the 2D. Cairo, March 1, 1862. To General Grant. General Halleck, February 25th, telegraphs me, General Grant will send no more forces to Clarksville. General Smith's division will come to Fort Henry or a point higher up on the Tennessee River. Transports will also be collected at Paducah. 2 gunboats in Tennessee River with Grant. General Grant will immediately have small garrisons detailed for Forts Henry and Donelson, and all other forces made ready for the field. From your letter of the 28th, I learn you were at Fort Donelson and General Smith at Nashville, from which I infer you could not have received orders. Halleck's telegram of last night says, Who sent Smith's division to Nashville? I ordered it across to the Tennessee, where they are wanted immediately. Order them back. Send all spare transports up Tennessee to General Grant. Evidently, the general supposes you to be on the Tennessee. I am sending all the transports I can find for you, reporting to General Sherman for orders to go up the Cumberland for you, or, if you march across to Fort Henry, then to send them up the Tennessee. G.W. Cullum, Brigadier General. On the 4th came this dispatch. To Major General U.S. Grant. You will place Major General C.F. Smith in command of expedition and remain yourself at Fort Henry. Why do you not obey my orders to report strength and positions of your command? H.W. Halleck, Major General. Halleck was evidently working himself into a passion, but he was too far from the seat of war to make due allowance for the actual state of facts. General Grant had done so much that General Halleck should have been patient. Meantime, at Paducah, I was busy sending boats in every direction, some under the orders of General Halleck, others of General Cullum, others for General Grant, and still others for General Buell at Nashville. And at the same time, I was organizing out of the new troops that were arriving at Paducah a division for myself when allowed to take the field, which I had been promised by General Halleck. His purpose was evidently to operate up the Tennessee River, to break up Bear Creek Bridge and the railroad communications between the Mississippi and Tennessee rivers, and no doubt he was provoked that Generals Grant and Smith had turned aside to Nashville. In the meantime, several of the gunboats, under Captain Phelps, United States Navy, had gone up the Tennessee as far as Florence, and on their return had reported a strong Union feeling among the people along the river. On the 10th of March, having received the necessary orders from General Halleck, I embarked my division at Paducah. It was composed of 4 brigades. The first, commanded by Colonel S.G. Hicks, was composed of the 40th Illinois, 46th Ohio, and Morton's Indiana Battery, on the boats Sally List, Golden Gate, J.B. Adams, and Lancaster. The 2nd Brigade, Colonel D. Stewart, was composed of the 55th Illinois, 71st Ohio, and 54th Ohio, embarked on the Hannibal, Universe, Hazel Dell, Cheeseman, and Prairie Rose. The 3rd Brigade, Colonel Hildebrand, was composed of the 77th Ohio, 57th Ohio, and 53rd Ohio, embarked on the Poland, Anglo-Saxon, Ohio No. 3, and Continental. The 4th Brigade, Colonel Buckland, was composed of the 72nd Ohio, 48th Ohio, and 70th Ohio, embarked on the Empress, Baltic, Shenango, and Marengo. We steamed up to Fort Henry, the river being high and in splendid order. There I reported in person to General C.F. Smith, and by him was ordered a few miles above, to the remains of the burned railroad bridge, to await the rendezvous of the rest of his army. I had my headquarters on the Continental. Among my colonels, I had a strange character, Thomas Worthington, colonel of the 46th Ohio. He was a graduate of West Point, of the class of 1827, was, therefore, older than General Halleck, General Grant, or myself, and claimed to know more of war than all of us put together. In ascending the river, he did not keep his place in the column, but pushed on and reached Savannah a day before the rest of my division. When I reached that place, I found that Worthington had landed his regiment and was flying about giving orders as though he were commander-in-chief. I made him get back to his boat and gave him to understand that he must thereafter keep his place. General C.F. Smith arrived about the 13th of March with a large fleet of boats containing Hurlbut's division, Lew, Wallace's division, and that of himself, then commanded by Brigadier General W.H.L. Wallace. General Smith sent for me to meet him on his boat and ordered me to push on under escort of the 2 gunboats, Lexington and Tyler, commanded by Captains Gwynn and Shirk, United States Navy. I was to land at some point below Eastport and make a break of the Memphis and Charleston Railroad between Tuscumbia and Corinth. General Smith was quite unwell and was suffering from his leg, which was swollen and very sore, from a mere abrasion in stepping into a small boat. This actually mortified and resulted in his death about a month after, viz., April 25, 1862. He was adjutant of the military academy during the early part of my career there and afterward commandant of cadets. He was a very handsome and soldierly man, of great experience, and at Donelson had acted with so much personal bravery that to him many attributed the success of the assault. I immediately steamed up the Tennessee River, following the two gunboats, and, in passing Pittsburgh Landing, was told by Captain Gwynn that, on his former trip up the river, he had found a rebel regiment of cavalry posted there, and that it was the usual landing place for the people about Corinth, distant 30 miles. I sent word back to General Smith that, if we were detained up the river, he ought to post some troops at Pittsburgh Landing. We went on up the river cautiously, till we saw Eastport and Chickasaw, both of which were occupied by rebel batteries and a small rebel force of infantry. We then dropped back quietly to the mouth of Yellow River, a few miles below, whence led a road to Burnsville, a place on the Memphis and Charleston Road, where were the company's repair shops. We at once commenced disembarking the command. First the cavalry, which started at once for Burnsville, with orders to tear up the railroad track and burn the depots, shops, etc., and I followed with the infantry and artillery as fast as they were disembarked. It was raining very hard at the time. Daylight found us about 6 miles out, where we met the cavalry returning. They had made numerous attempts to cross the streams, which had become so swollen that mere brooks covered the whole bottom, and my aide-de-camp, Sanger, whom I had dispatched with the cavalry, reported the loss, by drowning, of several of the men. The rain was pouring in torrents, and reports from the rear came that the river was rising very fast, and that, unless we got back to our boats soon, the bottom would be simply impassable. There was no alternative but to regain our boats, and even this was so difficult that we had to unharness the artillery horses and drag the guns under water through the bayous to reach the bank of the river. Once more embarked, I concluded to drop down to Pittsburgh Landing and to make the attempt from there. During the night of the 14th, we dropped down to Pittsburgh Landing, where I found Hurlbut's division in boats. Leaving my command there, I steamed down to Savannah and reported to General Smith in person, who saw in the flooded Tennessee the full truth of my report. And he then instructed me to disembark my own division and that of General Hurlbut at Pittsburgh Landing, to take positions well back, and to leave room for his whole army, telling me that he would soon come up in person and move out in force to make the lodgment on the railroad, contemplated by General Halleck's orders. Lieutenant Colonel McPherson, of General C. F. Smith's, or rather General Halleck's, staff, returned with me, and on the 16th of March we disembarked and marched out about 10 miles toward Corinth, to a place called Monterey or Pea Ridge, where the rebels had a cavalry regiment, which of course decamped on our approach. But from the people we learned that trains were bringing large masses of men from every direction into Corinth. McPherson and I reconnoitered the ground well, and then returned to our boats. On the 18th, Hurlbut disembarked his division and took post about a mile and a half out, near where the roads branched, one leading to Corinth and the other toward Hamburg. On the 19th I disembarked my division and took post about 3 miles back, 3 of the brigades covering the roads to Purdy and Corinth, and the other brigade, Stewart's, temporarily at a place on the Hamburg Road, near Lick Creek Ford, where the Bark Road came into the Hamburg Road. Within a few days, Prentice's division arrived and camped on my left, and afterward McClernand's and W. H. L. Wallace's divisions, which formed a line to our rear. Lew Wallace's division remained on the north side of Snake Creek, on a road leading from Savannah or Cramp's Landing to Purdy. General C. F. Smith remained back at Savannah, in chief command, and I was only responsible for my own division. I kept pickets well out on the roads and made myself familiar with all the ground inside and outside my lines. My personal staff was composed of Captain J. H. Hammond, Assistant Adjutant General, Surgeons Hartshorn and L. Hamadieu, Lieutenant Colonels Haskell and Sanger, Inspector Generals, Lieutenants McCoy and John Taylor, aides-de-camp. We were all conscious that the enemy was collecting at Corinth, but in what force we could not know, nor did we know what was going on behind us. On the 17th of March, General U.S. Grant was restored to the command of all the troops up the Tennessee River by reason of General Smith's extreme illness, and because he had explained to General Halleck satisfactorily his conduct after Donelson, and he too made his headquarters at Savannah, but frequently visited our camps. I always acted on the supposition that we were an invading army, that our purpose was to move forward in force, make a lodgment on the Memphis and Charleston Road, and thus repeat the grand tactics of Fort Donelson, by separating the rebels in the interior from those at Memphis and on the Mississippi River. We did not fortify our camps against an attack, because we had no orders to do so, and because such a course would have made our raw men timid. The position was naturally strong, with Snake Creek on our right, a deep, bold stream with a confluent Owl Creek to our right front, and Lick Creek with a similar confluent on our left, thus narrowing the space over which we could be attacked to about 1.5 or 2 miles. At a later period of the war, we could have rendered this position impregnable in one night, but at this time we did not do it, and it may be it is well we did not. From about the 1st of April, we were conscious that the rebel cavalry in our front was getting bolder and more saucy, and on Friday, the 4th of April, it dashed down and carried off one of our picket guards, composed of an officer and 7 men, posted a couple of miles out on the Corinth Road. Colonel Buckland sent a company to its relief, then followed himself with a regiment, and, fearing lest he might be worsted, I called out his whole brigade and followed some 4 or 5 miles, when the cavalry in advance encountered artillery. I then, after dark, drew back to our lines and reported the fact by letter to General Grant at Savannah. But thus far we had not positively detected the presence of infantry, for cavalry regiments generally had a couple of guns along, and I supposed the guns that opened on the evening of Friday, April 4th, belonged to the cavalry that was hovering along our whole front. Saturday passed in our camps without any unusual event, the weather being wet and mild, and the roads back to the steamboat landing being heavy with mud. But on Sunday morning, the 6th, early, there was a good deal of picket firing, and I got breakfast, rode out along my lines, and about 400 yards to the front of Appler's regiment, received from some bushes in a ravine to the left front a volley which killed my orderly, Holiday. About the same time, I saw the rebel lines of battle in front coming down on us as far as the eye could reach. All my troops were in line of battle, ready, and the ground was favorable to us. I gave the necessary orders to the battery, Waterhouses, attached to Hildebrand's brigade, and cautioned the men to reserve their fire till the rebels had crossed the ravine of Owl Creek and had begun the ascent. Also, sent staff officers to notify Generals McClelland and Prentiss of the coming blow. Indeed, McClelland had already sent 3 regiments to the support of my left flank, and they were in position when the onset came. In a few minutes the Battle of Shiloh began with extreme fury and lasted 2 days. Its history has been well given, and it has been made the subject of a great deal of controversy. Hildebrand's brigade was soon knocked to pieces, but Buckland's and McDowell's kept their organization throughout. Stuart's was driven back to the river and did not join me in person till the 2nd day of the battle. I think my several reports of that battle are condensed and good, made on the spot, when all the names and facts were fresh in my memory, and are herewith given entire. Headquarters 1st Division, Pittsburgh Landing, March 17, 1862. Captain W.M. McMichael, Assistant Adjutant General to General C. F. Smith, Savannah, Tennessee. Sir, last night I dispatched a party of cavalry, at 6 p.m., under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Heath, 5th Ohio Cavalry, for a strong reconnaissance, if possible, to be converted into an attack upon the Memphis road. The command got off punctually, followed at 12 o'clock at night by the 1st Brigade of my division, commanded by Colonel McDowell, the other brigades to follow in order. About 1 at night the cavalry returned, reporting the road occupied in force by the enemy, with whose advance guard they skirmished, driving them back about a mile, taking 2 prisoners, and having their chief guide, Thomas Maxwell, Esquire, and 3 men of the 4th Illinois wounded. Enclosed please find the report of Lieutenant Colonel Heath, also a copy of his instructions and the order of march. As soon as the cavalry returned, I saw that an attempt on the road was frustrated, and accordingly have placed McDowell's brigade to our right front, guarding the pass of Snake Creek, Stuart's brigade to the left front, to watch the pass of Lick Creek, and I shall this morning move directly out on the Corinth Road, about 8 miles to or toward Pea Ridge, which is a key point to the southwest. General Hurlbut's division will be landed today, and the artillery and infantry disposed so as to defend Pittsburgh, leaving my division entire for any movement by land or water. As near as I can learn, there are 5 regiments of rebel infantry at Purdy. At Corinth, and distributed along the railroad to Inca are probably 30,000 men, but my information from prisoners is very indistinct. Every road and path is occupied by the enemy's cavalry, whose orders seem to be to fire a volley, retire, again fire and retire. The force on the Purdy Road attacked and driven by Major Bowman yesterday was about 60 strong. That encountered last night on the Corinth Road was about 5 companies of Tennessee cavalry, sent from Purdy about 2 p.m. yesterday. I hear there is a force of 2 regiments on P Ridge, at the point where the Purdy and Corinth roads come together. I am satisfied we cannot reach the Memphis and Charleston road without a considerable engagement, which is prohibited by General Halleck's instructions, so that I will be governed by your orders of yesterday to occupy Pittsburgh strongly. Extend the pickets so as to include a semicircle of 3 miles and push a strong reconnaissance as far out as Lick Creek and P Ridge. I will send down a good many boats today to be employed as you may direct, and would be obliged if you would send a couple of 1,000 sacks of corn, as much hay as you can possibly spare, and, if possible, a barge of coal. I will send a steamboat under care of the gunboat to collect corn from cribs on the riverbank. I have the honor to be your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Brigadier General, commanding 1st Division. Headquarters, Steamboat Continental, Pittsburgh, March 18, 1882. Captain Rollins, Assistant Adjutant General to General Grant. Sir, the division surgeon having placed some 100 or more sick on board the Fanny Bullet, I have permitted her to take them to Savannah. There is neither house nor building of any kind that can be used for a hospital here. I hope to receive an order to establish floating hospitals, but in the meantime, by the advice of the surgeon, allow these sick men to leave. Let me hope that it will meet your approbation. The order for debarkation came while General Sherman was absent with 3 brigades, and no men are left to move the effects of these brigades. The landing, too, is small, with scarcely any chance to increase it, therefore there is a great accumulation of boats. Colonel MacArthur has arrived and is now cutting a landing for himself. General Sherman will return this evening. I am obliged to transgress and right myself in the meantime. Respectfully, your obedient servant. J. H. Hammond, Assistant Adjutant General. P.S. 4 p.m. just back, have been halfway to Corinth and to Purdy. All right. Have just read this letter and approve all but floating hospitals. Regimental surgeons can take care of all sick, except chronic cases, which can always be sent down to Paducah. Magnificent plain for camping and drilling, and a military point of great strength. The enemy has felt us twice, at great loss and demoralization, will report at length this evening. Am now much worn out. W. T. Sherman, Brigadier General. Headquarters 1st Division, Pittsburgh Landing, March 19, 1862. Captain Rollins, Assistant Adjutant General to General Grant, Savannah, Tennessee. Sir, I have just returned from an extensive reconnaissance toward Corinth and Purdy, and am strongly impressed with the importance of this position, both for its land advantages and its strategic position. The ground itself admits of easy defense by a small command, and yet affords admirable camping ground for 100,000 men. I will as soon as possible make, or cause, to be made a topographical sketch of the position. The only drawback is that, at this stage of water, the space for landing is contracted too much for the immense fleet now here discharging. I will push the loading and unloading of boats, but suggest that you send at once Captain Dodd, if possible the best quartermaster you can, that he may control and organize this whole matter. I have a good commissary, and will keep as few provisions afloat as possible. Yours, etc. W. T. Sherman, Brigadier General Commanding. Headquarters Sherman's Division, Camp Shiloh, near Pittsburgh Landing, Tennessee, April 2, 1862. Captain J. A. Rollins, Assistant Adjutant General to General Grant. Sir, in obedience to General Grant's instructions of March 31st, with one section of Captain Muench's Minnesota Battery, 2 12-pound howitzers, a detachment of 5th Ohio Cavalry of 150 men, under Major Ricker, and 2 battalions of infantry from the 57th and 77th Ohio. Under the command of Colonels Hildebrand and Mungen, I marched to the river, and embarked on the steamers Empress and Tecumseh. The gunboat Cairo did not arrive at Pittsburgh until after midnight, and at 6 p.m. Captain Bryant, commanding the gunboat, notified me that he was ready to proceed up the river. I followed, keeping the transports within about 300 yards of the gunboat. About 1 p.m., the Cairo commenced shelling the battery above the mouth of Indian Creek, but elicited no reply. She proceeded up the river steadily and cautiously, followed close by the Tyler and Lexington, all throwing shells at the points where, on former visits of the gunboats, enemies' batteries were found. In this order all followed, till it was demonstrated that all the enemy's batteries, including that at Chickasaw, were abandoned. I ordered the battalion of infantry under Colonel Hildebrand to disembark at Eastport, and with the other battalion proceeded to Chickasaw and landed. The battery at this point had evidently been abandoned some time, and consisted of the remains of an old Indian mound, partly washed away by the river, which had been fashioned into a 2-gun battery with a small magazine. The ground to its rear had evidently been overflowed during the late freshet, and led to the removal of the guns to Eastport, where the batteries were on high, elevated ground, accessible at all seasons from the country to the rear. Upon personal inspection, I attached little importance to Chickasaw as a military position. The people, who had fled during the approach of the gunboats, returned to the village and said the place had been occupied by 1 Tennessee regiment and a battery of artillery from Pensacola. After remaining at Chickasaw some hours, all the boats dropped back to Eastport, not more than a mile below, and landed there. Eastport landing during the late freshet must have been about 12 feet underwater, but at the present stage, the landing is the best I have seen on the Tennessee River. The levee is clear of trees or snags, and 100 boats could land there without confusion. The soil is of sand and gravel and very firm. The road back is hard, and at a distance of about 400 yards from the water begin the gravel hills of the country. The infantry scouts sent out by Colonel Hildebrand found the enemy's cavalry mounted and watching the Inca Road, about 2 miles back of Eastport. The distance to Inca is only 8 miles, and Inca is the nearest point and has the best road by which the Charleston and Memphis Railroad can be reached. I could obtain no certain information as to the strength of the enemy there, but am satisfied that it would have been folly to have attempted it with my command. Our object being to dislodge the enemy from the batteries recently erected near Eastport, and this being attained, I have returned and report the river to be clear to and beyond Chickasaw. I have the honor to be your obedient servant, W.T. Sherman, Brigadier General Commanding Division. Headquarters 5th Division, Camp Shiloh, April 5, 1862. Captain J. A. Rollins, Assistant Adjutant General, District of Western Tennessee. Sir, I have the honor to report that yesterday, about 3 p.m., the lieutenant commanding and 7 men of the advance pickets imprudently advanced from their posts and were captured. I ordered Major Ricker, of the 5th Ohio Cavalry, to proceed rapidly to the picket station, ascertain the truth, and act according to circumstances. He reached the station, found the pickets had been captured as reported, and that a company of infantry sent by the brigade commander had gone forward in pursuit of some cavalry. He rapidly advanced some 2 miles and found them engaged, charged the enemy, and drove them along the ridge road till he met and received 3 discharges of artillery, when he very properly wheeled under cover and returned till he met me. As soon as I heard artillery, I advanced with 2 regiments of infantry and took position and remained until the scattered companies of infantry and cavalry had returned. This was after night. I infer that the enemy is in some considerable force at Pea Ridge, that yesterday morning they crossed a brigade of 2 regiments of infantry, 1 regiment of cavalry, and 1 battery of field artillery, to the ridge on which the Corinth Road lies. They halted the infantry and artillery at a point about 5 miles in my front, sent a detachment to the lane of General Meeks, on the north of Owl Creek, and the cavalry down toward our camp. This cavalry captured a part of our advance pickets, and afterward engaged the 2 companies of Colonel Buckland's regiment, as described by him in his report herewith enclosed. Our cavalry drove them back upon their artillery and infantry, killing many, and bringing off 10 prisoners, all of the 1st Alabama Cavalry, whom I send to you. We lost of the pickets 1 first lieutenant and 7 men of the Ohio 70th Infantry, list enclosed, 1 major, 1 lieutenant, and 1 private of the 72nd Ohio, taken prisoners, 8 privates wounded, names in full, embraced in report of Colonel Buckland, enclosed herewith. We took 10 prisoners, and left 2 rebels wounded and many killed on the field. I have the honor to be your obedient servant, W.T. Sherman, Brigadier General, Commanding Division. Headquarters 5th Division, Camp Shiloh, April 10, 1862. Captain J. A. Rollins, Assistant Adjutant General to General Grant. Sir, I had the honor to report that on Friday the 4th inst., the enemy's cavalry drove in our pickets, posted about a mile and a half in advance of my center, on the main Corinth road, capturing 1 first lieutenant and 7 men. That I caused a pursuit by the cavalry of my division, driving them back about 5 miles and killing many. On Saturday, the enemy's cavalry was again very bold, coming well down to our front, yet I did not believe they designed anything but a strong demonstration. On Sunday morning early, the 6th inst., the enemy drove our advance guard back on the main body, when I ordered under arms all my division and sent word to General McClernand, asking him to support my left, to General Prentice, giving him notice that the enemy was in our front in force, and to General Hurlbut, asking him to support General Prentice. At that time, 7 a.m. my division was arranged as follows. 1st Brigade, composed of the 6th Iowa, Colonel J. A. McDowell. 40th Illinois, Colonel Hicks. 46th Ohio, Colonel Worthington, and the Morton Battery, Captain Bayer, on the extreme right, guarding the bridge on the Purdy Road over Owl Creek. 2nd Brigade, composed of the 55th Illinois, Colonel D. Stewart, the 54th Ohio, Colonel T. Kilby Smith, and the 71st Ohio, Colonel Mason, on the extreme left, guarding the ford over Lick Creek. 3rd Brigade, composed of the 77th Ohio, Colonel Hildebrand, the 53rd Ohio, Colonel Appler, and the 57th Ohio, Colonel Mungin, on the left of the Corinth Road, its right resting on Shiloh Meeting House. 4th Brigade, composed of the 72nd Ohio, Colonel Buckland, the 48th Ohio, Colonel Sullivan, and the 70th Ohio, Colonel Cookerill, on the right of the Corinth Road, its left resting on Shiloh Meeting House. 2 batteries of artillery tailors and waterhouses were posted, the former at Shiloh, and the latter on a ridge to the left, with a front fire over open ground between Mungin's and Appler's regiments. The cavalry, 8 companies of the 4th Illinois, under Colonel Dickey, were posted in a large open field to the left and rear of Shiloh Meeting House, which I regarded as the center of my position. Shortly after 7 a.m., with my entire staff, I rode along a portion of our front and went in the open field before Appler's regiment. The enemy's pickets opened a brisk fire upon my party, killing my orderly, Thomas D. Holliday, of Company H, 2nd Illinois Cavalry. The fire came from the bushes which line a small stream that rises in the field in front of Appler's camp and flows to the north along my whole front. This valley afforded the enemy partial cover, but our men were so posted as to have a good fire at them as they crossed the valley and ascended the rising ground on our side. About 8 a.m. I saw the glistening bayonets of heavy masses of infantry to our left front in the woods, beyond the small stream alluded to, and became satisfied for the first time that the enemy designed a determined attack on our whole camp. All the regiments of my division were then in line of battle at their proper posts. I rode to Colonel Appler and ordered him to hold his ground at all hazards, as he held the left flank of our first line of battle, and I informed him that he had a good battery on his right and strong support to his rear. General McClernand had promptly and energetically responded to my request, and had sent me 3 regiments which were posted to protect Waterhouse's battery and the left flank of my line. The battle opened by the enemy's battery, in the woods to our front, throwing shells into our camp. Taylor's and Waterhouse's batteries promptly responded, and I then observed heavy battalions of infantry passing obliquely to the left, across the open field in Appler's front. Also, other columns advancing directly upon my division. Our infantry and artillery opened along the whole line, and the battle became general. Other heavy masses of the enemy's forces kept passing across the field to our left and directing their course on General Prentice. I saw at once that the enemy designed to pass my left flank and fall upon Generals McClernand and Prentice, whose line of camps was almost parallel with the Tennessee River and about 2 miles back from it. Very soon the sound of artillery and musketry announced that General Prentice was engaged, and about 9 a.m. I judged that he was falling back. About this time, Appler's regiment broke in disorder, followed by Mungin's regiment, and the enemy pressed forward on Waterhouse's battery, thereby exposed. The 3 Illinois regiments in immediate support of this battery stood for some time. But the enemy's advance was so vigorous, and the fire so severe, that when Colonel Wraith of the 43rd Illinois received a severe wound and fell from his horse, his regiment and the others manifested disorder, and the enemy got possession of 3 guns of this Waterhouse's battery. Although our left was thus turned, and the enemy was pressing our whole line, I deemed Shiloh so important that I remained by it and renewed my orders to Colonels McDowell and Buckland to hold their ground. And we did hold these positions until about 10 a.m., when the enemy had got his artillery to the rear of our left flank, and some change became absolutely necessary. 2 regiments of Hildebrand's brigade Applers and Mungens had already disappeared to the rear, and Hildebrand's own regiment was in disorder. I therefore gave orders for Taylor's battery still at Shiloh to fall back as far as the Purdy and Hamburg road, and for McDowell and Buckland to adopt that road as their new line. I rode across the angle and met Bayer's battery at the crossroads, and ordered it immediately to come into battery, action right. Captain Bayer gave the order, but he was almost immediately shot from his horse, when drivers and gunners fled in disorder, carrying off the caissons, and abandoning 5 out of 6 guns without firing a shot. The enemy pressed on, gaining this battery, and we were again forced to choose a new line of defense. Hildebrand's brigade had substantially disappeared from the field, though he himself bravely remained. McDowell's and Buckland's brigades maintained their organizations and were conducted by my aides so as to join on General McClernand's right, thus abandoning my original camps and line. This was about 10:12 a.m., at which time the enemy had made a furious attack on General McClernand's whole front. He straggled most determinedly, but finding him pressed, I moved McDowell's brigade directly against the left flank of the enemy, forced him back some distance, and then directed the men to avail themselves of every cover trees, fallen timber, and a wooded valley to our right. We held this position for 4 long hours, sometimes gaining and at others losing ground, General McClernand and myself acting in perfect concert and struggling to maintain this line. While we were so hard pressed, 2 Iowa regiments approached from the rear, but could not be brought up to the severe fire that was raging in our front, and General Grant, who visited us on that ground, will remember our situation about 3 p.m., but about 4 p.m. It was evident that Hurlbut's line had been driven back to the river. And knowing that General Lew Wallace was coming with reinforcements from Cramp's Landing, General McClernand and I, on consultation, selected a new line of defense, with its right covering a bridge by which General Wallace had to approach. We fell back as well as we could, gathering in addition to our own such scattered forces as we could find, and formed the new line. During this change, the enemy's cavalry charged us, but were handsomely repulsed by the 29th Illinois Regiment. The 5th Ohio Battery, which had come up, rendered good service in holding the enemy in check for some time, and Major Taylor also came up with another battery and got into position, just in time to get a good flank fire upon the enemy's column, as he pressed on General McClernand's right, checking his advance. When General McClernand's division made a fine charge on the enemy and drove him back into the ravines to our front and right. I had a clear field, about 200 yards wide, in my immediate front, and contented myself with keeping the enemy's infantry at that distance during the rest of the day. In this position, we rested for the night. My command had become decidedly of a mixed character. Buckland's brigade was the only one that retained its organization. Colonel Hildebrand was personally there, but his brigade was not. Colonel McDowell had been severely injured by a fall off his horse and had gone to the river, and the 3 regiments of his brigade were not in line. The 13th Missouri, Colonel Crafts J. Wright, had reported to me on the field and fought well, retaining its regimental organization, and it formed a part of my line during Sunday night and all Monday. Other fragments of regiments and companies had also fallen into my division and acted with it during the remainder of the battle. General Grant and Buell visited me in our bivouac that evening, and from them I learned the situation of affairs on other parts of the field. General Wallace arrived from Crump's Landing shortly after dark and formed his line to my right rear. It rained hard during the night, but our men were in good spirits, lay on their arms, being satisfied with such bread and meat as could be gathered at the neighboring camps, and determined to redeem on Monday the losses of Sunday. At daylight of Monday, I received General Grant's orders to advance and recapture our original camps. I dispatched several members of my staff to bring up all the men they could find, especially the brigade of Colonel Stewart, which had been separated from the division all the day before. And at the appointed time, the division, or rather what remained of it, with the 13th Missouri and other fragments, moved forward and reoccupied the ground on the extreme right of General McClernand's camp, where we attracted the fire of a battery located near Colonel McDowell's former headquarters. Here I remained, patiently waiting for the sound of General Buell's advance upon the main Corinth road. About 10 a.m., the heavy firing in that direction and its steady approach satisfied me, and General Wallace being on our right flank with his well-conducted division, I led the head of my column to General McClernand's right-formed line of battle, facing south with Buckland's brigade directly across the ridge, and Stewart's brigade on its right in the woods, and thus advanced, steadily and slowly, under a heavy fire of musketry and artillery. Taylor had just got to me from the rear, where he had gone for ammunition, and brought up 3 guns, which I ordered into position to advance by hand firing. These guns belonged to Company of Chicago Light Artillery, commanded by Lieutenant P. Wood, and did most excellent service. Under cover of their fire, we advanced till we reached the point where the Corinth road crosses the line of McClernand's camp, and here I saw for the first time the well-ordered and compact columns of General Buell's Kentucky forces, whose soldierly movements at once gave confidence to our newer and less disciplined men. Here I saw Willick's regiment advance upon a point of water oaks and thicket, behind which I knew the enemy was in great strength, and enter it in beautiful style. Then arose the severest musketry fire I ever heard, and lasted some 20 minutes, when this splendid regiment had to fall back. This green point of timber is about 500 yards east of Shiloh Meeting Home, and it was evident here was to be the struggle. The enemy could also be seen forming his lines to the south. General McClernand sending to me for artillery, I detached to him the 3 guns of Wood's battery, with which he speedily drove them back, and, seeing some others to the rear, I sent one of my staff to bring them forward, when, by almost providential decree, they proved to be 2 24-pound howitzers belonging to McAllister's battery, and served as well as guns ever could be. This was about 2 p.m. The enemy had 1 battery close by Shiloh, and another near the Hamburg road, both pouring grape and canister upon any column of troops that advanced upon the green point of water oaks. Willick's regiment had been repulsed, but a whole brigade of McCook's division advanced beautifully, deployed, and entered this dreaded wood. I ordered my 2nd Brigade, then commanded by Colonel T. Kilby Smith, Colonel Smart being wounded, to form on its right, and my 4th Brigade, Colonel Buckland, on its right, all to advance abreast with this Kentucky brigade before mentioned, which I afterward found to be Rousseau's brigade of McCook's division. I gave personal direction to the 24-pounder guns, whose well-directed fire first silenced the enemy's guns to the left, and afterward at the Shiloh Meeting House. Rousseau's brigade moved in splendid order steadily to the front, sweeping everything before it, and at 4 p.m. we stood upon the ground of our original front line, and the enemy was in full retreat. I directed my several brigades to resume at once their original camps. Several times during the battle, cartridges gave out, but General Grant had thoughtfully kept a supply coming from the rear. When I appealed to regiments to stand fast, although out of cartridges, I did so because, to retire a regiment for any cause has a bad effect on others. I commend the 40th Illinois and 13th Missouri for thus holding their ground under heavy fire, although their cartridge boxes were empty. I am ordered by General Grant to give personal credit where I think it is due, and censure where I think it merited. I concede that General McCook's splendid division from Kentucky drove back the enemy along the Corinth road, which was the great center of this field of battle, where Beauregard commanded in person, supported by Bragg's, Polk's, and Breckinridge's divisions. I think Johnston was killed by exposing himself in front of his troops at the time of their attack on Buckland's brigade on Sunday morning, although in this I may be mistaken. My division was made up of regiments perfectly new, nearly all having received their muskets for the first time at Paducah. None of them had ever been under fire or beheld heavy columns of an enemy bearing down on them as they did on last Sunday. To expect of them the coolness and steadiness of older troops would be wrong. They knew not the value of combination and organization. When individual fears seized them, the first impulse was to get away. My 3rd Brigade did break much too soon, and I am not yet advised where they were during Sunday afternoon and Monday morning. Colonel Hildebrand, its commander, was as cool as any man I ever saw, and no one could have made stronger efforts to hold his men to their places than he did. He kept his own regiment with individual exceptions in hand, an hour after Appler's and Mungen's regiments had left their proper field of action. Colonel Buckland managed his brigade well. I commend him to your notice as a cool, intelligent, and judicious gentleman, needing only confidence and experience to make a good commander. His subordinates, Colonels Sullivan and Cockerill, behaved with great gallantry, the former receiving a severe wound on Sunday, and yet commanding and holding his regiment well in hand all day, and on Monday, until his right arm was broken by a shot. Colonel Cockerill held a larger proportion of his men than any colonel in my division, and was with me from first to last. Colonel J. A. McDowell, commanding the 1st Brigade, held his ground on Sunday, till I ordered him to fall back, which he did in line of battle, and when ordered, he conducted the attack on the enemy's left in good style. In falling back to the next position, he was thrown from his horse and injured, and his brigade was not in position on Monday morning. His subordinates, Colonels Hicks and Worthington, displayed great personal courage. Colonel Hicks led his regiment in the attack on Sunday and received a wound which it is feared may prove mortal. He is a brave and gallant gentleman and deserves well of his country. Lieutenant Colonel Walcott of the Ohio 46th was severely wounded on Sunday and has been disabled ever since. My 2nd Brigade, Colonel Stewart, was detached nearly 2 miles from my headquarters. He had to fight his own battle on Sunday, against superior numbers, as the enemy interposed between him and General Prentice early in the day. Colonel Stewart was wounded severely, and yet reported for duty on Monday morning, but was compelled to leave during the day, when the command devolved on Colonel T. Kilby Smith, who was always in the thickest of the fight and led the brigade handsomely. I have not yet received Colonel Stewart's report of the operations of his brigade during the time he was detached, and must therefore forbear to mention names. Lieutenant Colonel Kyle, of the 71st, was mortally wounded on Sunday, but the regiment itself I did not see, as only a small fragment of it was with the brigade when it joined the division on Monday morning. Great credit is due the fragments of men of the disordered regiments who kept in the advance. I observed and noticed them, but until the brigadiers and colonels make their reports, I cannot venture to name individuals, but will in due season notice all who kept in our front line, as well as those who preferred to keep back near the steamboat landing. I will also send a full list of the killed, wounded, and missing by name, rank, company, and regiment. At present, I submit the result in figures. Killed, 318 wounded, 1,275 missing, 441 aggregate loss in the division, 2034. The enemy captured 7 of our guns on Sunday, but on Monday we recovered 7, not the identical guns we had lost, but enough in number to balance the account. At the time of recovering our camps, our men were so fatigued that we could not follow the retreating masses of the enemy. But on the following day, I followed up with Buckland's and Hildebrand's brigade for 6 miles, the result of which I have already reported. Of my personal staff, I can only speak with praise and thanks. I think they smelled as much gunpowder and heard as many cannonballs and bullets as must satisfy their ambition. Captain Hammond, my chief of staff, though in feeble health, was very active in rallying broken troops, encouraging the steadfast and aiding to form the lines of defense and attack. I recommend him to your notice. Major Sanger's intelligence, quick perception, and rapid execution were of very great value to me, especially in bringing into line the batteries that cooperated so efficiently in our movements. Captains McCoy and Dayton, aide-de-camp, were with me all the time, carrying orders and acting with coolness, spirit, and courage. To Surgeon Hartshorn and Dr. El Hamadiou, hundreds of wounded men are indebted for the kind and excellent treatment received on the field of battle and in the various temporary hospitals created along the line of our operations. They worked day and night, and did not rest till all the wounded of our own troops as well as of the enemy were in safe and comfortable shelter. To Major Taylor, Chief of Artillery, I feel under deep obligations for his good sense and judgment in managing the batteries on which so much depended. I enclose his report and endorse his recommendations. The cavalry of my command kept to the rear and took little part in the action, but it would have been madness to have exposed horses to the musketry fire under which we were compelled to remain from Sunday at 8 a.m. till Monday at 4 p.m. Captain Cossack, of the engineers, was with me all the time and was of great assistance. I enclose his sketch of the battlefield, which is the best I have seen, and which will enable you to see the various positions occupied by my division, as well as of the others that participated in the battle. I will also send in during the day the detailed reports of my brigadiers and colonels, and will endorse them with such remarks as I deem proper. I am, with much respect, your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Brigadier General commanding 5th Division. Headquarters 5th Division, Tuesday, April 80, 1862. Sir, with the cavalry placed at my command and 2 brigades of my fatigued troops, I went this morning out on the Corinth Road. One after another of the abandoned camps of the enemy lined the roads, with hospital flags for their protection. At all we found more or less wounded and dead men. At the forks of the road, I found the head of General T. J. Wood's division of Buell's army. I ordered cavalry to examine both roads leading toward Corinth and found the enemy on both. Colonel Dickey, of the 4th Illinois Cavalry, asking for reinforcements, I ordered General Wood to advance the head of his column cautiously on the left-hand road, while I conducted the head of the 3rd Brigade of my division up the right-hand road. About half a mile from the forks was a clear field, through which the road passed, and immediately beyond, a space of some 200 yards of fallen timber, and beyond that an extensive rebel camp. The enemy's cavalry could be seen in this camp. After reconnaissance, I ordered the 2 advance companies of the Ohio 77th, Colonel Hildebrand, to deploy forward as skirmishers, and the regiment itself forward into line, with an interval of 100 yards. In this order we advanced cautiously until the skirmishers were engaged. Taking it for granted this disposition would clear the camp, I held Colonel Dickey's 4th Illinois Cavalry ready for the charge. The enemy's cavalry came down boldly at a charge, led by General Forrest in person, breaking through our line of skirmishers, when the regiment of infantry, without cause, broke, threw away their muskets, and fled. The ground was admirably adapted for a defense of infantry against cavalry, being miry and covered with fallen timber. As the regiment of infantry broke, Dickey's cavalry began to discharge their carbines and fell into disorder. I instantly sent orders to the rear for the brigade to form line of battle, which was promptly executed. The broken infantry and cavalry rallied on this line, and, as the enemy's cavalry came to it, our cavalry in turn charged and drove them from the field. I advanced the entire brigade over the same ground and sent Colonel Dickey's cavalry a mile farther on the road. On examining the ground which had been occupied by the 77th Ohio, we found 15 of our men dead and about 25 wounded. I sent for wagons and had all the wounded carried back to camp and caused the dead to be buried, also the whole rebel camp to be destroyed. Here we found much ammunition for field pieces, which was destroyed. Also 2 caissons and a general hospital with about 280 Confederate wounded and about 50 of our own wounded men. Not having the means of bringing them off, Colonel Dickey, by my orders, took a surrender, signed by the medical director, Lyle, and by all the attending surgeons, and a pledge to report themselves to you as prisoners of war. Also a pledge that our wounded should be carefully attended to and surrendered to us tomorrow as soon as ambulances could go out. I enclose this written document and request that you cause wagons or ambulances for our wounded to be sent tomorrow, and that wagons be sent to bring in the many tents belonging to us which are pitched along the road for 4 miles out. I did not destroy them, because I knew the enemy could not move them. The roads are very bad and are strewed with abandoned wagons, ambulances, and limber boxes. The enemy has succeeded in carrying off the guns, but has crippled his batteries by abandoning the hind limber boxes of at least 20 caissons. I am satisfied the enemy's infantry and artillery passed Lick Creek this morning, traveling all of last night, and that he left to his rear all his cavalry, which has protected his retreat, but signs of confusion and disorder mark the whole road. The check sustained by us at the fallen timber delayed our advance, so that night came upon us before the wounded were provided for and the dead buried, and our troops being fagged out by 3 days' hard fighting, exposure, and privation, I ordered them back to their camps, where they now are. I have the honor to be your obedient servant, W.T. Sherman, Brigadier General, Commanding Division. General Grant did not make an official report of the Battle of Shiloh, but all its incidents and events were covered by the reports of division commanders and subordinates. Probably no single battle of the war gave rise to such wild and damaging reports. It was publicly asserted at the North that our army was taken completely by surprise, that the rebels caught us in our tents, bayoneted the men in their beds, that General Grant was drunk, that Buell's opportune arrival saved the Army of the Tennessee from utter annihilation, etc. These reports were in a measure sustained by the published opinions of Generals Buell, Nelson, and others, who had reached the steamboat landing from the east just before nightfall of the 6th, when there was a large crowd of frightened, stampeded men, who clamored and declared that our army was all destroyed and beaten. Personally, I saw General Grant, who with his staff visited me about 10 a.m. of the 6th, when we were desperately engaged. But we had checked the headlong assault of our enemy and then held our ground. This gave him great satisfaction, and he told me that things did not look as well over on the left. He also told me that on his way up from Savannah that morning, he had stopped at Crump's Landing and had ordered Lew Wallace's division to cross over Snake Creek so as to come up on my right, telling me to look out for him. He came again just before dark and described the last assault made by the rebels at the ravine, near the steamboat landing, which he had repelled by a heavy battery collected under Colonel J.D. Webster and other officers, and he was convinced that the battle was over for that day. He ordered me to be ready to assume the offensive in the morning, saying that, as he had observed at Fort Donelson at the crisis of the battle, both sides seemed defeated, and whoever assumed the offensive was sure to win. General Grant also explained to me that General Buell had reached the bank of the Tennessee River opposite Pittsburgh Landing, and was in the act of ferrying his troops across at the time he was speaking to me. About half an hour afterward, General Buell himself rode up to where I was, accompanied by Colonels Fry, Mitchler, and others of his staff. I was dismounted at the time, and General Buell made of me a good many significant inquiries about matters and things generally. By the aid of a manuscript map made by myself, I pointed out to him our positions as they had been in the morning, and our then positions. I also explained that my right then covered the bridge over Snake Creek by which we had all day been expecting Lew Wallace, that McClernand was on my left, Hurlbut on his left, and so on. But Buell said he had come up from the landing and had not seen our men, of whose existence in fact he seemed to doubt. I insisted that I had 5,000 good men still left in line, and thought that McClernand had as many more, and that, with what was left of Hurlbut's, W.H.L. Wallace's, and Prentice's divisions, we ought to have 18,000 men fit for battle. I reckoned that 10,000 of our men were dead, wounded, or prisoners, and that the enemy's loss could not be much less. Buell said that Nelson's, McCook's, and Crittenden's divisions of his army, containing 18,000 men, had arrived and could cross over in the night and be ready for the next day's battle. I argued that with these reinforcements we could sweep the field. Buell seemed to mistrust us, and repeatedly said that he did not like the looks of things, especially about the boat landing, and I really feared he would not cross over his army that night, lest he should become involved in our general disaster. He did not, of course, understand the shape of the ground and asked me for the use of my map, which I lent him on the promise that he would return it. He handed it to Major Mitchler to have it copied, and the original returned to me, which Mitchler did 2 or 3 days after the battle. Buell did cross over that night, and the next day we assumed the offensive and swept the field, thus gaining the battle decisively. Nevertheless, the controversy was started and kept up, mostly to the personal prejudice of General Grant, who as usual maintained an imperturbable silence. After the battle, a constant stream of civilian surgeons and sanitary commission agents, men and women, came up the Tennessee to bring relief to the thousands of maimed and wounded soldiers for whom we had imperfect means of shelter and care. These people caught up the camp stories, which on their return home they retold through their local papers, usually elevating their own neighbors into heroes, but decrying all others. Among them was Lieutenant Governor Stanton, of Ohio, who published in Bellefontaine, Ohio, a most abusive article about General Grant and his subordinate generals. As General Grant did not and would not take up the cudgels, I did so. My letter in reply to Stanton, dated June 10, 1862, was published in the Cincinnati Commercial soon after its date. To this Lieutenant Governor Stanton replied, and I further rejoined in a letter dated July 12, 1862. These letters are too personal to be revived. By this time, the good people of the North had begun to have their eyes opened and to give us in the field more faith and support. Stanton was never again elected to any public office and was commonly spoken of as the late Mr. Stanton. He is now dead, and I doubt not in life he often regretted his mistake in attempting to gain popular fame by abusing the army leaders, then as now an easy and favorite mode of gaining notoriety, if not popularity. Of course, subsequent events gave General Grant and most of the other actors in that battle their appropriate place in history, but the danger of sudden popular clamors is well illustrated by this case. The Battle of Shiloh, or Pittsburgh Landing, was one of the most fiercely contested of the war. On the morning of April 6, 1862, the 5 divisions of McClernand, Prentiss, Hurlbut, W.H.L., Wallace, and Sherman aggregated about 32,000 men. We had no entrenchments of any sort, on the theory that as soon as Buell arrived, we would march to Corinth to attack the enemy. The rebel army, commanded by General Albert Sidney Johnston, was, according to their own reports and admissions, 45,000 strong, had the momentum of attack, and beyond all question fought skillfully from early morning till about 2 a.m., when their commander-in-chief was killed by a minie-ball in the calf of his leg, which penetrated the boot and severed the main artery. There was then a perceptible lull for a couple of hours, when the attack was renewed, but with much less vehemence, and continued up to dark. Early at night, the division of Lew Wallace arrived from the other side of Snake Creek, not having fired a shot. A very small part of General Buell's army was on our side of the Tennessee River that evening, and their loss was trivial. During that night, the 3 divisions of McCook, Nelson, and Crittenden were ferried across the Tennessee and fought with us the next day, 7th. During that night, also, the 2 wooden gunboats, Tyler, commanded by Lieutenant Groyne, and Lexington, Lieutenant Shirk, both of the regular Navy, caused shells to be thrown toward that part of the field of battle known to be occupied by the enemy. Beauregard afterward reported his entire loss as 10,699. Our aggregate loss, made up from official statements, shows 1,700 killed, 7,495 wounded, and 3,022 prisoners. Aggregate, 12,217, of which 2,167 were in Buell's army, leaving for that of Grant 10,050. This result is a fair measure of the amount of fighting done by each army. Chapter 11. Shiloh to Memphis. April to July, 1862. While the Army of the Tennessee, under Generals Grant and C.F. Smith, was operating up the Tennessee River, another force, styled the Army of the Mississippi, commanded by Major General John Pope, was moving directly down the Mississippi River, against that portion of the rebel line which, under Generals Polk and Pillow, had fallen back from Columbus, Kentucky, to Island No. 10 and New Madrid. This army had the full cooperation of the gunboat fleet, commanded by Admiral Foote, and was assisted by the high flood of that season, which enabled General Pope, by great skill and industry, to open a canal from a point above Island No. 10 to New Madrid below, by which he interposed between the rebel army and its available line of supply and retreat. At the very time that we were fighting the bloody battle on the Tennessee River, General Pope and Admiral Foote were bombarding the batteries on Island No. 10 and the Kentucky shore abreast of it, and General Pope, having crossed over by steamers a part of his army to the east bank, captured a large part of this rebel army at and near Tiptonville. General Halleck still remained at St. Louis, whence he gave general directions to the armies of General Curtis, Generals Grant, Buell, and Pope, and instead of following up his most important and brilliant successes directly down the Mississippi, he concluded to bring General Pope's army around to the Tennessee and to come in person to command there. The gunboat fleet pushed on down the Mississippi, but was brought up again all standing by the heavy batteries at Fort Pillow, about 50 miles above Memphis. About this time, Admiral Farragut, with another large seagoing fleet, and with the cooperating army of General Butler, was entering the Mississippi River by the passes, and preparing to reduce Forts Jackson and St. Philip in order to reach New Orleans, so that all minds were turned to the conquest of the Mississippi River, and surely adequate means were provided for the undertaking. The Battle of Shiloh had been fought, as described, on the 6th and 7th of April, and when the movement of the 8th had revealed that our enemy was gone, in full retreat, leaving killed, wounded, and much property by the way, we all experienced a feeling of relief. The struggle had been so long, so desperate and bloody, that the survivors seemed exhausted and nerveless. We appreciated the value of the victory, but realized also its great cost of life. The close of the battle had left the Army of the Tennessee on the right and the Army of the Ohio on the left, but I believe neither General Grant nor Buell exercised command, the one over the other, each of them having his hands full in repairing damages. All the division, brigade, and regimental commanders were busy in collecting stragglers, regaining lost property, in burying dead men and horses, and in providing for their wounded. Some few new regiments came forward, and some changes of organization became necessary. Then, or very soon after, I consolidated my Font brigades into 3, which were commanded: 1st, Brigadier General Morgan L. Smith; 2nd, Colonel John A. McDowell; 3rd, Brigadier General J. W. Denver. About the same time, I was promoted to Major General Volunteers. The 71st Ohio was detached to Clarksville, Tennessee, and the 6th and 8th Missouri were transferred to my division. In a few days after the battle, General Halleck arrived by steamboat from St. Louis, pitched his camp near the steamboat landing, and assumed personal command of all the armies. He was attended by his staff, composed of General G. W. Cullom, U.S. Engineers, as his Chief of Staff, Colonel George Tom, U.S. Engineers, and Colonels Kelton and Kemper, Adjutants General. It soon became manifest that his mind had been prejudiced by the rumors which had gone forth to the detriment of General Grant. For in a few days he issued an order, reorganizing and rearranging the whole army. General Buell's Army of the Ohio constituted the center. General Pope's army, then arriving at Hamburg Landing, was the left. The right was made up of mine and Hurlbut's divisions belonging to the old Army of the Tennessee, and 2 new ones, made up from the fragments of the divisions of Prentiss and C.F. Smith, and of troops transferred thereto, commanded by Generals T.W., Sherman, and Davies. General George H. Thomas was taken from Buell to command the right. McClernand's and Lew Wallace's divisions were styled the reserve, to be commanded by McClernand. General Grant was substantially left out, and was named second in command, according to some French notion, with no clear, well-defined command or authority. He still retained his old staff, composed of Rawlins, Adjutant General, Riggin, Lago, and Hillier, aides, and he had a small company of the 4th Illinois Cavalry as an escort. For more than a month he thus remained, without any apparent authority, frequently visiting me and others, and rarely complaining. But I could see that he felt deeply the indignity, if not insult, heaped upon him. General Thomas at once assumed command of the right wing, and until we reached Corinth, I served immediately under his command. We were classmates, intimately acquainted, had served together before in the old army and in Kentucky, and it made to us little difference who commanded the other, provided the good cause prevailed. Corinth was about 30 miles distant, and we all knew that we should find there the same army with which we had so fiercely grappled at Shiloh, reorganized, reinforced, and commanded in chief by General Beauregard in place of Johnston, who had fallen at Shiloh. But we were also reinforced by Buell's and Pope's armies, so that before the end of April our army extended from Snake Creek on the right to the Tennessee River, at Hamburg, on the left, and must have numbered nearly 100,000 men. Ample supplies of all kinds reached us by the Tennessee River, which had a good stage of water, but our wagon transportation was limited, and much confusion occurred in hauling supplies to the several camps. By the end of April, the several armies seemed to be ready, and the general forward movement on Corinth began. My division was on the extreme right of the right wing and marched out by the White House, leaving Monterey or Pea Ridge to the south. Crossing Lick Creek, We came into the main road about a mile south of Monterey, where we turned square to the right, and came into the Purdy Road, near Elam's. Thence we followed the Purdy Road to Corinth, my skirmishers reaching at all times the Mobile and Ohio Railroad. Of course, our marches were governed by the main center, which followed the direct road from Pittsburgh Landing to Corinth, and this movement was provokingly slow. We fortified almost every camp at night, though we had encountered no serious opposition, except from cavalry, which gave ground easily as we advanced. The opposition increased as we neared Corinth, and at a place called Russell's we had a sharp affair of one brigade, under the immediate direction of Brigadier General Morgan L. Smith, assisted by the brigade of General Denver. This affair occurred on the 19th of May, and our line was then within about 2 miles of the northern entrenchments of Corinth. On the 27th, I received orders from General Halleck to send a force the next day to drive the rebels from the house in our front, on the Corinth Road, to drive in their pickets as far as possible, and to make a strong demonstration on Corinth itself, authorizing me to call on any adjacent division for assistance. I reconnoitered the ground carefully, and found that the main road led forward along the fence of a large cotton field to our right front, and ascended a wooded hill, occupied in some force by the enemy, on which was the farmhouse referred to in General Halleck's orders. At the farther end of the field was a double log house, whose chinking had been removed, so that it formed a good blockhouse from which the enemy could fire on any person approaching from our quarter. General Hurlbut's division was on my immediate left, and General McClernand's reserve on our right rear. I asked of each the assistance of a brigade. The former sent General Veach's, and the latter General John A. Logan's brigade. I asked the former to support our left flank, and the latter our right flank. The next morning early, Morgan L. Smith's brigade was deployed under cover on the left, and Denver's on the right, ready to move forward rapidly at a signal. I had a battery of 4 20-pound Parrott guns, commanded by Captain Silverspar. Colonel Ezra Taylor, chief of artillery, had 2 of these guns moved up silently by hand behind a small knoll, from the crest of which the enemy's blockhouse and position could be distinctly seen. When all were ready, these guns were moved to the crest, and several quick rounds were fired at the house, followed after an interval by a single gun. This was the signal agreed on, and the troops responded beautifully, crossed the field in line of battle, preceded by their skirmishers who carried the position in good style, and pursued the enemy for half a mile beyond. The main line halted on the crest of the ridge, from which we could look over the parapets of the rebel works at Corinth and hear their drum and bugle calls. The rebel brigade had evidently been taken by surprise in our attack. It soon rallied and came back on us with the usual yell, driving in our skirmishers, but was quickly checked when it came within range of our guns and line of battle. Generals Grant and Thomas happened to be with me during this affair, and were well pleased at the handsome manner in which the troops behaved. That night we began the usual entrenchments, and the next day brought forward the artillery and the rest of the division, which then extended from the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, at Bowie Hill out, to the Corinth and Purdy Road, there connecting with Hurlbut's division. That night, viz. May 29th, we heard unusual sounds in Corinth, the constant whistling of locomotives, and soon after daylight occurred a series of explosions followed by a dense smoke rising high over the town. There was a telegraph line connecting my headquarters with those of General Halleck, about 4 miles off, on the Hamburg Road. I inquired if he knew the cause of the explosions and of the smoke, and he answered to advance with my division and feel the enemy if still in my front. I immediately dispatched 2 regiments from each of my 3 brigades to feel the immediate front, and in a very short time advanced with the whole division. Each brigade found the rebel parapets abandoned, and pushed straight for the town, which lies in the northeast angle of intersection of the Mobile and Ohio and Memphis and Charleston railroads. Many buildings had been burned by the enemy on evacuation, which had begun the night before at 6 p.m., and continued through the night, the rear guard burning their magazine at the time of withdrawing, about daybreak. Morgan L. Smith's brigade followed the retreating rear guard some 4 miles to the Tuacumbia Bridge, which was found burned. I halted the other brigades at the college, about a mile to the southwest of the town, where I was overtaken by General Thomas in person. The heads of all the columns had entered the rebel lines about the same time, and there was some rather foolish clamor for the first honors, but in fact there was no honor in the event. Beauregard had made a clean retreat to the south and was only seriously pursued by cavalry from General Pope's flank. But he reached Tupelo, where he halted for reorganization. And there is no doubt that at the moment there was much disorganization in his ranks, for the woods were full of deserters whom we did not even take prisoners, but advised them to make their way home and stay there. We spent the day at and near the college, when General Thomas, who applied for orders at Halleck's headquarters, directed me to conduct my division back to the camp of the night before, where we had left our trains. The advance on Corinth had occupied all of the month of May, the most beautiful and valuable month of the year for campaigning in this latitude. There had been little fighting, save on General Pope's left flank about Farmington, and on our right. I esteemed it a magnificent drill, as it served for the instruction of our men in guard and picket duty, and in habituating them to outdoor life. And by the time we had reached Corinth, I believe that army was the best then on this continent, and could have gone where it pleased. The 4 subdivisions were well commanded, as were the divisions and brigades of the whole army. General Halleck was a man of great capacity, of large acquirements, and at the time possessed the confidence of the country and of most of the army. I held him in high estimation, and gave him credit for the combinations which had resulted in placing this magnificent army of 100,000 men, well equipped and provided, with a good base at Corinth from which he could move in any direction. Had he held his force as a unit, he could have gone to Mobile or Vicksburg or anywhere in that region, which would by one move have solved the whole Mississippi problem. And from what he then told me, I believe he intended such a campaign, but was overruled from Washington. Be that as it may, the army had no sooner settled down at Corinth before it was scattered. General Pope was called to the east, and his army distributed among the others. General Thomas was relieved from the command of the right wing and reassigned to his division in the Army of the Ohio, and that whole army under General Buell was turned east along the Memphis and Charleston road to march for Chattanooga. McClernand's reserve was turned west to Bolivar and Memphis. General Halleck took post himself at Corinth, assigned Lieutenant Colonel McPherson to take charge of the railroads, with instructions to repair them as far as Columbus, Kentucky, and to collect cars and locomotives to operate them to Corinth and Grand Junction. I was soon dispatched with my own and Hurlbut's divisions northwest 14 miles to Chewalla, to save what could be of any value out of 6 trains of cars belonging to the rebels which had been wrecked and partially burned at the time of the evacuation of Corinth. A short time before leaving Corinth, I rode from my camp to General Halleck's headquarters, then in tents just outside of the town, where we sat and gossiped for some time, when he mentioned to me casually that General Grant was going away the next morning. I inquired the cause, and he said that he did not know, but that Grant had applied for a 30 days' leave, which had been given him. Of course, we all knew that he was chafing under the slights of his anomalous position, and I determined to see him on my way back. His camp was a short distance off the Monterey Road in the woods and consisted of 4 or 5 tents with a sapling railing around the front. As I rode up, Majors Rollins, Lagow, and Hillier were in front of the camp, and piled up near them were the usual office and camp chests, all ready for a start in the morning. I inquired for the general and was shown to his tent, where I found him seated on a camp stool with papers on a rude camp table. He seemed to be employed in assorting letters and tying them up with red tape into convenient bundles. After passing the usual compliments, I inquired if it were true that he was going away. He said, yes. I then inquired the reason, and he said, Sherman, you know that I am in the way here. I have stood it as long as I can and can endure it no longer. I inquired where he was going to, and he said, St. Louis. I then asked if he had any business there, and he said, not a bit. I then begged him to stay, illustrating his case by my own. Before the Battle of Shiloh, I had been cast down by a mere newspaper assertion of crazy. But that single battle had given me new life, and now I was in high feather. And I argued with him that, if he went away, events would go right along, and he would be left out. Whereas, if he remained, some happy accident might restore him to favor and his true place. He certainly appreciated my friendly advice and promised to wait a while, at all events, not to go without seeing me again or communicating with me. Very soon after this, I was ordered to Chewalla, where, on the 6th of June, I received a note from him, saying that he had reconsidered his intention and would remain. I cannot find the note, but my answer I have kept. Chewala Jane 6, 1862. Major General Grant. My dear sir, I have just received your note and am rejoiced at your conclusion to remain. For you could not be quiet at home for a week when armies were moving, and rest could not relieve your mind of the gnawing sensation that injustice had been done you. My orders at Chewala were to rescue the wrecked trains there, to reconnoiter westward and estimate the amount of damage to the railroad as far as Grand Junction, about 50 miles. We camped our troops on high, healthy ground to the south of Chewala, and after I had personally reconnoitered the country, details of men were made and volunteer locomotive engineers obtained to superintend the repairs. I found 6 locomotives and about 60 cars thrown from the track, parts of the machinery detached and hidden in the surrounding swamp, and all damaged as much by fire as possible. It seems that these trains were inside of Corinth during the night of evacuation, loading up with all sorts of commissary stores, etc., and about daylight were started west. But the cavalry picket stationed at the Tuscumbia Bridge had, by mistake or panic, burned the bridge before the trains got to them. The trains, therefore, were caught, and the engineers and guards hastily scattered the stores into the swamp and disabled the trains as far as they could, before our cavalry had discovered their critical situation. The weather was hot, and the swamp fairly stunk with the putrid flour and fermenting sugar and molasses. I was so much exposed there in the hot sun, pushing forward the work, that I got a touch of malarial fever, which hung on me for a month, and forced me to ride 2 days in an ambulance, the only time I ever did such a thing during the whole war. By the 7th I reported to General Halleck that the amount of work necessary to reestablish the railroad between Corinth and Grand Junction was so great that he concluded not to attempt its repair, but to rely on the road back to Jackson, Tennessee, and forward to Grand Junction. And I was ordered to move to Grand Junction to take up the repairs from there toward Memphis. The evacuation of Corinth by Beauregard and the movements of General McClernand's force toward Memphis had necessitated the evacuation of Fort Pillow, which occurred about June 1st, soon followed by the further withdrawal of the Confederate Army from Memphis by reason of the destruction of the rebel gunboats in the bold and dashing attack by our gunboats under command of Admiral Davis, who had succeeded Foote. This occurred June 7th. Admiral Farragut had also captured New Orleans after the terrible passage of Forts Jackson and St. Philip on May 24th, and had ascended the river as high as Vicksburg, so that it seemed as though, before the end of June, we should surely have full possession of the whole river. But it is now known that the progress of our Western armies had aroused the rebel government to the exercise of the most stupendous energy. Every man capable of bearing arms at the South was declared to be a soldier and forced to act as such. All their armies were greatly reinforced, and the most despotic power was granted to enforce discipline and supplies. Beauregard was replaced by Bragg, a man of more ability, of greater powers of organization, of action, and discipline, but naturally exacting and severe, and not possessing the qualities to attract the love of his officers and men. He had a hard task to bring into order and discipline that mass of men to whose command he succeeded at Tupelo, with which he afterward fairly outmaneuvered General Buell, and forced him back from Chattanooga to Louisville. It was a fatal mistake, however, that halted General Halleck at Corinth, and led him to disperse and scatter the best materials for a fighting army that up to that date had been assembled in the West. During the latter part of June and first half of July, I had my own and Hurlbut's divisions about Grand Junction, Lagrange, Moscow, and Lafayette, building railroad trestles and bridges, fighting off cavalry detachments coming from the south, and waging an everlasting quarrel with planters about their Negroes and fences they trying, in the midst of moving armies, to raise a crop of corn. On the 17th of June, I sent a detachment of 2 brigades under General M.L. Smith to Holly Springs, in the belief that I could better protect the railroad from some point in front than by scattering our men along it. And on the 23d, I was at Lafayette Station, when General Grant, with his staff and a very insignificant escort, arrived from Corinth en route for Memphis, to take command of that place and of the district of West Tennessee. He came very near falling into the hands of the enemy, who infested the whole country with small but bold detachments of cavalry. Up to that time, I had received my orders direct from General Halleck at Corinth, but soon after I fell under the immediate command of General Grant, and so continued to the end of the war. But on the 29th, General Halleck notified me that a division of troops under General C.S. Hamilton of Rosecrans's Army Corps had passed the Hatchie from Corinth and was destined for Holly Springs, ordering me to cooperate as far as advisable, but not to neglect the protection of the road. I ordered General Hurlbut to leave detachments at Grand Junction and Lagrange and to march for Holly Springs. I left detachments at Moscow and Lafayette, and with about 4,000 men, marched for the same point. Hurlbut and I met at Hudsonville, and thence marched to the Coldwater, within 4 miles of Holly Springs. We encountered only small detachments of rebel cavalry under Colonels Jackson and Pearson, and drove them into and through Holly Springs, but they hung about, and I kept an infantry brigade in Holly Springs to keep them out. I heard nothing from General Hamilton till the 5th of July, when I received a letter from him dated Rienzi, saying that he had been within 19 miles of Holly Springs and had turned back for Corinth. And on the next day, July 6th, I got a telegraph order from General Halleck of July 2D, sent me by courier from Moscow, not to attempt to hold Holly Springs, but to fall back and protect the railroad. We accordingly marched back 25 miles Hurlbut to Lagrange, and I to Moscow. The enemy had no infantry nearer than the Tallahatchie Bridge, but their cavalry was saucy and active, superior to ours, and I despaired of ever protecting a railroad, preventing a broad front of 100 miles from their dashes. About this time, we were taunted by the Confederate soldiers and citizens with the assertion that Lee had defeated McClellan at Richmond, that he would soon be in Washington, and that our turn would come next. The extreme caution of General Halleck also indicated that something had gone wrong, and on the 16th of July, at Moscow, I received a dispatch from him, announcing that he had been summoned to Washington, which he seemed to regret, and which at that moment I most deeply deplored. He announced that his command would devolve on General Grant, who had been summoned around from Memphis to Corinth by way of Columbus, Kentucky, and that I was to go into Memphis to take command of the District of West Tennessee, vacated by General Grant. By this time, also, I was made aware that the great army that had assembled at Corinth at the end of May had been scattered and dissipated, and that terrible disasters had befallen our other armies in Virginia and the East. I soon received orders to move to Memphis, taking Hurlbut's division along. We reached Memphis on the 21st, and on the 22d I posted my 3 brigades mostly in and near Fort Dickering, and Hurlbut's division next below on the riverbank by reason of the scarcity of water, except in the Mississippi River itself. The weather was intensely hot. The same order that took us to Memphis required me to send the division of General Lew Wallace, then commanded by Brigadier General A.P. Hovey, to Helena, Arkansas, to report to General Curtis, which was easily accomplished by steamboat. I made my own camp in a vacant lot, near Mr. Moon's house, and gave my chief attention to the construction of Fort Pickering, then in charge of Major Prime United States engineers, to perfecting the drill and discipline of the 2 divisions under my command, and to the administration of civil affairs. At the time when General Halleck was summoned from Corinth to Washington to succeed McClellan as commander-in-chief, I surely expected of him immediate and important results. The Army of the Ohio was at the time marching toward Chattanooga and was strung from Eastport by Huntsville to Bridgeport under the command of General Buell. In like manner, the Army of the Tennessee was strung along the same general line, from Memphis to Tuscumbia, and was commanded by General Grant, with no common commander for both these forces, so that the great army which General Halleck had so well assembled at Corinth was put on the defensive, with a frontage of 300 miles. Soon thereafter the rebels displayed peculiar energy and military skill. General Bragg had reorganized the army of Beauregard at Tupelo, carried it rapidly and skillfully toward Chattanooga, whence he boldly assumed the offensive, moving straight for Nashville and Louisville, and compelling General Buell to fall back to the Ohio River at Louisville. The army of Van Dorn and Price had been brought from the Trans-Mississippi Department to the east of the river, and was collected at and about Holly Springs, where, reinforced by Armstrong's and Forrest's cavalry, it amounted to about 40,000 brave and hardy soldiers. These were General Grant's immediate antagonists, and so many and large detachments had been drawn from him that for a time he was put on the defensive. In person, he had his headquarters at Corinth, with the 3 divisions of Hamilton, Davies, and McKean under the immediate orders of General Rosecrans. General Ord had succeeded to the division of McClernand, who had also gone to Washington, and held Bolivar and Grand Junction. I had in Memphis my own and Hurlbut's divisions, and other smaller detachments were strung along the Memphis and Charleston road. But the enemy's detachments could strike this road at so many points that no use could be made of it, and General Grant had to employ the railroads from Columbus, Kentucky, to Corinth and Grand Junction, by way of Jackson, Tennessee, a point common to both roads and held in some force. In the early part of September, the enemy in our front manifested great activity, feeling with cavalry at all points, and on the 13th General, Van Dorn threatened Corinth, while General Price seized the town of Iuka, which was promptly abandoned by a small garrison under Colonel Murphy. Price's force was about 8,000 men, and the general impression was that he was en route for Eastport, with the purpose to cross the Tennessee River in the direction of Nashville, in aid of General Bragg, then in full career for Kentucky. General Grant determined to attack him in force, prepared to regain Corinth before Van Dorn could reach it. He had drawn Ord to Corinth and moved him, by Burnsville on Iuka, by the main road, 26 miles. General Grant accompanied this column as far as Burnsville. At the same time, he had dispatched Rosecrans by roads to the south, via Jacinto, with orders to approach Iuka by the 2 main roads coming into Iuka from the south, viz., the Jacinto and Fulton roads. On the 18th, General Ord encountered the enemy about 4 miles out of Iuka. His orders contemplated that he should not make a serious attack until Rosecrans had gained his position on the south. But as usual, Rosecrans had encountered difficulties in the confusion of roads. His head of column did not reach the vicinity of Iuka till 4 p.m. of the 19th, and then his troops were long drawn out on the single Jacinto road, leaving the Fulton road clear for Price's use. Price perceived his advantage and attacked with vehemence the head of Rosecrans's column, Hamilton's division, beating it back, capturing a battery and killing and disabling 736 men, so that when night closed in, Rosecrans was driven to the defensive, and Price, perceiving his danger, deliberately withdrew by the Fulton road, and the next morning was gone. Although General Ord must have been within 4 or 6 miles of this battle, he did not hear a sound, and he or General Grant did not know of it till advised the next morning by a courier who had made a wide circuit to reach them. General Grant was much offended with General Rosecrans because of this affair, but in my experience these concerted movements generally fail, unless with the very best kind of troops, and then in a country on whose roads some reliance can be placed, which is not the case in northern Mississippi. If Price was aiming for Tennessee, he failed and was therefore beaten. He made a wide circuit by the south and again joined Van Dorn. On the 6th of September, at Memphis, I received an order from General Grant dated the 2D to send Hurlbut's division to Brownsville in the direction of Bolivar, thence to report by letter to him at Jackson. The division started the same day, and as our men and officers had been together side by side from the first landing at Shiloh, we felt the parting like the breaking up of a family. But General Grant was forced to use every man, for he knew well that Van Dorn could attack him at pleasure, at any point of his long line. To be the better prepared, on the 23d of September he took post himself at Jackson, Tennessee, with a small reserve force, and gave Rosecrans command of Corinth, with his 3 divisions and some detachments, aggregating about 20,000 men. He posted General Ord with his own and Hurlbut divisions at Bolivar, with outposts toward Grand Junction and Lagrange. These amounted to 9 or 10,000 men, and I held Memphis with my own division, amounting to about 6,000 men. The whole of General Grant's men at that time may have aggregated 50,000, but he had to defend a frontage of 150 miles, guard some 200 miles of railway, and as much river. Van Dam had 40,000 men, united at perfect liberty to move in any direction, and to choose his own point of attack under cover of woods and a superior body of cavalry, familiar with every foot of the ground. Therefore General Grant had good reason for telegraphing to General Halleck on the 1st of October that his position was precarious, but I hoped to get out of it all right. In Memphis, my business was to hold fast that important flank, and by that date Fort Dickering had been made very strong and capable of perfect defense by a single brigade. I therefore endeavored by excursions to threaten Van Dorn's detachments to the southeast and east. I repeatedly sent out strong detachments toward Holly Springs, which was his main depot of supply. And General Grierson, with his 6th Illinois, the only cavalry I had, made some bold and successful dashes at the Coldwater, compelling Van Dorn to cover it by Armstrong's whole division of cavalry. Still, by the 1st of October, General Grant was satisfied that the enemy was meditating an attack in force on Bolivar or Corinth, and on the 2D Van Dorn made his appearance near Corinth with his entire army. On the 3D he moved down on that place from the north and northwest. General Rosarana went out some 4 miles to meet him, but was worsted and compelled to fall back within the line of his forts. These had been began under General Halleck, but were much strengthened by General Grant, and consisted of several detached redoubts, bearing on each other, and enclosing the town and the depots of stores at the intersection of the 2 railroads. Van Dorn closed down on the forts by the evening of the 3D, and on the morning of the 4th assaulted with great vehemence. Our men, covered by good parapets, fought gallantly and defended their posts well, inflicting terrible losses on the enemy, so that by noon the rebels were repulsed at all points and drew off, leaving their dead and wounded in our hands. Their losses were variously estimated, but the whole truth will probably never be known, for in that army reports and returns were not the fashion. General Rosecrans admitted his own loss to be 315 killed, 1,812 wounded, and 232 missing or prisoners, and claimed on the part of the rebels 1,423 dead, 2,025 prisoners and wounded. Of course, most of the wounded must have gone off or been carried off, so that, beyond doubt, the rebel army lost at Corinth fully 6,000 men. Meantime, General Grant at Jackson had dispatched Brigadier General McPherson with a brigade directly for Corinth, which reached General Rosecrans after the battle, and in anticipation of his victory, had ordered him to pursue instantly, notifying him that he had ordered Ord's and Hurlbut's divisions rapidly across to Pocahontas so as to strike the rebels in flank. On the morning of the 5th, General Ord reached the Hatchie River, at Davies Bridge with 4,000 men, crossed over and encountered the retreating army, captured a battery and several hundred prisoners, dispersing the rebel advance and forcing the main column to make a wide circuit by the south in order to cross the Hatchie River. Had General Rosecrans pursued promptly and been on the heels of this mass of confused and routed men, Van Dorn's army would surely have been utterly ruined. As it was, Van Dam regained Holly Springs somewhat demoralized. General Rosecrans did not begin his pursuit till the next morning, the 5th, and it was then too late. General Grant was again displeased with him and never became fully reconciled. General Rosecrans was soon after relieved and transferred to the Army of the Cumberland in Tennessee, of which he afterward obtained the command, in place of General Buell, who was removed. The effect of the Battle of Corinth was very great. It was, indeed, a decisive blow to the Confederate cause in our quarter and changed the whole aspect of affairs in West Tennessee. From the timid defensive, we were at once enabled to assume the bold offensive. In Memphis, I could see its effects upon the citizens, and they openly admitted that their cause had sustained a death blow. But the rebel government was then at its maximum strength. Van Dorn was reinforced, and very soon Lieutenant General J. C. Pemberton arrived and assumed the command, adopting for his line the Tallahatchie River, with an advance guard along the Coldwater and smaller detachments forward at Grand Junction and Hernando. General Grant, in like manner, was reinforced by new regiments. Out of those which were assigned to Memphis, I organized 2 new brigades and placed them under officers who had gained skill and experience during the previous campaign. Chapter 12. Memphis to Arkansas Post. July 1882 to January 1883. When we first entered Memphis, July 211,862, I found the place dead. No business doing, the stores closed, churches, schools, and everything shut up. The people were all more or less in sympathy with our enemies, and there was a strong prospect that the whole civil population would become a dead weight on our hands. Inasmuch as the Mississippi River was then in our possession northward, and steamboats were freely plying with passengers and freight, I caused all the stores to be opened, churches, schools, theaters, and places of amusement to be reestablished, and very soon Memphis resumed its appearance of an active, busy, prosperous place. I also restored the mayor, whose name was Parks, and the city government to the performance of their public functions, and required them to maintain a good civil police. Up to that date, neither Congress nor the President had made any clear, well-defined rules touching the Negro slaves, and the different generals had issued orders according to their own political sentiments. Both Generals Halleck and Grant regarded the slave as still a slave, only that the labor of the slave belonged to his owner, if faithful to the Union, or to the United States, if the master had taken up arms against the government, or adhered to the fortunes of the rebellion. Therefore, in Memphis, we received all fugitives, put them to work on the fortifications, supplied them with food and clothing, and reserved the question of payment of wages for future decision. No force was allowed to be used to restore a fugitive slave to his master in any event, but if the master proved his loyalty, he was usually permitted to see his slave, and if he could persuade him to return home, it was permitted. Cotton, also, was a fruitful subject of controversy. The Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Chase, was extremely anxious at that particular time to promote the purchase of cotton, because each bale was worth, in gold, about $300, and answered the purpose of coin in our foreign exchanges. He therefore encouraged the trade, so that hundreds of greedy speculators flocked down the Mississippi, and resorted to all sorts of measures to obtain cotton from the interior, often purchasing it from Negroes who did not own it, but who knew where it was concealed. This whole business was taken from the jurisdiction of the military and committed to Treasury agents appointed by Mr. Chase. Other questions absorbed the attention of military commanders, and by way of illustration, I here insert a few letters from my letter book, which contains hundreds on similar subjects. Headquarters 5th Division, Memphis, Tennessee, August 11, 1862. Hun, S.P. Chase, Secretary of the Treasury. Sir, your letter of August 2d, just received, invites my discussion of the cotton question. I will write plainly and slowly, because I know you have no time to listen to trifles. This is no trifle. When one nation is at war with another, all the people of the one are enemies of the other. Then the rules are plain and easy of understanding. Most unfortunately, the war in which we are now engaged has been complicated with the belief on the one hand that all on the other are not enemies. It would have been better if, at the outset, this mistake had not been made, and it is wrong longer to be misled by it. The government of the United States may now safely proceed on the proper rule that all in the South are enemies of all in the North, and not only are they unfriendly, but all who can procure arms now bear them as organized regiments or as guerrillas. There is not a garrison in Tennessee where a man can go beyond the sight of the flagstaff without being shot or captured. It so happened that these people had cotton, and whenever they apprehended our large armies would move, they destroyed the cotton in the belief that, of course, we would seize it and convert it to our use. They did not and could not dream that we would pay money for it. It had been condemned to destruction by their own acknowledged government, and was therefore lost to their people, and could have been, without injustice, taken by us and sent away, either as absolute prize of war or for future compensation. But the commercial enterprise of the Jews soon discovered that 10 cents would buy a pound of cotton behind our army, that 4 cents would take it to Boston, where they could receive 30 cents in gold. The bait was too tempting, and it spread like fire, when here they discovered that salt, bacon, powder, firearms, percussion caps, etc., were worth as much as gold, and strange to say, this traffic was not only permitted but encouraged. Before we in the interior could know it, hundreds, yea, thousands of barrels of salt and millions of dollars had been dispersed. And I have no doubt that Bragg's army at Tupelo and Van Dorn's at Vicksburg received enough salt to make bacon, without which they could not have moved their armies in mass. And that from 10 to 20,000 fresh arms and a due supply of cartridges have also been got, I am equally satisfied. As soon as I got to Memphis, having seen the effect in the interior, I ordered only as to my own command that gold, silver, and treasury notes were contraband of war, and should not go into the interior where all were hostile. It is idle to talk about Union men here. Many want peace and fear war and its results, but all prefer a Southern independent government and are fighting or working for it. Every gold dollar that was spent for cotton was sent to the seaboard to be exchanged for banknotes and Confederate scrip, which will buy goods here and are taken in ordinary transactions. I therefore required cotton to be paid for in such notes by an obligation to pay at the end of the war or by a deposit of the price in the hands of a trustee, viz. the United States quartermaster. Under these rules, cotton is being obtained about as fast as by any other process, and yet the enemy receives no aid or comfort. Under the gold rule, the country people who had concealed their cotton from the burners and who openly scorned our greenbacks were willing enough to take Tennessee money, which will buy their groceries. But now that the trade is to be encouraged and gold paid out, I admit that cotton will be sent in by our open enemies, who can make better use of gold than they can of their hidden bales of cotton. I may not appreciate the foreign aspect of the question, but my views on this may be ventured. If England ever threatens war because we don't furnish her cotton, tell her plainly if she can't employ and feed her own people to send them here, where they cannot only earn an honest living, but soon secure independence by moderate labor. We are not bound to furnish her cotton. She has more reason to fight the South for burning that cotton than us for not shipping it. To aid the South on this ground would be hypocrisy, which the world would detect at once. Let her make her ultimatum, and there are enough generous minds in Europe that will counteract her in the balance. Of course, her motive is to cripple a power that rivals her in commerce and manufactures, that threatens even to usurp her history. In 20 more years of prosperity, it will require a close calculation to determine whether England, her laws and history, claim for a home the continent of America or the Isle of Britain. Therefore, finding us in a death struggle for existence, she seems to seek a quarrel to destroy both parts in detail. Southern people know this full well, and will only accept the alliance of England in order to get arms and manufactures in exchange for their cotton. The Southern Confederacy will accept no other mediation, because she knows full well that in Old England, her slaves and slavery will receive no more encouragement than in New England. France certainly does not need our cotton enough to disturb her equilibrium, and her mediation would be entitled to a more respect consideration than on the part of her present ally. But I feel assured the French will not encourage rebellion and secession anywhere as a political doctrine. Certainly, all the German states must be our ardent friends, and, in case of European intervention, they could not be kept down. With great respect, your obedient servant, W.T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters 5th Division, Army of the Tennessee, Memphis, July 23, 1862. Dr. E.S. Plummer and others, physician in Memphis, signers to a petition. Gentlemen, I have this moment received your communication, and assure you that it grieves my heart thus to be the instrument of adding to the seeming cruelty and hardship of this unnatural war. On my arrival here, I found my predecessor, General Hovey, had issued an order permitting the departure south of all persons subject to the conscript law of the Southern Confederacy. Many applications have been made to me to modify this order, but I regarded it as a condition precedent by which I was bound in honor, and therefore I have made no changes or modifications. Nor shall I determine what action I shall adopt in relation to persons unfriendly to our cause who remain after the time limited by General Hovey's order had expired. It is now sunset, and all who have not availed themselves of General Hovey's authority and who remain in Memphis are supposed to be loyal and true men. I will only say that I cannot allow the personal convenience of even a large class of ladies to influence me in my determination to make Memphis a safe place of operations for an army, and all people who are unfriendly should forthwith prepare to depart in such direction as I may hereafter indicate. Surgeons are not liable to be made prisoners of war, but they should not reside within the lines of an army which they regard as hostile. The situation would be too delicate. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant, W.T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters, Memphis, July 24, 1862. Samuel Sawyer, Esquire, Editor Union Appeal, Memphis. Dear Sir, It is well I should come to an understanding at once with the press as well as the people of Memphis, which I am ordered to command, which means to control for the interest, welfare, and glory of the whole government of the United States. Personalities in a newspaper are wrong and criminal. Thus, though you meant to be complimentary in your sketch of my career, you make more than a dozen mistakes of fact, which I need not correct, as I don't desire my biography to be written till I am dead. It is enough for the world to know that I live and am a soldier, bound to obey the orders of my superiors, the laws of my country, and to venerate its constitution. And that, when discretion is given me, I shall exercise it wisely and account to my superiors. I regard your article headed City Council General Sherman and Colonel Slack as highly indiscreet. Of course, no person who can jeopardize the safety of Memphis can remain here, much less exercise public authority, but I must take time and be satisfied that injustice be not done. If the parties named be the men you describe, the facts should not be published, to put them on their guard and thus to encourage their escape. The evidence should be carefully collected, authenticated, and then placed in my hands. But your statement of facts is entirely qualified, in my mind, and loses its force by your negligence of the very simple facts within your reach as to myself. I had been in the Army 6 years in 1846, am not related by blood to any member of Lucas, Turner & Co., was associated with them in business 6 years, instead of 2, am not colonel of the 15th Infantry, but of the 13th. Your correction, this morning, of the acknowledged error as to General Denver and others is still erroneous. General Morgan L. Smith did not belong to my command at the Battle of Shiloh at all, but he was transferred to my division just before reaching Corinth. I mention these facts in kindness to show you how wrong it is to speak of persons. I will attend to the judge, mayor, boards of aldermen, and policemen, all in good time. Use your influence to re-establish system, order, government. You may rest easy that no military commander is going to neglect internal safety or to guard against external danger. But to do right requires time and more patience than I usually possess. If I find the press of Memphis actuated by high principle and a sole devotion to their country, I will be their best friend. But if I find them personal, abusive, dealing in innuendos and hints at a blind venture, and looking to their own selfish aggrandizement and fame, then they had better look out. For I regard such persons as greater enemies to their country and to mankind than the men who, from a mistaken sense of state pride, have taken up muskets and fight us about as hard as we care about. In haste, but in kindness, yours, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters 5th Division, Memphis, Tennessee, July 27, 1882. John Park, Mayor of Memphis, present. Sir, yours of July 24th is before me, and has received, as all similar papers ever will, my careful and most respectful consideration. I have the most unbounded respect for the civil law, courts, and authorities, and shall do all in my power to restore them to their proper use, viz., the protection of life, liberty, and property. Unfortunately, at this time, civil war prevails in the land, and necessarily the military, for the time being, must be superior to the civil authority, but it does not therefore destroy it. Civil courts and executive officers should still exist and perform duties, without which civil or municipal bodies would soon pass into disrespect and end to be avoided. I am glad to find in Memphis a mayor and municipal authorities not only in existence, but in the co-exercise of important functions, and I shall endeavor to restore one or more civil tribunals for the arbitration of contracts and punishment of crimes, which the military have neither time nor inclination to interfere with. Among these, first in importance is the maintenance of order, peace, and quiet within the jurisdiction of Memphis. To ensure this, I will keep a strong provost guard in the city, but will limit their duty to guarding public property held or claimed by the United States, and for the arrest and confinement of state prisoners and soldiers who are disorderly or improperly away from their regiments. This guard ought not to arrest citizens for disorder or minor crimes. This should be done by the city police. I understand that the city police is too weak in numbers to accomplish this perfectly, and I therefore recommend that the City Council at once take steps to increase this force to a number which, in their judgment, day and night, can enforce your ordinances as to peace, quiet, and order, so that any change in our military dispositions will not have a tendency to leave your people unguarded. I am willing to instruct the Provost Guard to assist the police force when any combination is made too strong for them to overcome, but the city police should be strong enough for any probable contingency. The cost of maintaining this police force must necessarily fall upon all citizens equitably. I am not willing, nor do I think it good policy, for the city authorities to collect the taxes belonging to the state and county, as you recommend, for these would have to be refunded. Better meet the expenses at once by a new tax on all interested. Therefore, if you, on consultation with the proper municipal body, will frame a good bill for the increase of your police force, and for raising the necessary means for their support and maintenance, I will approve it and aid you in the collection of the tax. Of course, I cannot suggest how this tax should be laid, but I think that it should be made uniform on all interests, real estate and personal property, including money and merchandise. All who are protected should share the expenses in proportion to the interests involved. I am, with respect, your obedient servant. W.T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters 5th Division, Memphis, August 7, 1862. Captain Fitch, Assistant Quartermaster, Memphis, Tennessee. Sir, the duties devolving on the quartermaster of this post, in addition to his legitimate functions, are very important and onerous, and I am fully aware that the task is more than should devolve on one man. I will endeavor to get you help in the person of some commissioned officer, and, if possible, one under bond, as he must handle large amounts of money in trust. But for the present, we most execute the duties falling to our share as well as possible. On the subject of vacant houses, General Grant's orders are: take possession of all vacant stores and houses in the city and have them rented at reasonable rates, rent to be paid monthly in advance. These buildings, with their tenants, can be turned over to proprietors on proof of loyalty. Also take charge of such as have been leased out by disloyal owners. I understand that General Grant takes the rents and profits of this class of real property under the rules and laws of war, and not under the Confiscation Act of Congress. Therefore, the question of title is not involved simply the possession, and the rents and profits of houses belonging to our enemies, which are not vacant, we hold in trust for them or the government, according to the future decisions of the proper tribunals. Mr. MacDonald, your chief agent in renting and managing this business, called on me last evening and left with me written questions, which it would take a volume to answer and a Webster to elucidate. But as we can only attempt plain, substantial justice, I will answer these questions as well as I can, briefly and to the point. First, when ground is owned by parties who have gone south, and have leased the ground to parties now in the city who own the improvements on the ground. Answer: the United States takes the rents due the owner of the land, does not disturb the owner of the improvements. Second, when parties owning houses have gone south, and the tenant has given his notes for the rent in advance. Answer: notes are mere evidence of the debt due landlord. The tenant pays the rent to the quartermaster, who gives a bond of indemnity against the notes representing the debt for the particular rent. Third, when the tenant has expended several months' rent in repairs on the house. Answer: of course, allow all such credits on reasonable proof and showing. Fourth, when the owner has gone south, and parties here hold liens on the property and are collecting the rents to satisfy their liens. Answer: the rent of a house can only be mortgaged to a person in possession. If a loyal tenant be in possession and claim the rent from himself as due to himself on some other debt, allow it. But if not in actual possession of the property, rents are not good liens for a debt, but must be paid to the quartermaster. Fifth, of parties claiming foreign protection. Answer: many claim foreign protection who are not entitled to it. If they are foreign subjects residing for business in this country, they are entitled to consideration and protection so long as they obey the laws of the country. If they occupy houses belonging to absent rebels, they must pay rent to the quartermaster. If they own property, they must occupy it by themselves, tenants, or servants. Eighth, when houses are occupied and the owner has gone south, leaving an agent to collect rent for his benefit? Answer: rent must be paid to the quartermaster. No agent can collect and remit money south without subjecting himself to arrest and trial for aiding and abetting the public enemy. Ninth, when houses are owned by loyal citizens but are unoccupied. Answer: such should not be disturbed, but it would be well to advise them to have some servant at the house to occupy it. 10th, when parties who occupy the house are creditors of the owner who has gone south. Answer: you only look to collection of rents. Any person who transmits money south is liable to arrest and trial for aiding and abetting the enemy, but I do not think it our business to collect debts other than rents. 11th, when the parties who own the property have left the city under General Hovey's Order No. 1, but are in the immediate neighborhood on their plantations. Answer: it makes no difference where they are, so they are absent. 12th, when movable property is found in stores that are closed. Answer: the goods are security for the rent. If the owner of the goods prefers to remove the goods to paying rent, he can do so. 13th, when the owner lives in town and refuses to take the oath of allegiance. Answer: if the house be occupied, it does not fall under the order. If the house be vacant, it does. The owner can recover his property by taking the oath. All persons in Memphis residing within our military lines are presumed to be loyal, good citizens, and may at any moment be called to serve on juries, passes comitatua, or other civil service required by the Constitution and laws of our country. Should they be called upon to do such duty, which would require them to acknowledge their allegiance and subordination to the Constitution of the United States, it would then be too late to refuse. So long as they remain quiet and conform to these laws, they are entitled to protection in their property and lives. We have nothing to do with confiscation. We only deal with possession and therefore the necessity of a strict accountability, because the United States assumes the place of trustee and must account to the rightful owner for his property, rents, and profits. In due season, courts will be established to execute the laws, the Confiscation Act included, when we will be relieved of this duty and trust. Until that time, every opportunity should be given to the wavering and disloyal to return to their allegiance to the Constitution of their birth or adoption. I am, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters 5th Division, Memphis, Tennessee, August 261,862. Major General Grant, Corinth, Mississippi. Sir, in pursuance of your request that I should keep you advised of matters of interest here, in addition to the purely official matters, I now write. I dispatched promptly the 13 companies of cavalry, 9 of 4th Illinois, and 4 of 11th Illinois, to their respective destinations, punctually on the 23d instant, although the order was only received on the 22d. I received at the same time, from Colonel Dickey, the notice that the bridge over Hatchie was burned, and therefore I prescribed their order of march via Bolivar. They started at 12 m of the 23d, and I have no news of them since. None of the cavalry ordered to me is yet heard from. The guerrillas have destroyed several bridges over Wolf Creek, one at Raleigh, on the road by which I had prescribed trade and travel to and from the city. I have a strong guard at the lower bridge over Wolf River, by which we can reach the country to the north of that stream. But, as the Confederates have burned their own bridges, I will hold them to my order, and allow no trade over any other road than the one prescribed, using the Lower or Randolph Road for our own convenience. I am still satisfied there is no large force of rebels anywhere in the neighborhood. All the Navy gunboats are below except the St. Louis, which lies off the city. When Commodore Davis passes down from Cairo, I will try to see him and get him to exchange the St. Louis for a fleeter boat not ironclad, one that can move up and down the river, to break up ferry boats and canoes, and to prevent all passing across the river. Of course, in spite of all our efforts, smuggling is carried on. We occasionally make hauls of clothing, gold lace buttons, etc., but I am satisfied that salt and arms are got to the interior somehow. I have addressed the Board of Trade a letter on this point, which will enable us to control it better. You may have been troubled at hearing reports of drunkenness here. There was some after payday, but generally all is as quiet and orderly as possible. I traverse the city every day and night, and assert that Memphis is and has been as orderly a city as St. Louis, Cincinnati, or New York. Before the city authorities undertook to license saloons, there was as much whiskey here as now, and it would take all my command as custom house inspectors to break open all the parcels and packages containing liquor. I can destroy all groggeries and shops where soldiers get liquor just as we would in St. Louis. The newspapers are accusing me of cruelty to the sick, as base a charge as was ever made. I would not let the sanitary committee carry off a boatload of sick because I have no right to. We have good hospitals here and plenty of them. Our regimental hospitals are in the camps of the men, and the sick do much better there than in the general hospitals, so say my division's surgeon and the regimental surgeons. The civilian doctors would, if permitted, take away our entire command. General Curtis sends his sick up here, but usually no nurses, and it is not right that nurses should be taken from my command for his sick. I think that, when we are endeavoring to raise soldiers and to instruct them, it is bad policy to keep them at hospitals as attendants and nurses. I send you Dr. Darby's acknowledgement that he gave the leave of absence of which he was charged. I have placed him in arrest, in obedience to General Halleck's orders, but he remains in charge of the Overton Hospital, which is not full of patients. The state hospital also is not full, and I cannot imagine what Dr. Derby wants with the female academy on Vance Street. I will see him again, and now that he is the chief at Overton Hospital, I think he will not want the academy. Still, if he does, under your orders I will cause it to be vacated by the Children and Sisters of Mercy. They have just advertised for more scholars, and will be sadly disappointed. If, however, this building or any other be needed for a hospital, it must be taken. But really, in my heart, I do not see what possible chance there is, under present circumstances, of filling with patients the 2 large hospitals now in use, besides the one asked for. I may, however, be mistaken in the particular building asked for by Dr. Darby, and will go myself to see. The fort is progressing well, Captain Jenny having arrived. 16 heavy guns are received, with a large amount of shot and shell, but the platforms are not yet ready. Still, if occasion should arise for dispatch, I can put a larger force to work. Captain Prime, when here, advised that the work should proceed regularly under the proper engineer officers and laborers. I am, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters 5th Division, Memphis, Tennessee, September 4, 1862. Colonel J. C. Kelton, Assistant Adjutant General, Headquarters of the Army, Washington, D.C. Dear Colonel, please acknowledge to the Major General commanding the receipt by me of his letter, and convey to him my assurances that I have promptly modified my first instructions about cotton so as to conform to his orders. Trade in cotton is now free, but in all else I endeavor so to control it that the enemy shall receive no contraband goods or any aid or comfort. Still, I feel sure that the officers of steamboats are sadly tempted by high prices to land salt and other prohibited articles at waypoints along the river. This, too, in time will be checked. All seems well here and hereabout, no large body of the enemy within striking distance. A force of about 2,000 cavalry passed through Grand Junction north last Friday and fell on a detachment of the Bolivar Army at Middleburg, the result of which is doubtless reported to you. As soon as I heard of the movement, I dispatched a force to the southeast by way of diversion, and am satisfied that the enemy's infantry and artillery fell back in consequence behind the Tallahatchie. The weather is very hot, country very dry, and dust as bad as possible. I hold my 2 divisions ready, with their original complement of transportation, for field service. Of course, all things most now depend on events in front of Washington and in Kentucky. The gunboat Eastport and 4 transports loaded with prisoners of war destined for Vicksburg have been lying before Memphis for 2 days, but are now steaming up to resume their voyage. Our fort progresses well, but our guns are not yet mounted. The engineers are now shaping the banquette to receive platforms. I expect Captain Prime from Corinth in 2 or 3 days. I am, with great respect, yours. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters 5th Division, Memphis, Tennessee, September 21, 1862. Editor Bulletin. Sir, your comments on the recent orders of Generals Halleck and McClellan afford the occasion appropriate for me to make public the fact that there is a law of Congress, as old as our government itself, but reenacted on the 10th of April, 1806, and in force ever since. That law reads, all officers and soldiers are to behave themselves orderly in quarters and on the march. And whoever shall commit any waste or spoil, either in walks of trees, parks, warrens, fish ponds, houses and gardens, cornfields, enclosures, or meadows, or shall maliciously destroy any property whatever belonging to the inhabitants of the United States, unless by order of the Commander-in-Chief of the armies of said United States, shall, besides such penalties as they are liable to by law, be punished according to the nature and degree of the offense, by the judgment of a general or regimental court-martial. Such is the law of Congress, and the orders of the Commander-in-Chief are that officers or soldiers convicted of straggling and pillaging shall be punished with death. These orders have not come to me officially, but I have seen them in newspapers, and am satisfied that they express the determination of the Commander-in-Chief. Straggling and pillaging have ever been great military crimes, and every officer and soldier in my command knows what stress I have laid upon them, and that, so far as in my power lies, I will punish them to the full extent of the law and orders. The law is one thing, the execution of the law another. God himself has commanded, "Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods," etc. Will anyone say these things are not done now as well as before these laws were announced at Sinai? I admit the law to be that no officer or soldier of the United States shall commit waste or destruction of cornfields, orchards, potato patches, or any kind of pillage on the property of friend or foe near Memphis, and that I stand prepared to execute the law as far as possible. No officer or soldier should enter the house or premises of any peaceable citizen, no matter what his politics, unless on business, and no such officer or soldier can force an entrance unless he have a written order from a commanding officer or provost marshal, which written authority must be exhibited if demanded. When property such as forage, building, or other materials are needed by the United States, a receipt will be given by the officer taking them, which receipt should be presented to the quartermaster, who will substitute therefor a regular voucher, to be paid, according to the circumstances of the case. If the officer refuse to give such receipt, the citizen may fairly infer that the property is wrongfully taken, and he should, for his own protection, ascertain the name, rank, and regiment of the officer, and report him in writing. If any soldier commits waste or destruction, the person whose property is thus wasted must find out the name, company, and regiment of the actual transgressor. In order to punish, there must be a trial, and there must be testimony. It is not sufficient that a general accusation be made that soldiers are doing this or that. I cannot punish my whole command or a whole battalion because one or two bad soldiers do wrong. The punishment must reach the perpetrators, and no one can identify them as well as the party who is interested. The state of Tennessee does not hold itself responsible for acts of larceny committed by her citizens, nor does the United States or any other nation. These are individual acts of wrong, and punishment can only be inflicted on the wrongdoer. I know the difficulty of identifying particular soldiers, but difficulties do not alter the importance of principles of justice. They should stimulate the parties to increase their efforts to find out the actual perpetrators of the crime. Colonels of regiments and commanders of corps are liable to severe punishment for permitting their men to leave their camps to commit waste or destruction. But I know full well that many of the acts attributed to soldiers are committed by citizens and Negroes, and are charged to soldiers because of a desire to find fault with them. But this only reacts upon the community and increases the mischief. While every officer would willingly follow up an accusation against any one or more of his men, whose names or description were given immediately after the discovery of the act, he would naturally resent any general charge against his good men for the criminal conduct of a few bad ones. I have examined into many of the cases of complaint made in this general way, and have felt mortified that our soldiers should do acts which are nothing more or less than stealing. But I was powerless without some clue whereby to reach the rightful party. I know that the great mass of our soldiers would scorn to steal or commit crime, and I will not therefore entertain vague and general complaints, but stand prepared always to follow up any reasonable complaint when the charge is definite and the names of witnesses furnished. I know, moreover, in some instances when our soldiers are complained of, that they have been insulted by sneering remarks about Yankees, Northern barbarians, Lincoln's hirelings, etc. People who use such language must seek redress through someone else, for I will not tolerate insults to our country or cause. When people forget their obligations to a government that made them respected among the nations of the earth, and speak contemptuously of the flag, which is the silent emblem of that country, I will not go out of my way to protect them or their property. I will punish the soldiers for trespass or waste if adjudged by a court-martial, because they disobey orders. But soldiers are men and citizens as well as soldiers, and should promptly resent any insult to their country, come from what quarter it may. I mention this phase because it is too common. Insult to a soldier does not justify pillage, but it takes from the officer the disposition he would otherwise feel to follow up the inquiry and punish the wrongdoers. Again, armies in motion or stationary must commit some waste. Flankers must let down fences and cross fields, and when an attack is contemplated or apprehended, a command will naturally clear the ground of houses, fences, and trees. This is waste, but is the natural consequence of war, chargeable on those who caused the war. So, in fortifying a place, dwelling houses must be taken, materials used, even wasted, and great damage done, which in the end may prove useless. This, too, is an expense not chargeable to us, but to those who made the war, and generally war is destruction and nothing else. We must bear this in mind, that however peaceful things look, we are really at war, and much that looks like waste or destruction is only the removal of objects that obstruct our fire or would afford cover to an enemy. This class of waste must be distinguished from the wanton waste committed by army stragglers, which is wrong, and can be punished by the death penalty if proper testimony can be produced. Yours, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Satisfied that, in the progress of the war, Memphis would become an important depot, I pushed forward the construction of Fort Pickering, kept most of the troops in camps back of the city, and my own headquarters remained in tents on the edge of the city, near Mr. Moon's house, until, on the approach of winter, Mrs. Sherman came down with the children to visit me, when I took a house nearer the fort. All this time battalion and brigade drills were enforced, so that, when the season approached for active operations farther south, I had my division in the best possible order, and about the 1st of November it was composed as follows. 1st Brigade, Brigadier General M. L. Smith, 8th Missouri, Colonel G. A. Smith. 6th Missouri, Colonel Peter E. Bland. 113th Illinois, Colonel George B. Hoge. 54th Ohio, Colonel T. Kilby Smith. 120th Illinois, Colonel G. W. McKeag. 2nd Brigade, Colonel John Adair McDowell. 6th Iowa, Lieutenant Colonel John M. Corse. 40th Illinois, Colonel J. W. Booth. 46th Ohio, Colonel O. C. Walcott. 13th United States Infantry, 1st Battalion, Major D. Chase. 3rd Brigade, Brigadier General J. W. Denver. 48th Ohio, Colonel P. J. Sullivan. 53rd Ohio, Colonel W. S. Jones. 70th Ohio, Colonel J. R. Cockerill. 4th Brigade, Colonel David Stewart. 55th Illinois, Colonel O. Malmberg. 57th Ohio, Colonel W. Mungen. 83rd Indiana, Colonel B. Spooner. 116th Illinois, Colonel Tupper. 127th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Eldridge. 5th Brigade, Colonel R. P. Buckland. 72nd Ohio, Lieutenant Colonel D. W. C. Loudon. 32nd Wisconsin, Colonel J. W. Howe. 93rd Indiana, Colonel Thomas. 93rd Illinois, Major J. M. Fisher. Subsequently, Brigadier General J. G. Lawman arrived at Memphis, and I made up a 6th Brigade and organized these 6 brigades into 3 divisions under Brigadier Generals M. L. Smith, J. W. Denver, and J. G. Lawman. About the 17th of November, I received an order from General Grant dated Lagrange, November 16, 1862. Meet me at Columbus, Kentucky, on Thursday next. If you have a good map of the country south of you, take it up with you. U.S. Grant, Major General. I started forthwith by boat and met General Grant, who had reached Columbus by the railroad from Jackson, Tennessee. He explained to me that he proposed to move against Pemberton, then entrenched on a line behind the Tallahatchie River below Holly Springs, that he would move on Holly Springs and Aberville, from Grand Junction, that McPherson, with the troops at Corinth, would aim to make junction with him at Holly Springs, and that he wanted me to leave in Memphis a proper garrison, and to aim for the Tallahatchie so as to come up on his right by a certain date. He further said that his ultimate object was to capture Vicksburg, to open the navigation of the Mississippi River, and that General Halleck had authorized him to call on the troops in the Department of Arkansas, then commanded by General S.R. Curtis, for cooperation. I suggested to him that if he would request General Curtis to send an expedition from some point on the Mississippi, near Helena, then held in force, toward Grenada to the rear of Pemberton, it would alarm him for the safety of his communications and would assist us materially in the proposed attack on his front. He authorized me to send to the commanding officer at Helena a request to that effect, and as soon as I reached Memphis, I dispatched my aide, Major McCoy, to Helena, who returned, bringing me a letter from General Frederick Steele, who had just reached Helena with Osterhaus's division, and who was temporarily in command, General Curtis having gone to St. Louis. This letter contained the assurance that he would send from Friars Point a large force under Brigadier General A. P. Hovey in the direction of Grenada, aiming to reach the Tallahatchie at Charleston, on the next Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, December 1st, at furthest. My command was appointed to start on Wednesday, November 24th, and meantime Major General S. A. Hurlbut, having reported for duty, was assigned to the command of Memphis, with 4 regiments of infantry, 1 battery of artillery, 2 companies of Thielman's cavalry, and the certain prospect of soon receiving a number of new regiments, known to be en route. I marched out of Memphis punctually with 3 small divisions, taking different roads till we approached the Tallahatchie, when we converged on Wyatt to cross the river, there a bold, deep stream, with a newly constructed fort behind. I had Grierson's 6th Illinois Cavalry with me, and with it opened communication with General Grant when we were abreast of Holly Springs. We reached Wyatt on the 2D day of December without the least opposition, and there learned that Pemberton's whole army had fallen back to the Yallabusha near Grenada, in a great measure by reason of the exaggerated reports concerning the Helena force, which had reached Charleston. And some of General Hovey's cavalry, under General Washburn, having struck the railroad in the neighborhood of Coffeyville, naturally alarmed General Pemberton for the safety of his communications, and made him let go his Tallahatchie line with all the forts which he had built at great cost in labor. We had to build a bridge at Wyatt, which consumed a couple of days, and on the 5th of December my whole command was at College Hill, 10 miles from Oxford, whence I reported to General Grant in Oxford. On the 8th I received the following letter. Oxford, Mississippi, December 8, 1862 morning. General Sherman, College Hill. Dear General, the following is a copy of dispatch just received from Washington. Washington, December 7, 1862 12 m. General Grant, the capture of Grenada may change our plans in regard to Vicksburg. You will move your troops as you may deem best to accomplish the great object in view. You will retain, till further orders, all troops of General Curtis now in your department. Telegraph to General Allen in St. Louis for all steamboats you may require. Ask Porter to cooperate. Telegraph what are your present plans. H.W. Halleck, General-in-Chief. I wish you would come over this evening and stay tonight, or come in the morning. I would like to talk with you about this matter. My notion is to send 2 divisions back to Memphis and fix upon a day when they should effect a landing, and press from here with this command at the proper time to cooperate. If I do not do this, I will move our present force to Grenada, including steels, repairing road as we proceed, and establish a depot of provisions there. When a good ready is had, to move immediately on Jackson, Mississippi, cutting loose from the road. Of the 2 plans, I look most favorably on the former. Come over and we will talk this matter over. Yours truly. U.S. Grant, Major General. I repaired at once to Oxford and found General Grant in a large house with all his staff, and we discussed every possible chance. He explained to me that large reinforcements had been promised, which would reach Memphis very soon, if not already there. That the entire gunboat fleet, then under the command of Admiral D.D. Porter, would cooperate, that we could count on a full division from the troops at Helena, and he believed that, by a prompt movement, I could make a lodgment up the Yazoo and capture Vicksburg from the rear. That its garrison was small, and he at Oxford would so handle his troops as to hold Pemberton away from Vicksburg. I also understood that, if Pemberton should retreat south, he would follow him up, and would expect to find me at the Yazoo River, if not inside of Vicksburg. I confess, at that moment, I did not dream that General McClernand, or anybody else, was scheming for the mere honor of capturing Vicksburg. We knew at the time that General Butler had been reinforced by General Banks at New Orleans, and the latter was supposed to be working his way upstream from New Orleans, while we were working down. That day General Grant dispatched to General Halleck, in Washington, as follows. Oxford, December 8, 1862. Major General H. W. Halleck, Washington, D.C. General Sherman will command the expedition down the Mississippi. He will have a force of about 40,000 men, will land above Vicksburg, up the Yazoo, if practicable, and out the Mississippi Central Road and the road running east from Vicksburg, where they cross Black River. I will cooperate from here, my movements depending on those of the enemy. With the large cavalry force now at my command, I will be able to have them show themselves at different points on the Tallahatchie and Yallabusha, and, when an opportunity occurs, make a real attack. After cutting the two roads, General Sherman's movements to secure the end desired will necessarily be left to his judgment. I will occupy this road to Coffeyville. U.S. Grant, Major General. I was shown this dispatch before it was sent, and afterward the general drew up for me the following letter of instructions in his own handwriting, which I now possess. Headquarters 13th Army Corps Department of the Tennessee, Oxford, Mississippi, December 8, 1862. Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding right-wing army in the field, present. General, you will proceed with as little delay as practicable to Memphis, Tennessee, taking with you one division of your present command. On your arrival at Memphis, you will assume command of all the troops there, and that portion of General Curtis's forces at present east of the Mississippi River, and organize them into brigades and divisions in your own way. As soon as possible, move with them down the river to the vicinity of Vicksburg, and, with the cooperation of the gunboat fleet under command of Flag Officer Porter, proceed to the reduction of that place in such manner as circumstances and your own judgment may dictate. The amount of rations, forage, land transportation, etc. necessary to take will be left entirely to yourself. The quartermaster in St. Louis will be instructed to send you transportation for 30,000 men. Should you still find yourself deficient, your quartermaster will be authorized to make up the deficiency from such transports as may come into the port of Memphis. On arriving in Memphis, put yourself in communication with Admiral Porter and arrange with him for his cooperation. Inform me at the earliest practicable day of the time when you will embark, and such plans as may then be matured. I will hold the forces here in readiness to cooperate with you in such manner as the movements of the enemy may make necessary. Leave the district of Memphis in the command of an efficient officer, and with a garrison of 4 regiments of infantry, the siege guns, and whatever cavalry force may be there. 1 regiment of infantry and at least a section of artillery will also be left at Friars Point or Delta to protect the stores of the cavalry post that will be left there. Yours truly. U.S. Grant, Major General. I also insert here another letter, dated the 14th instant, sent afterward to me at Memphis, which completes all instructions received by me governing the first movement against Vicksburg. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee, Oxford, Mississippi, December 14, 1862. Major General Sherman, commanding, etc. Memphis, Tennessee. I have not had one word from Grierson since he left, and am getting uneasy about him. I hope General Gorman will give you no difficulty about retaining the troops on this side the river and Steele to command them. The 21,000 men you have, with the 12,000 from Helena, will make a good force. The enemy are as yet on the Yallabusha. I am pushing down on them slowly, but so as to keep up the impression of a continuous move. I feel particularly anxious to have the Helena cavalry on this side of the river, if not now, at least after you start. If Gorman will send them, instruct them where to go and how to communicate with me. My headquarters will probably be in Coffeyville 1 week hence. In the meantime, I will order transportation, etc. It would be well if you could have 2 or 3 small boats suitable for navigating the Yazoo. It may become necessary for me to look to that base for supplies before we get through. U.S. Grant, Major General. When we rode to Oxford from College Hill, there happened a little circumstance which seems worthy of record. While General Van Dorn had his headquarters in Holly Springs, viz., in October 1862, he was very short of the comforts and luxuries of life, and resorted to every possible device to draw from the abundant supplies in Memphis. He had no difficulty whatever in getting spies into the town for information, but he had trouble in getting bulky supplies out through our guards, though sometimes I connived at his supplies of cigars, liquors, boots, gloves, etc., for his individual use. But medicines and large supplies of all kinds were confiscated, if attempted to be passed out. As we rode that morning toward Oxford, I observed in a farmer's barnyard a wagon that looked like a city furniture wagon with springs. We were always short of wagons, so I called the attention of the quartermaster, Colonel J. Condit Smith, saying, "There is a good wagon, go for it." He dropped out of the retinue with an orderly, and after we had ridden a mile or so he overtook us, and I asked him, "What luck?" He answered, "All right, I have secured that wagon, and I also got another," and explained that he had gone to the farmer's house to inquire about the furniture wagon, when the farmer said it did not belong to him, but to some party in Memphis, adding that in his barn was another belonging to the same party. They went to the barn, and there found a handsome city hearse, with pall and plumes. The farmer said they had had a big funeral out of Memphis, but when it reached his house, the coffin was found to contain a fine assortment of medicines for the use of Van Dorn's army. Thus, under the pretense of a first-class funeral, they had carried through our guards the very things we had tried to prevent. It was a good trick, but diminished our respect for such pageants afterward. As soon as I was in possession of General Grant's instructions of December 8th, with a further request that I should dispatch Colonel Grierson, with his cavalry, across by land to Helena, to notify General Steele of the general plan, I returned to College Hill, selected the division of Brigadier General Morgan L. Smith to return with me to Memphis, started Grierson on his errand to Helena, and ordered Generals Denver and Lawman to report to General Grant for further orders. We started back by the most direct route, reached Memphis by noon of December 12th, and began immediately the preparations for the Vicksburg movement. There I found 2 irregular divisions which had arrived at Memphis in my absence, commanded respectively by Brigadier General A. J. Smith and Brigadier General George W. Morgan. These were designated the 1st and 3rd Divisions, leaving the 2nd Division of Morgan Z. Smith to retain its original name and number. I also sent orders, in the name of General Grant, to General Gorman, who meantime had replaced General Steele in command of Helena, in lieu of the troops which had been east of the Mississippi and had returned, to make up a strong division to report to me on my way down. This division was accordingly organized, and was commanded by Brigadier General Frederick Steele, constituting my 4th Division. Meantime, a large fleet of steamboats was assembling from St. Louis and Cairo, and Admiral Porter dropped down to Memphis with his whole gunboat fleet, ready to cooperate in the movement. The preparations were necessarily hasty in the extreme, but this was the essence of the whole plan, viz., to reach Vicksburg as it were by surprise, while General Grant held in check Pemberton's army about Grenada, leaving me to contend only with the smaller garrison of Vicksburg and its well-known strong batteries and defenses. On the 19th, the Memphis troops were embarked and steamed down to Helena, where on the 21st General Steele's division was also embarked. And on the 22d, we were all rendezvoused at Friar's Point, in the following order, viz. Steamer Forest Queen, General Headquarters, and Battalion 13th United States Infantry. 1st Division, Brigadier General A. J. Smith Steamers Des Arc Division Headquarters and Escort. Metropolitan, 6th Indiana, J.H. Dickey, 23rd Wisconsin, J.C. Snow, 16th Indiana Hiawatha, 96th Ohio, J.S. Pringle, 67th Indiana, J. W. Cheeseman, 9th Kentucky, R. Campbell, 97th Indiana, Duke of Argyll, 77th Illinois, City of Alton, 108th and 48th Ohio, City of Louisiana Mercantile Battery. Ohio Bell, 17th Ohio Battery, Citizen 83rd Ohio, Champion, Commissary Boat, General Anderson Ordnance. 2nd Division, Brigadier General M.L. Smith, Steamers Chancellor Headquarters and Thielman's Cavalry, Planet 116th Illinois, City of Memphis, Batteries and B. Missouri Artillery, 8th Missouri and section of Parrott Guns Omaha, 57th Ohio, Sioux City, 83rd Indiana, Spread Eagle, 127th Illinois, Ed. Walsh, 113th Illinois, Westmoreland, 55th Illinois, Headquarters 4th Brigade. Sunny South, 54th Ohio, Universe, 6th Missouri, Robert Allen, Commissary Boat. 3rd Division, Brigadier General G.W. Morgan Steamers Empress, Division Headquarters, Key West, 118th Illinois. Sam Gady, 69th Indiana, Northerner, 120th Ohio. Belle Peoria, Headquarters 2nd Brigade, 2 Companies 49th Ohio and Pontoons. Die Vernon, 3rd Kentucky, War Eagle, 49th Indiana, 8 Companies, and Foster's Battery. Henry Von Fall, Headquarters 3rd Brigade, and 8 Companies, 16th Ohio. Fanny Bullitt, 114th Ohio, and Lamfer's Battery. Crescent City, 22nd Kentucky and 54th Indiana. Des Moines, 42nd Ohio. Pembina, Lamfer's and Stone's Batteries. Lady Jackson, Commissary Boat. 4th Division, Brigadier General Frederick Steele Steamers Continental, Headquarters, Escort and Battery. John J. Rowe, 4th and 9th Iowa, Nebraska, 31st Iowa. Key West, 1st Iowa Artillery, John Warner, 13th Illinois. Tecumseh, 26th Iowa, Decatur, 28th Iowa. Quitman, 34th Iowa Kennett, 29th Missouri. Gladiator, 30th Missouri. Isabella, 31st Missouri. D.G. Taylor, Quartermaster's Stores and Horses. Sucker State, 32nd Missouri. Dakota, 3rd Missouri. Tut, 12th Missouri Emma, 17th Missouri Adriatic, 1st Missouri. Meteor, 76th Ohio. Polar Star, 58th Ohio. At the same time, were communicated the following instructions. Headquarters Right Wing, 13th Army Corps Forest Queen, December 23, 1882. To Commanders of Divisions, Generals F. Steele, George W. Morgan A.J. Smith, and M.L. Smith. With this I hand to each of you a copy of a map, compiled from the best sources, and which in the main is correct. It is the same used by Admiral Porter and myself. Complete military success can only be accomplished by united action on some general plan, embracing usually a large district of country. In the present instance, our object is to secure the navigation of the Mississippi River and its main branches, and to hold them as military channels of communication and for commercial purposes. The river, above Vicksburg, has been gained by conquering the country to its rear, rendering its possession by our enemy useless and unsafe to him, and of great value to us. But the enemy still holds the river from Vicksburg to Baton Rouge, navigating it with his boats, and the possession of it enables him to connect his communications and routes of supply, east and west. To deprive him of this will be a severe blow, and, if done effectually, will be of great advantage to us, and probably the most decisive act of the war. To accomplish this important result, we are to act our part in important one of the great whole. General Banks, with a large force, has reinforced General Butler in Louisiana, and from that quarter an expedition, by water and land, is coming northward. General Grant, with the 13th Army Corps, of which we compose the right wing, is moving southward. The naval squadron Admiral Porter is operating with his gunboat fleet by water, each in perfect harmony with the other. General Grant's left and center were at last accounts approaching the Yallabusha, near Grenada, and the railroad to his rear, by which he drew his supplies, was reported to be seriously damaged. This may disconcert him somewhat, but only makes more important our line of operations. At the Yallabusha, General Grant may encounter the army of General Pemberton, the same which refused him battle on the line of the Tallahatchie, which was strongly fortified. But, as he will not have time to fortify it, he will hardly stand there. And, in that event, General Grant will immediately advance down the high ridge between the Big Black and Yazoo, and will expect to meet us on the Yazoo and receive from us the supplies which he needs, and which he knows we carry along. Parts of this general plan are to cooperate with the naval squadron in the reduction of Vicksburg, to secure possession of the land lying between the Yazoo and Big Black, and to act in concert with General Grant against Pemberton's forces, supposed to have Jackson, Mississippi, as a point of concentration. Vicksburg is doubtless very strongly fortified, both against the river and land approaches. Already the gunboats have secured the Yazoo up for 23 miles, to a fort on the Yazoo at Haynes's Bluff, giving us a choice for a landing place at some point up the Yazoo below this fort, or on the island which lies between Vicksburg and the present mouth of the Yazoo. See map, Johnson's Plantation. But before any actual collision with the enemy, I purpose, after our whole land force is rendezvoused at Gaines Landing, Arkansas, to proceed in order to Milliken's Bend A, and there dispatch a brigade, without wagons or any encumbrances whatever, to the Vicksburg and Shreveport Railroad at H and K, to destroy that effectually, and to cut off that fruitful avenue of supply. Then to proceed to the mouth of the Yazoo, and, after possessing ourselves of the latest and most authentic information from naval officers now there, to land our whole force on the Mississippi side, and then to reach the point where the Vicksburg and Jackson Railroad crosses the Big Black F, after which to attack Vicksburg by land, while the gunboats assail it by water. It may be necessary, looking to Grant's approach, before attacking Vicksburg, to reduce the battery at Haynes Bluff first, so as to enable some of the lighter gunboats and transports to ascend the Yazoo and communicate with General Grant. The detailed manner of accomplishing all these results will be communicated in due season, and these general points are only made known at this time, that commanders may study the maps, and also that in the event of non-receipt of orders, all may act in perfect concert by following the general movement, unless specially detached. You all now have the same map, so that no mistakes or confusion need result from different names of localities. All possible preparations as to wagons, provisions, axes, and entrenching tools should be made in advance, so that when we do land there will be no want of them. When we begin to act on shore, we must do the work quickly and effectually. The gunboats under Admiral Porter will do their full share, and I feel every assurance that the Army will not fall short in its work. Division commanders may read this to regimental commanders, and furnish brigade commanders a copy. They should also cause as many copies of the map to be made on the same scale as possible, being very careful in copying the names. The points marked E and G, Allen's and Mount Albans, are evidently strategical points that will figure in our future operations, and these positions should be well studied. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General. The Mississippi boats were admirably calculated for handling troops, horses, guns, stores, etc., easy of embarkation and disembarkation, and supplies of all kinds were abundant, except fuel. For this we had to rely on wood, but most of the woodyards, so common on the river before the war, had been exhausted, so that we had to use fence rails, old dead timber, the logs of houses, etc. Having abundance of men and plenty of axes, each boat could daily procure a supply. In proceeding down the river, one or more of Admiral Porter's gunboats took the lead, others were distributed throughout the column, and some brought up the rear. We maneuvered by divisions and brigades when in motion, and it was a magnificent sight as we thus steamed down the river. What few inhabitants remained at the plantations on the riverbank were unfriendly, except the slaves. Some few guerrilla parties infested the banks, but did not dare to molest so strong a force as I then commanded. We reached Milliken's Bend on Christmas Day, when I detached one brigade, Burbridge's, of A. J. Smith's division, to the southwest, to break up the railroad leading from Vicksburg toward Shreveport, Louisiana. Leaving A. J. Smith's division there to await the return of Burbridge, the remaining 3 divisions proceeded on the 26th to the mouth of the Yazoo, and up that river to Johnson's Plantation, 13 miles, and their disembarked Steele's division above the mouth of Chickasaw Bayou, Morgan's division near the house of Johnson, which had been burned by the gunboats on a former occasion, and M. L. Smith's just below. A. J. Smith's division arrived the next night and disembarked below that of M. L. Smith. The place of our disembarkation was in fact an island, separated from the high bluff known as Walnut Hills, on which the town of Vicksburg stands by a broad and shallow bayou, evidently an old channel of the Yazoo. On our right was another wide bayou, known as Old River, and on the left still another, much narrower, but too deep to be forded, known as Chickasaw Bayou. All the island was densely wooded, except Johnson's Plantation, immediately on the bank of the Yazoo, and a series of old cotton fields along Chickasaw Bayou. There was a road from Johnson's Plantation directly to Vicksburg, but it crossed numerous bayous and deep swamps by bridges, which had been destroyed. And this road debouched on level ground at the foot of the Vicksburg bluff, opposite strong forts, well prepared and defended by heavy artillery. On this road I directed General A.J. Smith's division, not so much by way of a direct attack as a diversion and threat. Morgan was to move to his left to reach Chickasaw Bayou, and to follow it toward the bluff, about 4 miles above A.J. Smith. Steele was on Morgan's left, across Chickasaw Bayou, and M.L. Smith on Morgan's right. We met light resistance at all points, but skirmished on the 27th up to the main bayou that separated our position from the bluffs of Vicksburg, which were found to be strong by nature and by art, and seemingly well defended. On reconnoitering the front in person, during the 27th and 28th, I became satisfied that General A.J. Smith could not cross the intervening obstacles under the heavy fire of the forts immediately in his front, and that the main bayou was impassable, except at 2 points, one near the head of Chickasaw Bayou, in front of Morgan, and the other about a mile lower down, in front of M.L. Smith's division. During the general reconnaissance of the 28th General Morgan L. Smith received a severe and dangerous wound in his hip, which completely disabled him and compelled him to go to his steamboat, leaving the command of his division to Brigadier General D. Stewart. But I drew a part of General A.J. Smith's division, and that general himself, to the point selected for passing the bayou, and committed that special task to his management. General Steele reported that it was physically impossible to reach the bluffs from his position, so I ordered him to leave but a show of force there, and to return to the west side of Chickasaw Bayou in support of General Morgan's left. He had to countermarch and use the steamboats in the Yazoo to get on the firm ground on our side of the Chickasaw. On the morning of December 29th, all the troops were ready and in position. The first step was to make a lodgment on the foothills and bluffs abreast of our position, while diversions were made by the Navy toward Haynes's Bluff, and by the 1st Division directly toward Vicksburg. I estimated the enemy's forces, then strung from Vicksburg to Haynes's Bluff, at 15,000 men, commanded by the rebel generals Martin Luther Smith and Stephen D. Lee. Aiming to reach firm ground beyond this bayou, and to leave as little time for our enemy to reinforce as possible, I determined to make a show of attack along the whole front, but to break across the bayou at the 2 points named, and gave general orders accordingly. I pointed out to General Morgan the place where he could pass the bayou, and he answered, "General, in 10 minutes after you give the signal, I'll be on those hills." He was to lead his division in person, and was to be supported by Steele's division. The front was very narrow, and immediately opposite, at the base of the hills about 300 yards from the bayou, was a rebel battery, supported by an infantry force posted on the spurs of the hill behind. To draw attention from this, the real point of attack, I gave instructions to commence the attack at the flanks. I went in person about a mile to the right rear of Morgan's position, at a place convenient to receive reports from all other parts of the line, and about noon of December 29th gave the orders and signal for the main attack. A heavy artillery fire opened along our whole line and was replied to by the rebel batteries, and soon the infantry fire opened heavily, especially on A.J. Smith's front and in front of General George W. Morgan. One brigade de Kersey's of Morgan's troops crossed the bayou safely, but took to cover behind the bank and could not be moved forward. Frank Blair's brigade, of Steele's division in support, also crossed the bayou, passed over the space of level ground to the foot of the hills, but being unsupported by Morgan and meeting a very severe crossfire of artillery, was staggered and gradually fell back, leaving about 500 men behind, wounded and prisoners, among them Colonel Thomas Fletcher, afterward governor of Missouri. Part of Thayer's brigade took a wrong direction and did not cross the bayou at all, nor did General Morgan cross in person. This attack failed, and I have always felt that it was due to the failure of General G. W. Morgan to obey his orders or to fulfill his promise made in person. Had he used with skill and boldness one of his brigades, in addition to that of Blair's, he could have made a lodgment on the bluff, which would have opened the door for our whole force to follow. Meantime, the 6th Missouri Infantry, at heavy loss, had also crossed the bayou at the narrow passage lower down, but could not ascend the steep bank. Right over their heads was a rebel battery, whose fire was in a measure kept down by our sharpshooters, 13th United States Infantry, posted behind logs, stumps, and trees on our side of the bayou. The men of the 6th Missouri actually scooped out with their hands caves in the bank, which sheltered them against the fire of the enemy, who, right over their heads, held their muskets outside the parapet vertically, and fired down. So critical was the position that we could not recall the men till after dark, and then one at a time. Our loss had been pretty heavy, and we had accomplished nothing, and had inflicted little loss on our enemy. At first I intended to renew the assault, but soon became satisfied that, the enemy's attention having been drawn to the only two practicable points, it would prove too costly, and accordingly resolved to look elsewhere for a point below Haynes's Bluff or Blake's Plantation. That night I conferred with Admiral Porter, who undertook to cover the landing, and the next day, December 30th, the boats were all selected, but so alarmed were the captains and pilots that we had to place sentinels with loaded muskets to ensure their remaining at their posts. Under cover of night, Steele's division and one brigade of Stuart's were drawn out of line and quietly embarked on steamboats in the Yazoo River. The night of December 30th was appointed for this force, under the command of General Fred Steele, to proceed up the Yazoo just below Haynes's Bluff, there to disembark about daylight and make a dash for the hills. Meantime, we had strengthened our positions near Chickasaw Bayou, had all our guns in good position with parapets, and had everything ready to renew our attack as soon as we heard the sound of battle above. At midnight, I left Admiral Porter on his gunboat. He had his fleet ready, and the night was propitious. I rode back to camp and gave orders for all to be ready by daybreak. But when daylight came, I received a note from General Steele reporting that, before his boats had got up steam, the fog had settled down on the river so thick and impenetrable that it was simply impossible to move, so the attempt had to be abandoned. The rain, too, began to fall, and the trees bore watermarks 10 feet above our heads, so that I became convinced that the part of wisdom was to withdraw. I ordered the stores which had been landed to be re-embarked on the boats, and preparations made for all the troops to regain their proper boats during the night of the 1st of January, 1863. From our camps at Chickasaw we could hear the whistles of the trains arriving in Vicksburg, could see battalions of men marching up toward Haynes's Bluff and taking post at all points in our front. I was more than convinced that heavy reinforcements were coming to Vicksburg, whether from Pemberton at Grenada, Bragg in Tennessee, or from other sources, I could not tell. But at no point did the enemy assume the offensive, and when we drew off our rear guard on the morning of the 2D, they simply followed up the movement timidly. Up to that moment, I had not heard a word from General Grant since leaving Memphis, and most assuredly, I had listened for days for the sound of his guns in the direction of Yazoo City. On the morning of January 2D, all my command were again afloat in their proper steamboats, when Admiral Porter told me that General McClernand had arrived at the mouth of the Yazoo in the steamboat Tigress, and that it was rumored he had come down to supersede me. Leaving my whole force where it was, I ran down to the mouth of the Yazoo in a small tugboat, and there found General McClernand, with orders from the War Department to command the expeditionary force on the Mississippi River. I explained what had been done, and what was the actual state of facts, that the heavy reinforcements pouring into Vicksburg must be Pemberton's army, and that General Grant must be near at hand. He informed me that General Grant was not coming at all, that his depot at Holly Springs had been captured by Van Dorn, and that he had drawn back from Coffeyville and Oxford to Holly Springs and Lagrange, and further, that Quinby's division of Grant's army was actually at Memphis for stores when he passed down. This, then, fully explained how Vicksburg was being reinforced. I saw that any attempt on the place from the Yazoo was hopeless, and with General McClernand's full approval, we all came out of the Yazoo, and on the 3D of January rendezvoused at Milliken's Bend, about 10 miles above. On the 4th, General McClernand issued his General Order No. 1, assuming command of the Army of the Mississippi, divided into 2 corps. The first to be commanded by General Morgan, composed of his own and A.J. Smith's divisions, and the second, composed of Steele's and Stuart's divisions, to be commanded by me. Up to that time, the Army had been styled the right wing of General Grant's 13th Army Corps and numbered about 30,000 men. The aggregate loss during the time of any command, mostly on the 29th of December, was 175 killed, 930 wounded, and 743 prisoners. According to Badow, the rebels lost 63 killed, 134 wounded, and 10 prisoners. It afterward transpired that Van Dorn had captured Holly Springs on the 20th of December, and that General Grant fell back very soon after. General Pemberton, who had telegraphic and railroad communication with Vicksburg, was therefore at perfect liberty to reinforce the place with a garrison equal, if not superior, to my command. The rebels held high, commanding ground, and could see every movement of our men and boats, so that the only possible hope of success consisted in celerity and surprise, and in General Grant's holding all of Pemberton's army hard pressed meantime. General Grant was perfectly aware of this, and had sent me word of the change, but it did not reach me in time. Indeed, I was not aware of it until after my assault of December 29th, and until the news was brought me by General McClernand, as related. General McClernand was appointed to this command by President Lincoln in person, who had no knowledge of what was then going on down the river. Still, my relief on the heels of a failure raised the usual cry at the North, of repulse, failure, and bungling. There was no bungling on my part, for I never worked harder or with more intensity of purpose in my life. And General Grant, long after, in his report of the operations of the siege of Vicksburg, gave us all full credit for the skill of the movement and described the almost impregnable nature of the ground. And although in all official reports I assumed the whole responsibility, I have ever felt that had General Morgan promptly and skillfully sustained the lead of Frank Blair's brigade on that day, we should have broken the rebel line and effected a lodgment on the hills behind Vicksburg. General Frank Blair was outspoken and indignant against Generals Morgan and de Courcy at the time, and always abused me for assuming the whole blame. But had we succeeded, we might have found ourselves in a worse trap when General Pemberton was at full liberty to turn his whole force against us. While I was engaged at Chickasaw Bayou, Admiral Porter was equally busy in the Yazoo River, threatening the enemy's batteries at Haynes's and Snyder's bluffs above. In a sharp engagement, he lost one of his best officers, in the person of Captain Gwynn, United States Navy, who, though on board an ironclad, insisted on keeping his post on deck, where he was struck in the breast by a round shot, which carried away the muscle and contused the lung within, from which he died a few days after. We of the Army deplored his loss quite as much as his fellows of the Navy, for he had been intimately associated with us in our previous operations on the Tennessee River, at Shiloh and above, and we had come to regard him as one of us. On the 4th of January, 1863, our fleet of transports was collected at Milliken's Bend, about 10 miles above the mouth of the Yazoo, Admiral Porter remaining with his gunboats at the Yazoo. General John A. McClernand was in chief command, General George W. Morgan commanded the 1st Corps, and I the 2nd Corps of the Army of the Mississippi. I had learned that a small steamboat, the Blue Wing, with a mail towing coal barges and loaded with ammunition, had left Memphis for the Yazoo about the 20th of December, had been captured by a rebel boat which had come out of the Arkansas River, and had been carried up that river to Fort Hind. We had reports from this fort, usually called the Post of Arkansas, about 40 miles above the mouth, that it was held by about 5,000 rebels, was an enclosed work, commanding the passage of the river, but supposed to be easy of capture from the rear. At that time, I don't think General McClernand had any definite views or plays of action. If so, he did not impart them to me. He spoke in general terms of opening the navigation of the Mississippi, cutting his way to the sea, etc., etc., but the modus operandi was not so clear. Knowing full well that we could not carry on operations against Vicksburg as long as the rebels held the post of Arkansas, whence to attack our boats coming and going without convoy, I visited him on his boat, the Tigress, took with me a boy who had been on the Blue Wing and had escaped, and asked leave to go up the Arkansas to clear out the post. He made various objections, but consented to go with me to see Admiral Porter about it. We got up steam in the Forest Queen during the night of January 4th, stopped at the Tigress, took General McClernand on board, and proceeded down the river by night to the Admiral's boat, the Black Hawk, lying in the mouth of the Yazoo. It must have been near midnight, and Admiral Porter was in Decibel. We were seated in his cabin, and I explained my views about Arkansas Post and asked his cooperation. He said that he was short of coal and could not use wood in his ironclad boats. Of these I asked for 2, to be commanded by Captain Shirk or Phelps or some officer of my acquaintance. At that moment, poor Gwyn lay on his bed, in a stateroom close by, dying from the effect of the cannon shot received at Haynes's Bluff, as before described. Porter's manner to McClelland was so curt that I invited him out into a forward cabin where he had his charts, and asked him what he meant by it. He said that he did not like him, that in Washington, before coming west, he had been introduced to him by President Lincoln, and he had taken a strong prejudice against him. I begged him, for the sake of harmony, to waive that, which he promised to do. Returning to the cabin, the conversation was resumed, and on our offering to tow his gunboats up the river to save coal, and on renewing the request for Shirk to command the detachment, Porter said, "Suppose I go along myself." I answered, if he would do so, it would ensure the success of the enterprise. At that time, I supposed General McClelland would send me on this business, but he concluded to go himself and to take his whole force. Orders were at once issued for the troops not to disembark at Milliken's Bend, but to remain as they were on board the transports. My 2 divisions were commanded the first, by Brigadier General Frederick Steele, with 3 brigades, commanded by Brigadier Generals F.P. Blair, C.E. Huey, and J.M. Thayer. The second, by Brigadier General D. Stewart, with 2 brigades, commanded by Colonels G.A. Smith and T. Kilby Smith. The whole army, embarked on steamboats convoyed by the gunboats, of which 3 were ironclads, proceeded up the Mississippi River to the mouth of White River, which we reached January 8th. On the next day, we continued up White River to the cutoff, through this to the Arkansas, and up the Arkansas to Nottreb's Farm, just below Fort Hindman. Early the next morning, we disembarked. Stewart's division, moving up the river along the bank, soon encountered a force of the enemy entrenched behind a line of earthworks, extending from the river across to the swamp. I took Steele's division, marching by the flank by a road through the swamp to the firm ground behind, and was moving up to get to the rear of Fort Hindman, when General McClelland overtook me, with the report that the rebels had abandoned their first position and had fallen back into the fort. By his orders, we countermarched, recrossed the swamp, and hurried forward to overtake Stewart, marching for Fort Hindman. The first line of the rebels was about 4 miles below Fort Hindman, and the intervening space was densely wooded and obscure, with the exception of some old fields back of and close to the fort. During the night, which was a bright moonlight one, we reconnoitred close up and found a large number of huts which had been abandoned, and the whole rebel force had fallen back into and about the fort. Personally, I crept up to a stump so close that I could hear the enemy hard at work, pulling down houses, cutting with axes, and building entrenchments. I could almost hear their words, and I was thus listening when, about 4 a.m., the bugler in the rebel camp sounded as pretty a reveille as I ever listened to. When daylight broke, it revealed to us a new line of parapet straight across the peninsula, connecting Fort Hindman, on the Arkansas River bank, with the impassable swamp about a mile to its left or rear. This peninsula was divided into 2 nearly equal parts by a road. My command had the ground to the right of the road, and Morgan's corps that to the left. McClelland had his quarters still on the Tigris, back at Nottreb's Farm, but moved forward that morning, January 11th, to a place in the woods to our rear, where he had a man up a tree, to observe and report the movements. There was a general understanding with Admiral Porter that he was to attack the fort with his 3 ironclad gunboats directly by its waterfront, while we assaulted by land in the rear. About 10 a.m., I got a message from General McClelland, telling me where he could be found and asking me what we were waiting for. I answered that we were then in close contact with the enemy, viz., about 500 or 600 yards off, that the next movement must be a direct assault, that this should be simultaneous along the whole line, and that I was waiting to hear from the gunboats, asking him to notify Admiral Porter that we were all ready. In about half an hour, I heard the clear ring of the Navy guns, the fire gradually increasing in rapidity and advancing toward the fort. I had distributed our field guns, and when I judged the time had come, I gave the orders to begin. The intervening ground between us and the enemy was a dead level, with the exception of 1 or 2 small gullies, and our men had no cover but the few standing trees and some logs on the ground. The troops advanced well under a heavy fire, once or twice falling to the ground for a sort of rest or pause. Every tree had its group of men, and behind each log was a crowd of sharpshooters, who kept up so hot a fire that the rebel troops fired wild. The fire of the fort proper was kept busy by the gunboats and Morgan's corps, so that all my corps had to encounter was the direct fire from the newly built parapet across the peninsula. This line had 3 sections of field guns that kept things pretty lively, and several round shot came so near me that I realized that they were aimed at my staff, so I dismounted and made them scatter. As the gunboats got closer up, I saw their flags actually over the parapet of Fort Hindman, and the rebel gunners scamper out of the embrasures and run down into the ditch behind. About the same time, a man jumped up on the rebel parapet just where the road entered, waving a large white flag, and numerous smaller white rags appeared above the parapet along the whole line. I immediately ordered, "Cease firing," and sent the same word down the line to General Steele, who had made similar progress on the right, following the border of He Swamp. I ordered my aide, Colonel Dayton, to jump on his horse and ride straight up to the large white flag, and when his horse was on the parapet, I followed with the rest of my staff. All firing had ceased, except an occasional shot away to the right, and one of the captains, Smith, of the 13th Regulars, was wounded after the display of the white flag. On entering the line, I saw that our muskets and guns had done good execution, for there was a horse battery, and every horse lay dead in the traces. The fresh-made parapet had been knocked down in many places, and dead men lay around very thick. I inquired who commanded at that point, and a Colonel Garland stepped up and said that he commanded that brigade. I ordered him to form his brigade, stack arms, hang the belts on the muskets, and stand waiting for orders. Stewart's division had been halted outside the parapet. I then sent Major Hammond down the rebel line to the right, with orders to stop Steele's division outside, and to have the other rebel brigade stack its arms in like manner, and to await further orders. I inquired of Colonel Garland who commanded in chief, and he said that General Churchill did, and that he was inside the fort. I then rode into the fort, which was well built, with good parapets, drawbridge, and ditch, and was an enclosed work of 4 bastions. I found it full of soldiers and sailors, its parapets toward the river well battered in, and Porter's gunboats in the river, close against the fort, with their bows on shore. I soon found General Churchill, in conversation with Admiral Porter and General A.J. Smith, and about this time my Adjutant General, Major J.H. Hammond, came and reported that General Dessler, who commanded the rebel brigade facing and opposed to Steele, had refused to stack arms and surrender, on the ground that he had received no orders from his commanding general, that nothing separated this brigade from Steele's men except the light parapet, and that there might be trouble there at any moment. I advised General Churchill to send orders at once, because a single shot might bring the whole of Steele's division on Dessler's brigade, and I would not be responsible for the consequences. Soon afterward, we both concluded to go in person. General Churchill had the horses of himself and staff in the ditch. They were brought in, and we rode together to where Garland was standing, and Churchill spoke to him in an angry tone, "Why did you display the white flag?" Garland replied, "I received orders to do so from one of your staff." Churchill denied giving such an order, and angry words passed between them. I stopped them, saying that it made little difference then, as they were in our power. We continued to ride down the line to its extreme point, where we found Dessler in person, and his troops were still standing to the parapet with their muskets in hand. Steele men were on the outside. I asked Dessler, "What does this mean?" "You are a regular officer and ought to know better." He answered snappishly that he had received no orders to surrender, when General Churchill said, "You see, sir, that we are in their power and you may surrender." Dessler turned to his staff officers and ordered them to repeat the command to stack arms, etc., to the colonels of his brigade. I was on my horse and he was on foot. Wishing to soften the blow of defeat, I spoke to him kindly, saying that I knew a family of Desslers in Columbus, Ohio, and inquired if they were relations of his. He disclaimed any relation with people living north of the Ohio in an offensive tone, and I think I gave him a piece of my mind that he did not relish. He was a West Point graduate, small but very handsome, and was afterward killed in battle. I never met him again. Returning to the position where I had first entered the rebel line, I received orders from General McClernand, by one of his staff, to leave General A.J. Smith in charge of the fort and prisoners, and with my troops to remain outside. The officer explained that the general was then on the Tigris, which had moved up from below, to a point in the river just above the fort, and not understanding his orders, I concluded to go and see him in person. My troops were then in possession of 2 of the 3 brigades which composed the army opposed to us, and my troops were also in possession of all the ground of the peninsula outside the fort proper, Heinemann. I found General McClelland on the Tigris in high spirits. He said repeatedly, "Glorious, glorious, my star is ever in the ascendant." He spoke complimentarily of the troops, but was extremely jealous of the Navy. He said, "I'll make a splendid report. I had a man up a tree, etc." I was very hungry and tired, and fear I did not appreciate the honors in reserve for us, and asked for something to eat and drink. He very kindly ordered something to be brought, and explained to me that by his orders, he did not wish to interfere with the actual state of facts. That General A.J. Smith would occupy Fort Heinemann, which his troops had first entered, and I could hold the lines outside and go on securing the prisoners and stores as I had begun. I returned to the position of Garland's brigade and gave the necessary orders for marching all the prisoners, disarmed, to a pocket formed by the river and 2 deep gullies just above the fort, by which time it had become quite dark. After dark, another rebel regiment arrived from Pine Bluff, marched right in, and was also made prisoners. There seemed to be a good deal of feeling among the rebel officers against Garland, who asked leave to stay with me that night, to which I of course consented. Just outside the rebel parapet was a house which had been used for a hospital. I had a room cleaned out and occupied it that night. A cavalry soldier lent me his battered coffee pot with some coffee and scraps of hard bread out of his nosebag. Garland and I made some coffee, ate our bread together, and talked politics by the fire till quite late at night, when we lay down on straw that was saturated with the blood of dead or wounded men. The next day the prisoners were all collected on their boats. Lists were made out, and orders given for their transportation to St. Louis, in charge of my aide, Major Sanger. We then proceeded to dismantle and level the forts, destroy or remove the stores, and we found in the magazine the very ammunition which had been sent for us in the Blue Wing, which was secured and afterward used in our 20-pound Parrott guns. On the 13th, we re-embarked. The whole expedition returned out of the river by the direct route down the Arkansas during a heavy snowstorm, and rendezvoused in the Mississippi, at Napoleon, at the mouth of the Arkansas. Here General McClelland told me he had received a letter from General Grant at Memphis, who disapproved of our movement up the Arkansas, but that communication was made before he had learned of our complete success. When informed of this, and of the promptness with which it had been executed, he could not but approve. We were then ordered back to Milliken's Bend to await General Grant's arrival in person. We reached Milliken's Bend January 21st. McClelland's report of the capture of Fort Heinemann almost ignored the action of Porter's fleet altogether. This was unfair, for I know that the admiral led his fleet in person in the river attack, and that his guns silenced those of Fort Heinemann and drove the gunners into the ditch. The aggregate loss in my corps at Arkansas Post was 519, viz., 4 officers and 75 men killed, 34 officers and 406 men wounded. I never knew the losses in the gunboat fleet or in Morgan's corps, but they must have been less than in mine, which was more exposed. The number of rebel dead must have been nearly 150. Of prisoners, by actual count, we secured 4,791 and sent them north to St. Louis. Chapter 13. Vicksburg, January to July, 1888. The campaign of 1863, resulting in the capture of Vicksburg, was so important that its history has been well studied and well described in all the books treating of the Civil War, more especially by Dr. Draper, in his History of the Civil War in America, and in Badau's Military History of General Grant. In the latter, it is more fully and accurately given than in any other, and is well illustrated by maps and original documents. I now need only attempt to further illustrate Badau's account by some additional details. When our expedition came out of the Arkansas River, January, 1863, and rendezvoused at the riverbank, in front of the town of Napoleon, Arkansas, we were visited by General Grant in person, who had come down from Memphis in a steamboat. Although at this time Major General J. A. McClelland was in command of the Army of the Mississippi, by virtue of a confidential order of the War Department, dated October 21, 1862, which order bore the endorsement of President Lincoln, General Grant still exercised a command over him, by reason of his general command of the Department of the Tennessee. By an order number 210 of December 18, 1862, from the War Department, received at Arkansas Post, the Western armies had been grouped into 5 corps d'armée, viz. The 13th Major General McClelland, the 14th Major General George H. Thomas in Middle Tennessee, the 15th Major General W. T. Sherman, the 16th Major General Hurlbut, then at or near Memphis, and the 17th Major General McPherson, also at and back of Memphis. General Grant, when at Napoleon, on the 18th of January, ordered McClelland with his own and my corps to return to Vicksburg, to disembark on the west bank, and to resume work on a canal across the peninsula, which had been begun by General Thomas Williams the summer before, the object being to turn the Mississippi River at that point, or at least to make a passage for our fleet of gunboats and transports across the peninsula, opposite Vicksburg. General Grant then returned to Memphis, ordered to Lake Providence, about 60 miles above us, McPherson's corps, the 17th, and then came down again to give his personal supervision to the whole movement. The Mississippi River was very high and rising, and we began that system of canals on which we expended so much hard work fruitlessly. First, the canal at Young's Plantation, opposite Vicksburg; second, that at Lake Providence; and third, at the Yazoo Pass, leading into the headwaters of the Yazoo River. Early in February, the gunboats Indianola and Queen of the West ran the batteries of Vicksburg. The latter was afterward crippled in Red River and was captured by the rebels, and the Indianola was butted and sunk about 40 miles below Vicksburg. We heard the booming of the guns, but did not know of her loss till some days after. During the months of January and February, we were digging the canal and fighting off the water of the Mississippi, which continued to rise and threatened to drown us. We had no sure place of refuge except the narrow levee and such steamboats as remained abreast of our camps. My 2 divisions furnished alternately a detail of 500 men a day to work on the canal. So high was the water in the beginning of March that McClelland's corps was moved to higher ground at Milliken's Bend, but I remained at Young's Plantation, laid off a due proportion of the levee for each subdivision of my command, and assigned other parts to such steamboats as lay at the levee. My own headquarters were in Mrs. Grove's house, which had the water all around it and could only be reached by a plank walk from the levee, built on posts. General Frederick Steele commanded the 1st Division and General D. Smart the 2nd. This latter division had been reinforced by General Hugh Ewing's brigade, which had arrived from West Virginia. At the time of its date, I received the following note from General Grant. Milliken's Bend, March 16, 1863. General Sherman. Dear Sir, I have just returned from a reconnaissance up Steele's Bayou with the Admiral Porter and 5 of his gunboats. With some labor in cutting treetops out of the way, it will be navigable for any class of steamers. I want you to have your Pioneer Corps, or 1 regiment of good men for such work, detailed, and at the landing as soon as possible. The party will want to take with them their rations, arms, and sufficient camp and garrison equipage for a few days. I will have a boat at any place you may designate, as early as the men can be there. The 8th Missouri, being many of them boatmen, would be excellent men for this purpose. As soon as you give directions for these men to be in readiness, come up and see me, and I will explain fully. The tug that takes this is instructed to wait for you. A full supply of axes will be required. Very respectfully, U.S. Grant, Major General. This letter was instantly, 8 a.m., sent to Colonel Giles A. Smith, commanding the 8th Missouri, with orders to prepare immediately. He returned it at 9:15 with an answer that the regiment was all ready. I went up to Milliken's Bend in the tug and had a conference with the general, resulting in these orders. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee before Vicksburg, March 16, 1863. Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding 15th Army Corps. General, you will proceed as early as practicable up Steele's Bayou, and through Black Bayou to Deer Creek, and thence with the gunboats now there by any route they may take to get into the Yazoo River, for the purpose of determining the feasibility of getting an army through that route to the east bank of that river, and at a point from which they can act advantageously against Vicksburg. Make such details from your Army Corps as may be required to clear out the channel of the various bayous through which transports would have to ran, and to hold such points as in your judgment should be occupied. I place at your disposal today the steamers Diligent and Silver Wave, the only two suitable for the present navigation of this route. Others will be supplied you as fast as required, and they can be got. I have given directions, and you may repeat them, that the party going on board the steamer Diligent push on until they reach Black Bayou, only stopping sufficiently long at any point before reaching there to remove such obstructions as prevent their own progress. Captain Cossack, of the engineers, will go with this party. The other boatload will commence their work in Steele's Bayou and make the navigation as free as possible all the way through. There is but little work to be done in Steele's Bayou, except for about 5 miles aboard midway of the bayou. In this portion, many overhanging trees will have to be removed and should be dragged out of the channel. Very respectfully, U.S. Grant, Major General. On returning to my camp at Young's Point, I started these 2 boats up the Yazoo and Steele's Bayou, with the 8th Missouri and some pioneers, with axes, saws, and all the tools necessary. I gave orders for a part of Stewart's division to proceed in the large boats up the Mississippi River to a point at Gwynn's Plantation, where a bend of Steele's Bayou neared the main river, and the next day, with 1 or 2 stag officers and orderlies, got a Navy tug and hurried up to overtake Admiral Porter. About 60 miles up Steele's Bayou, we came to the gunboat Price, Lieutenant Woodworth, United States Navy, commanding, and then turned into Black Bayou, a narrow, crooked channel obstructed by overhanging oaks and filled with cypress and cottonwood trees. The gunboats had forced their way through, pushing aside trees a foot in diameter. In about 4 miles, we overtook the gunboat fleet just as it was emerging into Deer Creek. Along Deer Creek, the alluvium was higher, and there was a large cotton plantation belonging to a Mr. Hill, who was absent, and the Negroes were in charge of the place. Here I overtook Admiral Porter and accompanied him a couple of miles up Deer Creek, which was much wider and more free of trees, with plantations on both sides at intervals. Admiral Porter thought he had passed the worst, and that he would be able to reach the Rolling Fork and Sunflower. He requested me to return and use all possible means to clear out Black Bayou. I returned to Hill's Plantation, which was soon reached by Major Coleman, with a part of the 8th Missouri. The bulk of the regiment and the pioneers had been distributed along the bayous and set to work under the general supervision of Captain Cossack. The Diligent and Silver Wave then returned to Twins Plantation and brought up Brigadier General Giles A. Smith with the 6th Missouri and part of the 116th Illinois. Admiral Porter was then working up Deer Creek with his ironclads, but he had left me a tug, which enabled me to reconnoiter the country, which was all under water except the narrow strip along Deer Creek. During the 19th, I heard the heavy Navy guns booming more frequently than seemed consistent with mere guerrilla operations, and that night I got a message from Porter, written on tissue paper, brought me through the swamp by a Negro, who had it concealed in a piece of tobacco. The Admiral stated that he had met a force of infantry and artillery, which gave him great trouble by killing the men who had to expose themselves outside the iron armor to shove off the bows of the boats, which had so little headway that they would not steer. He begged me to come to his rescue as quickly as possible. Giles A. Smith had only about 800 men with him, but I ordered him to start up Deer Creek at once, crossing to the east side by an old bridge at Hill's Plantation, which we had repaired for the purpose, to work his way up to the gunboat, fleet, and to report to the Admiral that I would come, up with every man I could raise as soon as possible. I was almost alone at Hill's, but took a canoe, paddled down Black Bayou to the gunboat Price, and there luckily found the Silver Wave with a load of men just arrived from Twins Plantation. Taking some of the parties who were at work along the bayou into an empty coal barge, we tugged it up by a Navy tug, followed by the Silver Wave, crashing through the trees, carrying away pilot house, smokestacks, and everything above deck. But the Captain Macmillan of Pittsburgh was a brave fellow and realized the necessity. The night was absolutely black, and we could only make 2.5 of the 4 miles. We then disembarked and marched through the canebrake, carrying lighted candles in our hands, till we got into the open cotton fields at Hill's Plantation, where we lay down for a few hours' rest. These men were a part of Giles A. Smith's brigade, and part belonged to the brigade of T. Smith, the senior officer present being Lieutenant Colonel Rice, 54th Ohio, an excellent young officer. We had no horses. On Sunday morning, March 21st, as soon as daylight appeared, we started, following the same route which Giles A. Smith had taken the day before, the battalion of the 13th United States Regulars, Major Chase, in the lead. We could hear Porter's guns and knew that moments were precious. Being on foot myself, no man could complain, and we generally went at the double quick with occasional rests. The road lay along Deer Creek, passing several plantations, and occasionally at the bends, it crossed the swamp, where the water came above my hips. The smaller drummer boys had to carry their drums on their heads, and most of the men slang their cartridge boxes around their necks. The soldiers generally were glad to have their general and field officers afoot, but we gave them a fair specimen of marching, accomplishing about 21 miles by noon. Of course, our speed was accelerated by the sounds of the Navy guns, which became more and more distinct, though we could see nothing. At a plantation near some Indian mounds, we met a detachment of the 8th Missouri that had been up to the fleet and had been sent down as a picket to prevent any obstructions below. This picket reported that Admiral Porter had found Deer Creek badly obstructed, had turned back, that there was a rebel force beyond the fleet, with some 6-pounders, and nothing between us and the fleet. So I sat down on the door-sill of a cabin to rest, but had not been seated 10 minutes when, in the wood just ahead, not 300 yards off, I heard quick and rapid firing of musketry. Jumping up, I ran up the road and found Lieutenant Colonel Rice, who said the head of his column had struck a small force of rebels with a working gang of Negroes, provided with axes, who on the first fire had broken and run back into the swamp. I ordered Rice to deploy his brigade, his left on the road, and extending as far into the swamp as the ground would permit, and then to sweep forward until he uncovered the gunboats. The movement was rapid and well executed, and we soon came to some large cotton fields and could see our gunboats in Deer Creek, occasionally firing a heavy 8-inch gun across the cotton field into the swamp behind. About that time, Major Kirby, of the 8th Missouri, galloped down the road on a horse he had picked up the night before and met me. He explained the situation of affairs and offered me his horse. I got on bareback and rode up the levee, the sailors coming out of their ironclads and cheering most vociferously as I rode by, and as our men swept forward across the cotton field in full view. I soon found Admiral Porter, who was on the deck of one of his ironclads, with a shield made of the section of a smokestack, and I doubt if he was ever more glad to meet a friend than he was to see me. He explained that he had almost reached the rolling fork, when the woods became full of sharpshooters, who, taking advantage of trees, stumps, and the levee, would shoot down every man that poked his nose outside the protection of their armor, so that he could not handle his clumsy boats in the narrow channel. The rebels had evidently dispatched a force from Haynes's Bluff up the Sunflower to the Rolling Fork, had anticipated the movement of Admiral Porter's fleet, and had completely obstructed the channel of the upper part of Deer Creek by felling trees into it, so that further progress in that direction was simply impossible. It also happened that, at the instant of my arrival, a party of about 400 rebels, armed and supplied with axes, had passed around the fleet and had got below it, intending in like manner to block up the channel by the felling of trees so as to cut off retreat. This was the force we had struck so opportunely at the time before described. I inquired of Admiral Porter what he proposed to do, and he said he wanted to get out of that scrape as quickly as possible. He was actually working back when I met him, and, as we then had a sufficient force to cover his movement completely, he continued to back down Deer Creek. He informed me at one time things looked so critical that he had made up his mind to blow up the gunboats and to escape with his men through the swamp to the Mississippi River. There being no longer any sharpshooters to bother the sailors, they made good progress. Still, it took 3 full days for the fleet to back out of Deer Creek into Black Bayou, at Hill's Plantation, whence Admiral Porter proceeded to his post at the mouth of the Yazoo, leaving Captain Owen in command of the fleet. I reported the facts to General Grant, who was sadly disappointed at the failure of the fleet to get through to the Yazoo above Haynes's Bluff, and ordered us all to resume our camps at Young's Point. We accordingly steamed down and regained our camps on the 27th. As this expedition up Deer Creek was but one of many efforts to secure a footing from which to operate against Vicksburg, I add the report of Brigadier General Giles A. Smith, who was the first to reach the fleet. Headquarters 1st Brigade, 2nd Division 15th Army Corps, Young's Point, Louisiana, March 28, 1863. Captain L. M. Dayton, Assistant Adjutant General. Captain, I have the honor to report the movements of the 1st Brigade in the expedition up Steele's Bayou, Black Bayou, and Deer Creek. The 6th Missouri and 116th Illinois Regiments embarked at the month of Muddy Bayou on the evening of Thursday, the 18th of March, and proceeded up Steele's Bayou to the month of Black. Thence up Black Bayou to Hill's Plantation, at its junction with Deer Creek, where we arrived on Friday at 4:00 p.m., and joined the 8th Missouri, Lieutenant Colonel Coleman commanding, which had arrived at that point 2 days before. General Sherman had also established his headquarters there, having preceded the 8th Missouri in a tug, with no other escort than 2 or 3 of his staff, reconnoitering all the different bayous and branches, thereby greatly facilitating the movements of the troops, but at the same time exposing himself beyond precedent in a commanding general. At 3:00 of Saturday morning, the 20th instant, General Sherman, having received a communication from Admiral Porter at the mouth of Rolling Fork, asking for a speedy cooperation of the land forces with his fleet, I was ordered by General Sherman to be ready, with all the available force at that point, to accompany him to his relief. But before starting, it was arranged that I should proceed with the force at hand, 800 men, while he remained, again entirely unprotected, to hurry up the troops expected to arrive that night, consisting of the 13th Infantry and 113th Illinois Volunteers, completing my brigade, and the 2nd Brigade, Colonel T. Kilby Smith commanding. This, as the sequel showed, proved a very wise measure and resulted in the safety of the whole fleet. At daybreak we were in motion, with a regular guide. We had proceeded but about 6 miles when we found the enemy had been very busy felling trees to obstruct the creek. All the Negroes along the route had been notified to be ready at nightfall to continue the work. To prevent this as much as possible, I ordered all able-bodied Negroes to be taken along, and warned some of the principal inhabitants that they would be held responsible for any more obstructions being placed across the creek. We reached the Admiral about 4:00 p.m., with no opposition save my advance guard, company, a 6th Missouri, being fired into from the opposite side of the creek, killing 1 man and slightly wounding another. Having no way of crossing, we had to content ourselves with driving them beyond musket range. Proceeding with as little loss of time as possible, I found the fleet obstructed in front by fallen trees, in rear by a sunken coal barge, and surrounded by a large force of rebels with an abundant supply of artillery, but wisely keeping their main force out of range of the Admiral's guns. Every tree and stump covered a sharpshooter, ready to pick off any luckless Marine who showed his head above decks, and entirely preventing the working parties from removing obstructions. In pursuance of orders from General Sherman, I reported to Admiral Porter for orders, who turned over to me all the land forces in his fleet, about 150 men, together with 2 howitzers, and I was instructed by him to retain a sufficient force to clear out the sharpshooters, and to distribute the remainder along the creek for 6 or 7 miles below, to prevent any more obstructions being placed in it during the night. This was speedily arranged, our skirmishers capturing 3 prisoners. Immediate steps were now taken to remove the coal barge, which was accomplished about daylight on Sunday morning, when the fleet moved back toward Black Bayou. By 3:00 p.m. we had only made about 6 miles, owing to the large number of trees to be removed. At this point, where our progress was very slow, we discovered a long line of the enemy filing along the edge of the woods, and taking position on the creek below us and about 1 mile ahead of our advance. Shortly after, they opened fire on the gunboats from batteries behind the cavalry and infantry. The boats not only replied to the batteries, which they soon silenced, but poured a destructive fire into their lines. Heavy skirmishing was also heard in our front, supposed to be by 3 companies from the 6th and 8th Missouri, whose position, taken the previous night to guard the creek, was beyond the point reached by the enemy, and consequently liable to be cut off or captured. Captain Owen of the Louisville, the leading boat, made every effort to go through the obstructions and aid in the rescuing of the men. I ordered Major Kirby, with 4 companies of the 6th Missouri, forward, with 2 companies deployed. He soon met General Sherman, with the 13th Infantry and 113th Illinois, driving the enemy before them and opening communication along the creek with the gunboats. Instead of our 3 companies referred to as engaging the enemy, General Sherman had arrived at a very opportune moment with the 2 regiments mentioned above and the 2nd Brigade. The enemy, not expecting an attack from that quarter, after some hot skirmishing, retreated. General Sherman immediately ordered the 13th Infantry and 113th Illinois to pursue, but after following their trace for about 2 miles, they were recalled. We continued our march for about 2 miles when we bivouacked for the night. Early on Monday morning, March 22d, we continued our march, but owing to the slow progress of the gunboats did not reach Hill's Plantation until Tuesday, the 23d instant, where we remained until the 25th. We then re-embarked and arrived at Young's Point on Friday, the 27th instant. Below you will find a list of casualties. Very respectfully, Giles A. Smith, Colonel 8th Missouri, commanding 1st Brigade. P.S.I. forgot to state above that the 13th Infantry and 113th Illinois being under the immediate command of General Sherman, he can mention them as their conduct deserves. On the 3d of April, a division of troops, commanded by Brigadier General J. M. Tuttle, was assigned to my corps, and was designated the 3rd Division. And on the 4th of April, Brigadier General D. Stewart was relieved from the command of the 2nd Division, to which Major General Frank P. Blair was appointed by an order from General Grant's headquarters. Stewart had been with me from the time we were at Benton Barracks, in command of the 55th Illinois, then of a brigade, and finally of a division, but he had failed in seeking a confirmation by the Senate to his nomination as Brigadier General by reason of some old affair at Chicago, and, having resigned his commission as colonel, he was out of service. I esteemed him very highly, and was actually mortified that the service should thus be deprived of so excellent and gallant an officer. He afterwards settled in New Orleans as a lawyer, and died about 1867 or 1868. On the 6th of April, my command, the 15th Corps, was composed of 3 divisions. The 1st Division, commanded by Major General Fred Steele, and his 3 brigades by Colonel Manter, Colonel Charles R. Wood, and Brigadier General John M. Thayer. The 2nd Division, commanded by Major General Frank P. Blair, and his 3 brigades by Colonel Giles A. Smith, Colonel Thomas Gilby Smith, and Brigadier General Hugh Ewing. The 3rd Division, commanded by Brigadier General J. M. Tuttle, and his 3 brigades by Brigadier General R. P. Buckland, Colonel J. A. Mower, and Brigadier General John E. Smith. My own staff then embraced Dayton, McCoy, and Hill, aides, J.H., Hammond, Assistant Adjutant General, Sanger, Inspector General, McFeely, Commissary, J. Condit Smith, Quartermaster, Charles McMillan, Medical Director, Ezra Taylor, Chief of Artillery, JNO. C. Neely, Ordnance Officer, Jenny and Pittsman, Engineers. By this time, it had become thoroughly demonstrated that we could not divert the main river Mississippi or get practicable access to the east bank of the Yazoo, in the rear of Vicksburg, by any of the passes, and we were all in the habit of discussing the various chances of the future. General Grant's headquarters were at Milliken's Bend, in tents, and his army was strung along the river all the way from Young's Point up to Lake Providence, at least 60 miles. I had always contended that the best way to take Vicksburg was to resume the movement which had been so well begun the previous November, viz., for the main army to march by land down the country inland of the Mississippi River, while the gunboat fleet and a minor land force should threaten Vicksburg on its riverfront. I reasoned that, with the large force then subject to General Grant's orders viz. 4 Army Corps, he could easily resume the movement from Memphis, by way of Oxford and Grenada, to Jackson, Mississippi, or down the ridge between the Yazoo and Big Black. But General Grant would not, for reasons other than military, take any course which looked like a step backward. And he himself concluded on the river movement below Vicksburg, so as to appear like connecting with General Banks, who at the same time was besieging Port Hudson from the direction of New Orleans. Preliminary orders had already been given, looking to the digging of a canal, to connect the river at Duckport with Willow Bayou, back of Milliken's Bend, so as to form a channel for the conveyance of supplies by way of Richmond to New Carthage, and several steam dredge boats had come from the upper rivers to assist in the work. One day early in April, I was up at General Grant's headquarters, and we talked over all these things with absolute freedom. Charles A. Dana, Assistant Secretary of War, was there, and Wilson, Rawlins, Frank Blair, McPherson, etc. We all knew. What was notorious, that General McClelland was still intriguing against General Grant, in hopes to regain the command of the whole expedition, and that others were raising a clamor against General Grant in the newspapers at the North. Even Mr. Lincoln and General Halleck seemed to be shaken, but at no instant of time did we, his personal friends, slacken in our loyalty to him. One night, after such a discussion, and believing that General McClelland had no real plan of action shaped in his mind, I wrote my letter of April 8, 1863, to Colonel Rawlins, which letter is embraced in full at page 616 of Badau's book, and which I now reproduce here. Headquarters 15th Army Corps, Camp near Vicksburg, April 80, 1868. Colonel J. A. Rawlins, Assistant Adjutant General to General Grant. Sir, I would most respectfully suggest, for reasons which I will not name, that General Grant call on his corps commanders for their opinions, concise and positive, on the best general plan of a campaign. Unless this be done, there are men who will, in any result falling below the popular standard, claim that their advice was unheeded, and that fatal consequence resulted therefrom. My own opinions are: first, that the Army of the Tennessee is now far in advance of the other grand armies of the United States. Second, that a corps from Missouri should forthwith be moved from St. Louis to the vicinity of Little Rock, Arkansas. Supplies collected there while the river is full, and land communication with Memphis opened via Des Arc on the White and Madison on the St. Francis River. Third, that as much of the Yazoo Pass, Coldwater, and Tallahatchie rivers as can be gained and fortified be held, and the main army be transported thither by land and water. That the road back to Memphis be secured and reopened, and as soon as the waters subside, Grenada be attacked, and the swamp road across to Helena be patrolled by cavalry. Fourth, that the line of the Yallabusha be the base from which to operate against the points where the Mississippi Central crosses Big Black above Canton, and lastly, where the Vicksburg and Jackson Railroad crosses the same river, Big Black. The capture of Vicksburg would result. Fifth, that a minor force be left in this vicinity, not to exceed 10,000 men, with only enough steamboats to float and transport them to any desired point. This force to be held always near enough to act with the gunboats when the main army is known to be near Vicksburg-Haynes's Bluff or Yazoo City. Sixth, I do doubt the capacity of Willow Bayou, which I estimate to be 50 miles long and very tortuous, as a military channel, to supply an army large enough to operate against Jackson, Mississippi, or the Black River Bridge. And such a channel will be very vulnerable to a force coming from the west, which we must expect. Yet this canal will be most useful as the way to convey coals and supplies to a fleet that should navigate the lower reach of the Mississippi between Vicksburg and the Red River. Seventh, the chief reason for operating solely by water was the season of the year and high water in the Tallahatchie and Yallabusha rivers. The spring is now here, and soon these streams will be no serious obstacle, save in the ambuscades of the forest and whatever works the enemy may have erected at or near Grenada. North Mississippi is too valuable for us to allow the enemy to hold it and make crops this year. I make these suggestions with the request that General Grant will read them and give them, as I know he will, a share of his thoughts. I would prefer that he should not answer this letter, but merely give it as much or as little weight as it deserves. Whatever plan of action he may adopt will receive from me the same zealous cooperation and energetic support as though conceived by myself. I do not believe General Banks will make any serious attack on Port Hudson this spring. I am, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General. This is the letter which some critics have styled a protest. We never had a council of war at any time during the Vicksburg campaign. We often met casually, regardless of rank or power, and talked and gossiped of things in general, as officers do and should. But my letter speaks for itself. It shows my opinions clearly at that stage of the game, and was meant partially to induce General Grant to call on General McClelland for a similar expression of opinion, but so far as I know, he did not. He went on quietly to work out his own designs, And he has told me, since the war, that had we possessed in December 1862, the experience of marching and maintaining armies without a regular base, which we afterward acquired, he would have gone on from Oxford as first contemplated, and would not have turned back because of the destruction of his depot at Holly Springs by Van Dorn. The distance from Oxford to the rear of Vicksburg is little greater than by the circuitous route we afterward followed, from Bruinsburg to Jackson and Vicksburg, during which we had neither depot nor train of supplies. I have never criticized General Grant's strategy on this or any other occasion, but I thought then that he had lost an opportunity, which cost him and us 6 months extra hard work, for we might have captured Vicksburg from the direction of Oxford in January, quite as easily as was afterward done in July 1863. General Grant's orders for the general movement past Vicksburg, by Richmond and Carthage, were dated April 20, 1863. McClernand was to lead off with his corps, McPherson next, and my corps, the 15th, to bring up the rear. Preliminary thereto, on the night of April 16th, 7 ironclads led by Admiral Porter in person, in the Benton, with 3 transports and 10 barges in tow, ran the Vicksburg batteries by night. Anticipating a scene, I had 4 yawl boats hauled across the swamp, to the reach of the river below Vicksburg, and manned them with soldiers, ready to pick up any of the disabled wrecks as they floated by. I was out in the stream when the fleet passed Vicksburg, and the scene was truly sublime. As soon as the rebel gunners detected the Benton, which was in the lead, they opened on her and on the others in succession with shot and shell. Houses on the Vicksburg side and on the opposite shore were set on fire, which lighted up the whole river. And the roar of cannon, the bursting of shells, and finally the burning of the Henry Clay, drifting with the current, made up a picture of the terrible not often seen. Each gunboat returned the fire as she passed the town, while the transports hugged the opposite shore. When the Benton had got abreast of us, I pulled off to her, boarded, had a few words with Admiral Porter, and as she was drifting rapidly toward the lower batteries at Warrenton, I left and pulled back toward the shore, meeting the gunboat Tuscumbia towing the transport Forest Queen into the bank out of the range of fire. The Forest Queen, Captain Conway, had been my flag boat up the Arkansas, and for some time after, and I was very friendly with her officers. This was the only transport whose captain would not receive volunteers as a crew, but her own officers and crew stuck to their boat and carried her safely below the Vicksburg batteries, and afterward rendered splendid service in ferrying troops across the river at Grand Gulf and Bruinsburg. In passing Vicksburg, she was damaged in the hull and had a steam pipe cut away, but this was soon repaired. The Henry Clay was set on fire by bursting shells and burned up. One of my yawls picked up her pilot floating on a piece of wreck, and the bulk of her crew escaped in their own yawl boat to the shore above. The Silver Wave, Captain Macmillan, the same that was with us up Steele's Bayou, passed safely, and she also rendered good service afterward. Subsequently, on the night of April 26th, 6 other transports with numerous barges loaded with hay, corn, freight, and provisions were drifted past Vicksburg. Of these, the Tigress was hit and sunk just as she reached the riverbank below on our side. I was there with my yawls and saw Colonel Lago, of General Grant's staff, who had passed the batteries in the Tigress, and I think he was satisfied never to attempt such a thing again. Thus General Grant's army had below Vicksburg an abundance of stores and boats with which to cross the river. The road by which the troops marched was very bad, and it was not until the 1st of May that it was clear for my corps. While waiting my turn to march, I received a letter from General Grant, written at Carthage, saying that he proposed to cross over and attack Grand Gulf about the end of April, and he thought I could put in my time usefully by making a feint on Haynes's Bluff. But he did not like to order me to do it, because it might be reported at the North that I had again been repulsed, etc. Thus we had to fight a senseless clamor at the North, as well as a determined foe and the obstacles of nature. Of course, I answered him that I would make the feint, regardless of public clamor at a distance, and I did make it most effectually, using all the old boats I could get about Milliken's Bend and the mouth of the Yazoo, but taking only 10 small regiments, selected out of Blair's division, to make a show of force. We afterward learned that General Pemberton in Vicksburg had previously dispatched a large force to the assistance of General Bowers at Grand Gulf and Port Gibson, which force had proceeded as far as Hankinson's Ferry, when he discovered our ostentatious movement up the Yazoo. recalled his men, and sent them up to Haynes's Bluff to meet us. This detachment of rebel troops must have marched nearly 60 miles without rest, for afterward, on reaching Vicksburg, I heard that the men were perfectly exhausted and lay along the road in groups, completely fagged out. This diversion, made with so much pomp and display, therefore completely fulfilled its purpose, by leaving General Grant to contend with a minor force on landing at Bruinsburg and afterward at Port Gibson and Grand Gulf. In May, the waters of the Mississippi had so far subsided that all our canals were useless, and the roads had become practicable. After McPherson's corps had passed Richmond, I took up the route of march, with Steele's and Tuttle's divisions. Blair's division remained at Milliken's Bend to protect our depots there, till relieved by troops from Memphis, and then he was ordered to follow us. Our route lay by Richmond and Roundabout Bayou. Then, following Bayou Vittle, we struck the Mississippi at Perkins's plantation. Thence the route followed Lake St. Joseph to a plantation called Hard Times, about 5 miles above Grand Gulf. The road was more or less occupied by wagons and detachments belonging to McPherson's corps. Still, we marched rapidly and reached Hard Times on the 6th of May. Along the bayou or Lake St. Joseph were many very fine cotton plantations, and I recall that of a Mr. Bowie, brother-in-law of the Hun, Reverdy Johnson, of Baltimore. The house was very handsome, with a fine, extensive grass plot in front. We entered the yard, and leaving our horses with the headquarters escort, walked to the house. On the front porch, I found a magnificent grand piano with several satin-covered armchairs, in one of which sat a Union soldier, one of McPherson's men, with his feet on the keys of the piano and his musket and knapsack lying on the porch. I asked him what he was doing there, and he answered that he was taking a rest. This was manifest, and I started him in a hurry to overtake his command. The house was tenantless and had been completely ransacked. Articles of dress and books were strewed about, and a handsome boudoir with mirror front had been cast down, striking a French bedstead, shivering the glass. The library was extensive, with a fine collection of books, and hanging on the wall were 2 full-length portraits of Reverdy Johnson and his wife, one of the most beautiful ladies of our country, with whom I had been acquainted in Washington at the time of General Taylor's administration. Behind the mansion was the usual double row of cabins called the quarters. There I found an old Negro, a family servant with several women, whom I sent to the house to put things in order, telling the old man that other troops would follow, and he must stand on the porch to tell any officers who came along that the property belonged to Mr. Bowie, who was the brother-in-law of our friend Mr. Reverdy Johnson, of Baltimore, asking them to see that no further harm was done. Soon after we left the house, I saw some Negroes carrying away furniture which manifestly belonged to the house, and compelled them to carry it back. And after reaching camp that night, at Hard Times, I sent a wagon back to Bowie's plantation, to bring up to Dr. Hollingsworth's house the 2 portraits for safe keeping. But before the wagon had reached Bowie's, the house was burned, whether by some of our men or by Negroes, I have never learned. At the river there was a good deal of scrambling to get across, because the means of ferriage were inadequate. But by the aid of the Forest Queen and several gunboats, I got my command across during the 7th of May and marched out to Hankieson's Ferry, 18 miles, relieving General Crocker's division of McPherson's corps. McClernand's corps and McPherson's were still ahead and had fought the Battle of Port Gibson on the 11th. I overtook General Grant in person at Auburn, and he accompanied my corps all the way into Jackson, which we reached May 14th. McClernand's corps had been left in observation toward Edwards's Ferry. McPherson had fought at Raymond and taken the left-hand road toward Jackson via Clinton, while my troops were ordered by General Grant in person to take the right-hand road leading through Mississippi Springs. We reached Jackson at the same time, McPherson fighting on the Clinton Road and my troops fighting just outside the town, on the Raymond Road, where we captured 3 entire field batteries and about 200 prisoners of war. The rebels, under General Joe Johnston, had retreated through the town northward on the Canton Road. Generals Grant, McPherson, and I met in the large hotel facing the State House, where the former explained to us that he had intercepted dispatches from Pemberton to Johnston, which made it important for us to work smart to prevent a junction of their respective forces. McPherson was ordered to march back early the next day on the Clinton Road to make junction with McClernand, and I was ordered to remain one day to break up railroads, to destroy the arsenal, a foundry, the cotton factory of the Messrs. Green, etc., etc., and then to follow McPherson. McPherson left Jackson early on the 15th, and General Grant during the same day. I kept my troops busy in tearing up railroad tracks, etc., but early on the morning of the 16th, received notice from General Grant that a battle was imminent near Edwards's Depot, that he wanted me to dispatch one of my divisions immediately, and to follow with the other as soon as I had completed the work of destruction. Steele's division started immediately, and later in the day I followed with the other division, Tuttle's. Just as I was leaving Jackson, a very fat man came to see me, to inquire if his hotel, a large frame building near the depot, were doomed to be burned. I told him we had no intention to burn it, or any other house except the machine shops, and such buildings as could easily be converted to hostile uses. He professed to be a law-abiding Union man, and I remember to have said that this fact was manifest from the sign of his hotel, which was the Confederate Hotel. The sign, United States, being faintly painted out, and Confederate painted over it. I remembered that hotel, as it was the supper station for the New Orleans trains when I used to travel the road before the war. I had not the least purpose, however, of burning it, but just as we were leaving the town, it burst out in flames and was burned to the ground. I never found out exactly who set it on fire, but was told that in one of our batteries were some officers and men who had been made prisoners at Shiloh, with Prentiss's division, and had been carried past Jackson in a railroad train. They had been permitted by the guard to go to this very hotel for supper, and had nothing to pay but greenbacks, which were refused with insult by this same law-abiding landlord. These men, it was said, had quietly and stealthily applied the fire underneath the hotel just as we were leaving the town. About dark, we met General Grant's staff officer near Bolton Station, who turned us to the right, with orders to push on to Vicksburg by what was known as the Upper Jackson Road, which crossed the Big Black at Bridgeport. During that day, May 16th, the Battle of Champion Hills had been fought and won by McClernand's and McPherson's corps, aided by one division of mine, Blair's, under the immediate command of General Grant. And McPherson was then following the mass of Pemberton's army, disordered and retreating toward Vicksburg by the Edwards's Ferry Road. General Blair's division had come up from the rear, was temporarily attached to McClernand's corps, taking part with it in the Battle of Champion Hills, but on the 17th it was ordered by General Grant across to Bridgeport, to join me there. Just beyond Bolton there was a small hewn log house, standing back in a yard, in which was a well. At this, some of our soldiers were drawing water. I rode in to get a drink, and, seeing a book on the ground, asked some soldier to hand it to me. It was a volume of the Constitution of the United States, and on the title page was written the name of Jefferson Davis. On inquiry of a Negro, I learned that the place belonged to the then President of the Southern Confederation. His brother Joe Davis's plantation was not far off. One of my staff officers went there, with a few soldiers, and took a pair of carriage horses, without my knowledge at the time. He found Joe Davis at home, an old man, attended by a young and affectionate niece, but they were overwhelmed with grief to see their country overran and swarming with Federal troops. We pushed on and reached the Big Black early, Blair's troops having preceded us by an hour or so. I found General Blair in person, and he reported that there was no bridge across the Big Black, that it was swimming deep, and that there was a rebel force on the opposite side, entrenched. He had ordered a detachment of the 13th United States Regulars, under Captain Charles Ewing, to strip some artillery horses, mount the men, and swim the river above the ferry, to attack and drive away the party on the opposite bank. I did not approve of this risky attempt, but crept down close to the brink of the river bank, behind a corn crib belonging to a plantation house nearby, and saw the parapet on the opposite bank. Ordering a section of guns to be brought forward by hand behind this corn crib, a few well-directed shells brought out of their holes the little party that was covering the crossing, viz., a lieutenant and 10 men who came down to the riverbank and surrendered. Blair's pontoon train was brought up, consisting of India-rubber boats, one of which was inflated, used as a boat, and brought over the prisoners. A pontoon bridge was at once begun, finished by night, and the troops began the passage. After dark, the whole scene was lit up with fires of pitch pine. General Grant joined me there, and we sat on a log, looking at the passage of the troops by the light of those fires. The bridge swayed to and fro under the passing feet and made a fine war picture. At daybreak, we moved on, ascending the ridge, and by 10 a.m. the head of my column, long drawn out, reached the Benton Road and gave us command of the peninsula between the Yazoo and Big Black. I dispatched Colonel Swan of the 4th Iowa Cavalry to Haynes's Bluff to capture that battery from the rear, and he afterward reported that he found it abandoned, its garrison having hastily retreated into Vicksburg, leaving their guns partially disabled, a magazine full of ammunition, and a hospital full of wounded and sick men. Colonel Swan saw one of our gunboats lying about 2 miles below in the Yazoo, to which he signaled. She steamed up, and to its commander the cavalry turned over the battery at Haynes's Bluff and rejoined me in front of Vicksburg. Allowing a couple of hours for rest and to close up the column, I resumed the march straight on Vicksburg. About 2 miles before reaching the forts, the road forked. The left was the main Jackson Road, and the right was the Graveyard Road, which entered Vicksburg near a large cemetery. General Grant in person directed me to take the right-hand road, but as McPherson had not yet got up from the direction of the railroad bridge at Big Black, I sent the 8th Missouri on the main Jackson Road to push the rebel skirmishers into town and to remain until relieved by McPherson's advance, which happened late that evening, May 18th. The battalion of the 13th United States Regulars, commanded by Captain Washington, was at the head of the column on the right-hand road and pushed the rebels close behind their parapets. One of my staff, Captain Pitzman, receiving a dangerous wound in the hip, which apparently disabled him for life. By night, Blair's whole division had closed up against the defenses of Vicksburg, which were found to be strong and well-manned. And, on General Steele's head of column arriving, I turned it still more to the right, with orders to work its way down the bluff, so as to make connection with our fleet in the Mississippi River. There was a good deal of desultory fighting that evening, and a man was killed by the side of General Grant and myself, as we sat by the roadside looking at Steele's division passing to the right. General Steele's men reached the road which led from Vicksburg up to Haynes's Bluff, which road lay at the foot of the hills, and intercepted some prisoners and wagons which were coming down from Haynes's Bluff. All that night McPherson's troops were arriving by the main Jackson Road, and McClernand's by another near the railroad, deploying forward as fast as they struck the rebel works. My corps, the 15th, had the right of the line of investment, McPherson's, the 17th, the center, and McClernand's, the 13th, the left, reaching from the river above to the railroad below. Our lines connected and invested about 3/4 of the land front of the fortifications of Vicksburg. On the supposition that the garrison of Vicksburg was demoralized by the defeats at Champion Hills and at the railroad crossing of the Big Black, General Grant ordered an assault at our respective fronts on the 19th. My troops reached the top of the parapet, but could not cross over. The rebel parapets were strongly manned, and the enemy fought hard and well. My loss was pretty heavy, falling chiefly on the 13th Regulars, whose commanding officer, Captain Washington, was killed, and several other regiments were pretty badly cut up. We, however, held the ground up to the ditch till night, and then drew back only a short distance and began to countertrench. On the Graveyard Road, our parapet was within less than 50 yards of the rebel ditch. On the 20th of May, General Grant called the 3 corps commanders together, viz., McClernand, McPherson, and Sherman. We compared notes and agreed that the assault of the day before had failed, by reason of the natural strength of the position, and because we were forced by the nature of the ground to limit our attacks to the strongest parts of the enemy's line, viz., where the 3 principal roads entered the city. It was not a council of war, but a mere consultation, resulting in orders from General Grant for us to make all possible preparations for a renewed assault on the 22d. Simultaneously, at 10 a.m. I reconnoitered my front thoroughly in person, from right to left, and concluded to make my real attack at the right flank of the bastion, where the Graveyard Road entered the enemy's entrenchments, and at another point in the curtain about 100 yards to its right, our left. Also to make a strong demonstration by Steele's division about a mile to our right toward the river. All our field batteries were put in position and were covered by good epaulements. The troops were brought forward in easy support, concealed by the shape of the ground, and to the minute, viz. 10 a.m. of May 22d, the troops sprang to the assault. A small party, that might be called a forlorn hope, provided with plank to cross the ditch, advanced at a run up to the very ditch. The lines of infantry sprang from cover and advanced rapidly in line of battle. I took a position within 200 yards of the rebel parapet, on the off slope of a spur of ground, where by advancing 2 or 3 steps I could see everything. The rebel line, concealed by the parapet, showed no sign of unusual activity. But as our troops came in fair view, the enemy rose behind their parapet and poured a furious fire upon our lines. And, for about 2 hours, we had a severe and bloody battle, but at every point we were repulsed. In the very midst of this, when shell and shot fell furious and fast, occurred that little episode which has been celebrated in song and story, of the boy Orion P. Howe, badly wounded, bearing me a message for cartridges, caliber .54, described in my letter to the Hun. E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. This boy was afterward appointed a cadet to the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis, but he could not graduate, and I do not now know what has become of him. After our men had been fairly beaten back from off the parapet, and had got cover behind the spurs of ground close up to the rebel works, General Grant came to where I was, on foot, having left his horse some distance to the rear. I pointed out to him the rebel works, admitted that my assault had failed, and he said the result with McPherson and McClernand was about the same. While he was with me, an orderly or staff officer came and handed him a piece of paper, which he read and handed to me. I think the writing was in pencil, on a loose piece of paper, and was in General McClernand's handwriting, to the effect that his troops had captured the rebel parapet in his front. That the flag of the Union waved over the stronghold of Vicksburg, and asking him, General Grant, to give renewed orders to McPherson and Sherman to press their attacks on their respective fronts, lest the enemy should concentrate on him, McClernand. General Grant said, I don't believe a word of it, but I reasoned with him that this note was official and must be credited, and I offered to renew the assault at once with new troops. He said he would instantly ride down the line to McClernand's front, and if I did not receive orders to the contrary, by 3:00 p.m., I might try it again. Mower's fresh brigade was brought up under cover, and some changes were made in Giles Smith's brigade, and, punctually at 3 p.m., hearing heavy firing down along the line to my left, I ordered the second assault. It was a repetition of the first, equally unsuccessful and bloody. It also transpired that the same thing had occurred with General McPherson, who lost in this second assault some most valuable officers and men, without adequate result, and that General McClernand, instead of having taken any single point of the rebel main parapet, had only taken 1 or 2 small outlying lunettes open to the rear, where his men were at the mercy of the rebels behind their main parapet, and most of them were actually thus captured. This affair caused great feeling with us, and severe criticisms on General McClernand, which led finally to his removal from the command of the 13th Corps, to which General Ord succeeded. The immediate cause, however, of General McClernand's removal was the publication of a sort of congratulatory order addressed to his troops, first published in St. Louis, in which he claimed that he had actually succeeded in making a lodgment in Vicksburg, but had lost it, owing to the fact that McPherson and Sherman did not fulfill their parts of the general plan of attack. This was simply untrue. The 2 several assaults made May 22d on the lines of Vicksburg had failed by reason of the great strength of the position and the determined fighting of its garrison. I have since seen the position at Sevastopol, and without hesitation, I declare that at Vicksburg to have been the more difficult of the 2. Thereafter our proceedings were all in the nature of a siege. General Grant drew more troops from Memphis to prolong our general line to the left, so as completely to invest the place on its land side, while the Navy held the river both above and below. General Mower's brigade of Tuttle's division was also sent across the river to the peninsula, so that by May 31st Vicksburg was completely beleaguered. Good roads were constructed from our camps to the several landing places on the Yazoo River, to which points our boats brought us ample supplies, so that we were in a splendid condition for a siege, while our enemy was shut up in a close fort, with a large civil population of men, women, and children to feed, in addition to his combatant force. If we could prevent sallies, or relief from the outside, the fate of the garrison of Vicksburg was merely a question of time. I had my headquarters camp close up to the works, near the center of my corps, and General Grant had his bivouac behind a ravine to my rear. We estimated Pemberton's whole force in Vicksburg at 30,000 men, and it was well known that the rebel General Joseph E. Johnston was engaged in collecting another strong force near the Big Black, with the intention to attack our rear, and thus to afford Pemberton an opportunity to escape with his men. Even then, the ability of General Johnston was recognized, and General Grant told me that he was about the only general on that side whom he feared. Each corps kept strong pickets well to the rear, but as the rumors of Johnston's accumulating force reached us, General Grant concluded to take stronger measures. He had received from the North General J. G. Parker's Corps, 9th, which had been posted at Haynes's Bluff. Then, detailing one division from each of the 3 corps d'armée investing Vicksburg, he ordered me to go out, take a general command of all, and to counteract any movement on the part of General Johnston to relieve Vicksburg. I reconnoitered the whole country, from Haynes's Bluff to the railroad bridge, and posted the troops thus. Park's 2 divisions from Haynes's Bluff out to the Benton or Ridge Road. Tuttle's division, of my corps, joining on and extending to a plantation called Young's, overlooking Bear Creek Valley, which empties into the Big Black above Messinger's Ferry. Then MacArthur's division, of McPherson's corps, took up the line, and reached to Osterhaus's division of McClernand's corps, which held a strong fortified position at the railroad crossing of the Big Black River. I was of opinion that, if Johnston should cross the Big Black, he could by the favorable nature of the country be held in check till a concentration could be effected by us at the point threatened. From the best information we could gather, General Johnston had about 30 or 40,000 men. I took post near a plantation of one tribble, near Markham's, and frequently reconnoitered the whole line, and could see the enemy engaged in like manner on the east aid of Big Black, but he never attempted actually to cross over, except with some cavalry, just above Bear Creek, which was easily driven back. I was there from June 20th to the 4th of July. In a small log house near Markham's was the family of Mr. Klein, whose wife was the daughter of Mrs. Day, of New Orleans, who in turn was the sister of Judge T.W. Bartley, my brother-in-law. I used frequently to drop in and take a meal with them, and Mrs. Klein was generally known as the General's cousin, which doubtless saved her and her family from molestation, too common on the part of our men. One day, as I was riding the line near a farm known as Parson Fogg's, I heard that the family of a Mr. Wilkinson, of New Orleans, was refugeeing at a house nearby. I rode up, inquired, and found 2 young girls of that name, who said they were the children of General Wilkinson of Louisiana, and that their brother had been at the military school at Alexandria. Inquiring for their mother, I was told she was spending the day at Parson Fox's. As this house was on my route, I rode there, went through a large gate into the yard, followed by my staff and escort, and found quite a number of ladies sitting on the porch. I rode up and inquired if that were Parson Fox's. The parson, a fine-looking, venerable old man, rose and said that he was Parson Fox. I then inquired for Mrs. Wilkinson, when an elderly lady answered that she was the person. I asked her if she were from Plaquemine Parish, Louisiana, and she said she was. I then inquired if she had a son who had been a cadet at Alexandria when General Sherman was superintendent, and she answered yes. I then announced myself, inquired after the boy, and she said he was inside of Vicksburg, an artillery lieutenant. I then asked about her husband, whom I had known, when she burst into tears and cried out in agony, "You killed him at Bull Run, where he was fighting for his country." I disclaimed killing anybody at Bull Run, but all the women present, nearly a dozen, burst into loud lamentations, which made it most uncomfortable for me, and I rode away. On the 3d of July, as I sat at my bivouac by the roadside near Tribble's, I saw a poor, miserable horse carrying a lady and led by a little Negro boy coming across a cotton field toward me. As they approached, I recognized poor Mrs. Wilkinson and helped her to dismount. I inquired what had brought her to me in that style, and she answered that she knew Vicksburg was going to surrender, and she wanted to go right away to see her boy. I had a telegraph wire to General Grant's headquarters and had heard that there were symptoms of surrender, but as yet nothing definite. I tried to console and dissuade her, but she was resolved, and I could not help giving her a letter to General Grant, explaining to him who she was and asking him to give her the earliest opportunity to see her son. The distance was fully 20 miles, but off she started, and I afterward learned that my letter had enabled her to see her son, who had escaped unharmed. Later in the day, I got by telegraph General Grant's notice of the negotiations for surrender, and, by his directions, gave general orders to my troops to be ready at a moment's notice to cross the Big Black and go for Joe Johnston. The next day, July 4, 1863, Vicksburg surrendered, and orders were given for at once attacking General Johnston. The 13th Corps, General Ord, was ordered to march rapidly and cross the Big Black at the railroad bridge, the 15th by Messinger's, and the 9th, General Parker, by Birdsong's Ferryall to converge on Bolton. My corps crossed the Big Black during the 5th and 6th of July and marched for Bolton, where we came in with General Ord's troops, but the 9th Corps was delayed in crossing at Birdsong's. Johnston had received timely notice of Pemberton's surrender and was in full retreat for Jackson. On the 8th, all our troops reached the neighborhood of Clinton, the weather fearfully hot and water scarce. Johnston had marched rapidly, and in retreating had caused cattle, hogs, and sheep to be driven into the ponds of water and there shot down, so that we had to haul their dead and stinking carcasses out to use the water. On the 10th of July, we had driven the rebel army into Jackson, where it turned at bay behind the entrenchments, which had been enlarged and strengthened since our former visit in May. We closed our lines about Jackson. My corps, 15th, held the center, extending from the Clinton to the Raymond Road, Ord's 13th on the right, reaching Pearl River below the town, and Parker's 9th the left above the town. On the 11th, we pressed close in and shelled the town from every direction. One of Ord's brigades, Lawman's, got too close and was very roughly handled and driven back in disorder. General Ord accused the commander, General Lawman, of having disregarded his orders and attributed to him personally the disaster and heavy loss of men. He requested his relief, which I granted, and General Lawman went to the rear and never regained his division. He died after the war in Iowa, much respected, as before that time he had been universally esteemed a most gallant and excellent officer. The weather was fearfully hot, but we continued to press the siege day and night, using our artillery pretty freely. And on the morning of July 17th, the place was found evacuated. General Steele's division was sent in pursuit as far as Brandon, 14 miles, but General Johnston had carried his army safely off, and pursuit in that hot weather would have been fatal to my command. Reporting the fact to General Grant, he ordered me to return, to send General Parke's corps to Haynes's Bluff, General Ord's back to Vicksburg, and he consented that I should encamp my whole corps near the Big Black, pretty much on the same ground we had occupied before the movement, and with the prospect of a period of rest for the remainder of the summer. We reached our camps on the 27th of July. Meantime, a division of troops, commanded by Brigadier General W. Suey Smith, had been added to my corps. General Smith applied for and received a sick leave on the 20th of July. Brigadier General Hugh Ewing was assigned to its command, and from that time it constituted the 4th Division of the 15th Army Corps. Port Hudson had surrendered to General Banks on the 8th of July, a necessary consequence of the fall of Vicksburg, and thus terminated probably the most important enterprise of the Civil War, the recovery of the complete control of the Mississippi River, from its source to its mouth, or, in the language of Mr. Lincoln, the Mississippi went unvexed to the sea. I put my 4 divisions into handsome, clean camps, looking to health and comfort alone, and had my headquarters in a beautiful grove near the house of that same Parson Fox, where I had found the crowd of weeping rebel women waiting for the fate of their friends in Vicksburg. The loss sustained by the 15th Corps in the assault of May 19th at Vicksburg was mostly confined to the battalion of the 13th Regulars, whose commanding officer, Captain Washington, was mortally wounded and afterward died in the hands of the enemy, which battalion lost 77 men out of the 250 engaged. The 83rd Indiana, Colonel Spooner, and the 127th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Eldridge, the aggregate being about 200. In the assaults of the 22d, the loss in the 15th Corps was about 600. In the attack on Jackson, Mississippi, during the 11th-16th of July, General Ord reported the loss in the 13th Army Corps 762, of which 533 were confined to Lawman's division. General Parks reported in the Ninth Corps 37 killed, 258 wounded, and 33 missing. Total 328. In the 15th Corps, the loss was less. So that, in the aggregate, the loss as reported by me at the time was less than 1,000 men, while we took that number alone of prisoners. In General Grant's entire army before Vicksburg, composed of the 9th, part of the 16th, and the whole of the 13th, 15th, and 17th Corps, the aggregate loss, as stated by Badow, was killed 1,243 wounded, 7,095 missing, 535. Total 8,873. Whereas the Confederate loss, as stated by the same author, surrendered at Vicksburg, 32,000 captured at Champion Hills, 3,000 captured at Big Black Bridge, 2,000 captured at Port Gibson, 2,000 captured with Loring, 4,000 killed and wounded, 10,000 stragglers, 3,000. Total 56,000. Besides which, a large amount of public property, consisting of railroads, locomotives, cars, steamers, cotton, guns, muskets, ammunition, etc., was captured in Vicksburg. The value of the capture of Vicksburg, however, was not measured by the list of prisoners, guns, and small arms, but by the fact that its possession secured the navigation of the great central river of the continent, bisected fatally the Southern Confederacy, and set the armies which had been used in its conquest free for other purposes. And it so happened that the event coincided as to time with another great victory which crowned our arms far away, at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. That was a defensive battle, whereas ours was offensive in the highest acceptation of the term, and the two, occurring at the same moment of time, should have ended the war. But the rebel leaders were mad, and seemed determined that their people should drink of the very lowest dregs of the cup of war, which they themselves had prepared. The campaign of Vicksburg, in its conception and execution, belonged exclusively to General Grant, not only in the Great Whole, but in the thousands of its details. I still retain many of his letters and notes, all in his own handwriting, prescribing the routes of march for divisions and detachments, specifying even the amount of food and tools to be carried along. Many persons gave his adjutant general, Rawlins, the credit for these things, but they were in error. For no commanding general of an army ever gave more of his personal attention to details, or wrote so many of his own orders, reports, and letters as General Grant. His success at Vicksburg justly gave him great fame at home and abroad. The President conferred on him the rank of Major General in the regular army, the highest grade then existing by law. And General McPherson and I shared in his success by receiving similar commissions as brigadier generals in the regular army. But our success at Vicksburg produced other results not so favorable to our causa general relaxation of effort and desire to escape the hard drudgery of camp. Officers sought leaves of absence to visit their homes, and soldiers obtained furloughs and discharges on the most slender pretexts. Even the general government seemed to relax in its efforts to replenish our ranks with new men, or to enforce the draft, and the politicians were pressing their schemes to reorganize or patch up some form of civil government, as fast as the armies gained partial possession of the states. In order to illustrate this peculiar phase of our Civil War, I give at this place copies of certain letters which have not heretofore been published. Washington, August 29, 1868. Major General W.T. Sherman, Vicksburg, Mississippi. My dear General, the question of Reconstruction in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas will soon come up for decision of the government, and not only the length of the war, but our ultimate and complete success will depend upon its decision. It is a difficult matter, but I believe it can be successfully solved if the President will consult opinions of cool and discreet men who are capable of looking at it in all its bearings and effects. I think he is disposed to receive the advice of our generals who have been in these states and know much more of their condition than gassy politicians in Congress. General Banks has written pretty fully on the subject. I wrote to General Grant immediately after the fall of Vicksburg for his views in regard to Mississippi, but he has not yet answered. I wish you would consult with Grant, McPherson, and others of cool, good judgment, and write me your views fully, as I may wish to use them with the President. You had better write me unofficially, and then your letter will not be put on file and cannot hereafter be used against you. You have been in Washington enough to know how everything a man writes or says is picked up by his enemies and misconstrued. With kind wishes for your further success. I am yours truly. H.W. Halleck. Headquarters 15th Army Corps, Camp on Big Black, Mississippi, September 17, 1863 H. W. Halleck, Commander-in-Chief, Washington, D.C. Dear General, I have received your letter of August 29th, and with pleasure confide to you fully my thoughts on the important matters you suggest, with absolute confidence that you will use what is valuable and reject the useless or superfluous. That part of the continent of North America known as Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas is in my judgment the key to the whole interior. The Valley of the Mississippi is America, and, although railroads have changed the economy of intercommunication, yet the water channels still mark the lines of fertile land and afford cheap carriage to the heavy products of it. The inhabitants of the country on the Monongahela, the Illinois, the Minnesota, the Yellowstone, and Osage are as directly concerned in the security of the lower Mississippi as are those who dwell on its very banks in Louisiana. And now that the nation has recovered its possession, this generation of men will make a fearful mistake if they again commit its charge to a people liable to misuse their position, and assert, as was recently done, that, because they dwelt on the banks of this mighty stream, they had a right to control its navigation. I would deem it very unwise at this time, or for years to come, to revive the state governments of Louisiana, etc., or to institute in this quarter any civil government in which the local people have much to say. They had a government so mild and paternal that they gradually forgot they had any at all, save what they themselves controlled. They asserted an absolute right to seize public moneys, forts, arms, and even to shut up the natural avenues of travel and commerce. They chose war they ignored, and denied all the obligations of the solemn contract of government, and appealed to force. We accepted the issue, and now they begin to realize that war is a two-edged sword, and it may be that many of the inhabitants cry for peace. I know them well, and the very impulses of their nature, and to deal with the inhabitants of that part of the South which borders on the great river, we must recognize the classes into which they have divided themselves. First, the large planters owning lands, slaves, and all kinds of personal property. These are on the whole the ruling class. They are educated, wealthy, and easily approached. In some districts they are bitter as gall, and have given up slaves, plantations, and all, serving in the armies of the Confederacy, whereas in others they are conservative. None dare admit a friendship for us, though they say freely that they were at the outset opposed to war and disunion. I know we can manage this class, but only by action. Argument is exhausted, and words have lost their usual meaning. Nothing but the logic of events touches their understanding, but of late, this has worked a wonderful change. If our country were like Europe, crowded with people, I would say it would be easier to replace this class than to reconstruct it, subordinate to the policy of the nation. But as this is not the case, it is better to allow the planters, with individual exceptions, gradually to recover their plantations, to hire any species of labor, and to adapt themselves to the new order of things. Still, their friendship and assistance to reconstruct order out of the present ruin cannot be depended on. They watch the operations of our armies and hope still for a Southern Confederacy that will restore to them the slaves and privileges which they feel are otherwise lost forever. In my judgment, we have 2 more battles to win before we should even bother our minds with the idea of restoring civil order, viz. One near Meridian in November, and one near Shreveport in February and March next, when Red River is navigable by our gunboats. When these are done, then, and not until then, will the planters of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi submit. Slavery is already gone, and to cultivate the land, Negro or other labor must be hired. This, of itself, is a vast revolution, and time must be afforded to allow men to adjust their minds and habits to this new order of things. A civil government of the representative type would suit this class far less than a pure military role, readily adapting itself to actual occurrences, and able to enforce its laws and orders promptly and emphatically. Second, the smaller farmers, mechanics, merchants, and laborers. This class will probably number 3/4 of the whole. Have, in fact, no real interest in the establishment of a Southern Confederacy, and have been led or driven into war on the false theory that they were to be benefited somehow they knew not how. They are essentially tired of the war and would slink back home if they could. These are the real tiers at of the South, and are hardly worthy a thought, for they swerve to and fro according to events which they do not comprehend or attempt to shape. When the time for Reconstruction comes, they will want the old political system of caucuses, legislatures, etc., to amuse them and make them believe they are real sovereigns. But in all things they will follow blindly the lead of the planters. The Southern politicians, who understand this class, use them as the French do their masses, seemingly consult their prejudices, while they make their orders and enforce them. We should do the same. Third, the Union men of the South. I must confess I have little respect for this class. They allowed a clamorous set of demagogues to muzzle and drive them as a pack of curs. Afraid of shadows, they submit tamely to squads of dragoons and permit them, without a murmur, to burn their cotton, take their horses, corn, and everything. And when we reach them, they are full of complaints if our men take a few fence rails for fire or corn to feed our horses. They give us no assistance or information, and are loudest in their complaints at the smallest excesses of our soldiers. Their sons, horses, arms, and everything useful are in the army against us, and they stay at home, claiming all the exemptions of peaceful citizens. I account them as nothing in this great game of war. Fourth, the young bloods of the South. Sons of planters, lawyers about towns, good billiard players and sportsmen, men who never did work and never will. War suits them, and the rascals are brave, fine riders, bold to rashness and dangerous subjects in every sense. They care not a sou for niggers, land, or anything. They hate Yankees per se and don't bother their brains about the past, present, or future. As long as they have good horses, plenty of forage, and an open country, they are happy. This is a larger class than most men suppose, and they are the most dangerous set of men that this war has turned loose upon the world. They are splendid riders, first-rate shots, and utterly reckless. Stuart, John Morgan, Forrest, and Jackson are the types and leaders of this class. These men must all be killed or employed by us before we can hope for peace. They have no property or future, and therefore cannot be influenced by anything except personal considerations. I have 2 brigades of these fellows in my front, commanded by Cosby, of the old army, and Whitfield, of Texas. Stephen D. Lee is in command of the whole. I have frequent interviews with their officers, a good understanding with them, and am inclined to think, when the resources of their country are exhausted, we must employ them. They are the best cavalry in the world, but it will tax Mr. Chase's genius for finance to supply them with horses. At present, horses cost them nothing, for they take where they find and don't bother their brains as to who is to pay for them. The same may be said of the cornfields, which have, as they believe, been cultivated by a good-natured people for their special benefit. We propose to share with them the free use of these cornfields, planted by willing hands that will never gather the crops. Now that I have sketched the people who inhabit the district of country under consideration, I will proceed to discuss the future. A civil government now, for any part of it, would be simply ridiculous. The people would not regard it, and even the military commanders of the antagonistic parties would treat it lightly. Governors would be simply petitioners for military assistance to protect supposed friendly interests, and military commanders would refuse to disperse and weaken their armies for military reasons. Jealousies would arise between the 2 conflicting powers and, instead of contributing to the end of the war, would actually defer it. Therefore, I contend that the interests of the United States and of the real parties concerned demand the continuance of the simple military role, till after all the organized armies of the South are dispersed, conquered, and subjugated. The people of all this region are represented in the Army of Virginia, at Charleston, Mobile, and Chattanooga. They have sons and relations in each of the rebel armies and naturally are interested in their fate. Though we hold military possession of the key points of their country, still they contend, and naturally, that should Lee succeed in Virginia or Bragg at Chattanooga, a change will occur here also. We cannot for this reason attempt to reconstruct parts of the South as we conquer it, till all idea of the establishment of a Southern Confederacy is abandoned. We should avail ourselves of the present lull to secure the strategical points that will give us an advantage in the future military movements, and we should treat the idea of civil government as one in which we as a nation have a minor or subordinate interest. The opportunity is good to impress on the population the truth that they are more interested in civil government than we are, and that, to enjoy the protection of laws, they must not be passive observers of events, but must aid and sustain the constituted authorities in enforcing the laws. They must not only submit themselves, but should pay their share of taxes and render personal services when called on. It seems to me, in contemplating the history of the past 2 years, that all the people of our country, North, South, East, and West, have been undergoing a salutary political schooling, learning lessons which might have been acquired from the experience of other people. But we had all become so wise in our own conceit that we would only learn by actual experience of our own. The people even of small and unimportant localities, North as well as South, had reasoned themselves into the belief that their opinions were superior to the aggregated interest of the whole nation. Half our territorial nation rebelled on a doctrine of secession that they themselves now scout, and a real numerical majority actually believed that a little state was endowed with such sovereignty that it could defeat the policy of the great whole. I think the present war has exploded that notion, and were this war to cease now, the experience gained, though dear, would be worth the expense. Another great and important natural truth is still in contest, and can only be solved by war. Numerical majorities by vote have been our great arbiter. Heretofore all men have cheerfully submitted to it in questions left open, but numerical majorities are not necessarily physical majorities. The South, though numerically inferior, contend they can whip the Northern superiority of numbers, and therefore by natural law they contend that they are not bound to submit. This issue is the only real one, and in my judgment all else should be deferred to it. War alone can decide it, and it is the only question now left for us as a people to decide. Can we whip the South? If we can, our numerical majority has both the natural and constitutional right to govern them. If we cannot whip them, they contend for the natural right to select their own government, and they have the argument. Our armies must prevail over theirs. Our officers, marshals, and courts must penetrate into the innermost recesses of their land before we have the natural right to demand their submission. I would banish all minor questions, assert the broad doctrine that as a nation the United States has the right, and also the physical power, to penetrate to every part of our national domain, and that we will do it in our own time and in our own way, that it makes no difference whether it be in 1 year, or 2, or 10, or 20. That we will remove and destroy every obstacle, if need be, take every life, every acre of land, every particle of property, everything that to us seems proper, that we will not cease till the end is attained, that all who do not aid us are enemies, and that we will not account to them for our acts. If the people of the South oppose, they do so at their peril, and if they stand by, mere lookers-on in this domestic tragedy, they have no right to immunity, protection, or share in the final results. I even believe and contend further that, in the North, every member of the nation is bound, by both natural and constitutional law, to maintain and defend the government against all its enemies and opposers whomsoever. If they fail to do it, they are derelict, and can be punished, or deprived of all advantages arising from the labors of those who do. If any man, North or South, withholds his share of taxes, or his physical assistance in this, the crisis of our history, he should be deprived of all voice in the future elections of this country, and might be banished or reduced to the condition of a mere denizen of the land. War is upon us, none can deny it. It is not the choice of the government of the United States, but of a faction. The government was forced to accept the issue, or to submit to a degradation fatal and disgraceful to all the inhabitants. In accepting war, it should be pure and simple as applied to the belligerents. I would keep it so till all traces of the war are effaced, till those who appealed to it are sick and tired of it, and come to the emblem of our nation, and sue for peace. I would not coax them, or even meet them halfway, but make them so sick of war that generations would pass away before they would again appeal to it. I know what I say when I repeat that the insurgents of the South sneer at all overtures looking to their interests. They scorn the alliance with the Copperheads. They tell me to my face that they respect Grant, McPherson, and our brave associates who fight manfully and well for a principle, but despise the copperheads and sneaks at the North, who profess friendship for the South and opposition to the war, as mere covers for their knavery and poltroonery. God knows that I deplore this fratricidal war as much as any man living, but it is upon us, a physical fact, and there is only one honorable issue from it. We must fight it out, army against army, and man against man, and I know, and you know, and civilians begin to realize the fact that reconciliation and reconstruction will be easier through and by means of strong, well-equipped, and organized armies than through any species of conventions that can be framed. The issues are made, and all discussion is out of place and ridiculous. The section of 30-pounder Parrott rifles now drilling before my tent is a more convincing argument than the largest Democratic meeting the state of New York can possibly assemble at Albany, and a simple order of the War Department to draft enough men to fill our skeleton regiments would be more convincing as to our national perpetuity than an humble pardon to Jeff Davis and all his misled host. The only government needed or deserved by the states of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi now exists in Grant's army. This needs simply enough privates to fill its ranks. All else will follow in due season. This army has its well-defined code of laws and practice, and can adapt itself to the wants and necessities of a city, the country, the rivers, the sea, indeed to all parts of this land. It better subserves the interest and policy of the general government, and the people here prefer it to any weak or servile combination that would at once, from force of habit, revive sad perpetuate local prejudices and passions. The people of this country have forfeited all right to a voice in the councils of the nation. They know it and feel it, and in after years they will be the better citizens from the dear-bought experience of the present crisis. Let them learn now, and learn it well, that good citizens must obey as well as command. Obedience to law, absolutiae, even abject is the lesson that this war under Providence will teach the free and enlightened American citizen. As a nation, we shall be the better for it. I never have apprehended foreign interference in our family quarrel. Of course, governments founded on a different, and it may be an antagonistic principle with ours, naturally feel a pleasure at our complications, and, it may be, wish our downfall. But in the end, England and France will join with us in jubilation at the triumph of constitutional government over faction. Even now the English manifest this. I do not profess to understand Napoleon's design in Mexico, and I do not see that his taking military possession of Mexico concerns us. We have as much territory now as we want. The Mexicans have failed in self-government, and it was a question as to what nation she should fall a prey. That is now solved, and I don't see that we are damaged. We have the finest part of the North American continent, all we can people and can take care of, and if we can suppress rebellion in our own land, and compose the strife generated by it, we shall have enough people, resources, and wealth, if well combined, to defy interference from any and every quarter. I therefore hope the government of the United States will continue, as heretofore, to collect, in well-organized armies, the physical strength of the nation, applying it, as heretofore, in asserting the national authority, and in persevering without relaxation to the end. This, whether near or far off, is not for us to say, but fortunately we have no choice. We must succeed, no other choice is left us except degradation. The South must be ruled by us, or she will rule us. We must conquer them, or ourselves be conquered. There is no middle course. They ask, and will have, nothing else, and talk of compromise is bosh, for we know they would even scorn the offer. I wish the war could have been deferred for 20 years, till the superabundant population of the North could flow in and replace the losses sustained by war. But this could not be, and we are forced to take things as they are. All therefore I can now venture to advise is to raise the draft to its maximum, fill the present regiments to as large a standard as possible, and push the war pure and simple. Great attention should be paid to the discipline of our armies, for on them may be founded the future stability of the government. The cost of the war is, of course, to be considered, but finances will adjust themselves to the actual state of affairs, and, even if we would, we could not change the cost. Indeed, the larger the cost now, the less will it be in the end. For the end must be attained somehow, regardless of loss of life and treasure, and is merely a question of time. Excuse so long a letter. With great respect, etc. W.T. Sherman, Major General. General Halleck, on receipt of this letter, telegraphed me that Mr. Lincoln had read it carefully and had instructed him to obtain my consent to have it published. At the time, I preferred not to be drawn into any newspaper controversy, and so wrote to General Halleck, and the above letter has never been, to my knowledge, published, though Mr. Lincoln more than once referred to it with marks of approval. Headquarters 15th Army Corps Camp on Big Black, September 17, 1863. Brigadier General J. A. Rawlins, Acting Assistant Adjutant General, Vicksburg. Dear General, I enclose for your perusal, and for you to read to General Grant such parts as you deem interesting, letters received by me from Prof. Mahan and General Halleck, with my answers. After you have read my answer to General Halleck, I beg you to enclose it to its address and return me the others. I think Prof. Mahan's very marked encomium upon the campaign of Vicksburg is so flattering to General Grant that you may offer to let him keep the letter, if he values such a testimonial. I have never written a word to General Halleck since my report of last December, after the affair at Chickasaw, except a short letter a few days ago, thanking him for the kind manner of his transmitting to me the appointment of Brigadier General. I know that in Washington I am incomprehensible, because at the outset of the war I would not go it blind and rush headlong into a war unprepared and with an utter ignorance of its extent and purpose. I was then construed unsound, and now that I insist on war pure and simple, with no admixture of civil compromises, I am supposed vindictive. You remember what Polonius said to his son Laertes. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear it, that the opposed may beware of thee. What is true of the single man is equally true of a nation. Our leaders seemed at first to thirst for the quarrel, willing, even anxious, to array against us all possible elements of opposition, and now, being in, they would hasten to quit long before the opposed has received that lesson which he needs. I would make this war as severe as possible, and show no symptoms of tiring till the South begs for mercy. Indeed, I know, and you know, that the end would be reached quicker by such a course than by any seeming yielding on our part. I don't want our government to be bothered by patching up local governments or by trying to reconcile any class of men. The South has done her worst, and now is the time for us to pile on our blows thick and fast. Instead of postponing the draft till after the elections, we ought now to have our ranks full of drafted men. And at best, if they come at all, they will reach us when we should be in motion. I think General Halleck would like to have the honest, candid opinions of all of us, viz., Grant, McPherson, and Sherman. I have given mine, and would prefer, of course, that it should coincide with the others. Still, no matter what my opinion may be, I can easily adapt my conduct to the plane of others, and am only too happy when I find theirs better than mine. If no trouble, please show Halleck's letter to McPherson and ask him to write also. I know his regiments are like mine, mere squads, and need filling up. Yours truly. W.T. Sherman, Major General. Chapter 14. Chattanooga and Knoxville. July to December, 1863. After the fall of Vicksburg and its corollary, Port Hudson, the Mississippi River was wholly in the possession of the Union forces and formed a perfect line of separation in the territories of our opponents. Thenceforth, they could not cross it save by stealth, and the military affairs on its west bank became unimportant. Grant's army had seemingly completed its share of the work of war, and lay, as it were, idle for a time. In person, General Grant went to New Orleans to confer with General Banks, and his victorious army was somewhat dispersed. Parke's Corps 9th returned to Kentucky and afterward formed part of the Army of the Ohio under General Burnside. Ord's Corps 13th was sent down to Natchez and gradually drifted to New Orleans and Texas. McPherson's 17th remained in and near Vicksburg. Hurlbut's 16th was at Memphis, and mine 15th was encamped along the Big Black, about 20 miles east of Vicksburg. This corps was composed of 4 divisions. Steele's, the 1st, was posted at and near the railroad bridge. Blair's, the 2nd, next in order near Parson Fox's. The 3rd Division, Tuttle's, was on the ridge about the head of Bear Creek, and the 4th Ewing's was at Messinger's Ford. My own headquarters were in tents in a fine grove of old oaks near Parson Fox's house, and the battalion of the 13th Regulars was the headquarters guard. All the camps were arranged for health, comfort, rest, and drill. It being midsummer, We did not expect any change till the autumn months, and accordingly made ourselves as comfortable as possible. There was a short railroad in operation from Vicksburg to the bridge across the Big Black, whence supplies in abundance were hauled to our respective camps. With a knowledge of this fact, Mrs. Sherman came down from Ohio with Minnie, Lizzie, Willie, and Tom to pay us a visit in our camp at Parson Fogg's. Willie was then 9 years old, was well advanced for his years, and took the most intense interest in the affairs of the army. He was a great favorite with the soldiers, and used to ride with me on horseback in the numerous drills and reviews of the time. He then had the promise of as long a life as any of my children, and displayed more interest in the war than any of them. He was called a sergeant in the regular battalion, learned the manual of arms, and regularly attended the parade and guard mounting of the 13th, back of my camp. We made frequent visits to Vicksburg and always stopped with General McPherson, who had a large house, and boarded with a family, Mrs. Edwards's, in which were several interesting young ladies. General Grant occupied another house, Mrs. Lum's, in Vicksburg during that summer, and also had his family with him. The time passed very agreeably, diversified only by little events of not much significance, among which I will recount only one. While we occupied the west bank of the Big Black, the east bank was watched by a rebel cavalry division, commanded by General Armstrong. He had 4 brigades, commanded by Generals Whitfield, Stark, Cosby, and Wirt Adams. Quite frequently, they communicated with us by flags of truce on trivial matters, and we reciprocated, merely to observe them. One day a flag of truce, borne by a Captain B. of Louisville, Kentucky, escorted by about 25 men, was reported at Messinger's Ferry, and I sent orders to let them come right into my tent. This brought them through the camps of the 4th Division, and part of the 2nd, and as they drew up in front of my tent, I invited Captain B. and another officer with him, a major from Mobile, to dismount, to enter my tent, and to make themselves at home. Their escort was sent to join mine, with orders to furnish them forage and everything they wanted. B. had brought a sealed letter for General Grant at Vicksburg, which was dispatched to him. In the evening we had a good supper, with wine and cigars, and as we sat talking, B. spoke of his father and mother in Louisville, got leave to write them a long letter without its being read by anyone, and then we talked about the war. He said, "What is the use of your persevering? It is simply impossible to subdue 8 millions of people," asserting that the feeling in the South had become so embittered that a reconciliation was impossible. I answered that, sitting as we then were, we appeared very comfortable, and surely there was no trouble in our becoming friends. "Yes," said he, "that is very true of us, but we are gentlemen of education, and can easily adapt ourselves to any condition of things, but this would not apply equally well to the common people or to the common soldiers." I took him out to the campfires behind the tent, and there were the men of his escort and mine mingled together, drinking their coffee, and happy as soldiers always seem. I asked B. what he thought of that, and he admitted that I had the best of the argument. Before I dismissed this flag of truce, his companion consulted me confidentially as to what disposition he ought to make of his family, then in Mobile, and I frankly gave him the best advice I could. While we were thus lying idle in camp on the Big Black, the Army of the Cumberland, under General Rosecrans, was moving against Bragg at Chattanooga, and the Army of the Ohio, General Burnside, was marching toward East Tennessee. General Rosecrans was so confident of success that he somewhat scattered his command, seemingly to surround and capture Bragg in Chattanooga. But the latter, reinforced from Virginia, drew out of Chattanooga, concentrated his army at Lafayette, and at Chickamauga fell on Rosecrans, defeated him, and drove him into Chattanooga. The whole country seemed paralyzed by this unhappy event, and the authorities in Washington were thoroughly stampeded. From the east, the 11th Corps, Slocum, and the 12th Corps, Howard, were sent by rail to Nashville and forward under command of General Hooker. Orders were also sent to General Grant, by Halleck, to send what reinforcements he could spare immediately toward Chattanooga. Bragg had completely driven Rosecrans's army into Chattanooga. The latter was in actual danger of starvation, and the railroad to his rear seemed inadequate to his supply. The first intimation which I got of this disaster was on the 22d of September, by an order from General Grant to dispatch one of my divisions immediately into Vicksburg, to go toward Chattanooga, and I designated the 1st General Osterhaus Steele meantime, having been appointed to the command of the Department of Arkansas, and had gone to Little Rock. General Osterhaus marched the same day, and on the 23rd I was summoned to Vicksburg in person, where General Grant showed me the alarming dispatches from General Halleck, which had been sent from Memphis by General Hurlbut, and said, on further thought, that he would send me and my whole corps. But inasmuch as one division of McPherson's corps, John E. Smith's, had already started, he instructed me to leave one of my divisions on the Big Black and to get the other 2 ready to follow at once. I designated the 2nd, then commanded by Brigadier General Giles A. Smith, and the 4th, commanded by Brigadier General Corse. On the 25th I returned to my camp on Big Black, gave all the necessary orders for these divisions to move, and for the 3rd, Tittles, to remain, and went into Vicksburg with my family. The last of my corps designed for this expedition started from camp on the 27th, reached Vicksburg the 28th, and were embarked on boats provided for them. General Halleck's dispatches dwelt upon the fact that General Rosecrans's routes of supply were overtaxed, and that we should move from Memphis eastward, repairing railroads as we progressed, as far as Athens, Alabama, whence I was to report to General Rosecrans at Chattanooga by letter. I took passage for myself and family in the steamer Atlantic, Captain Henry McDougal. When the boat was ready to start, Willie was missing. Mrs. Sherman supposed him to have been with me, whereas I supposed he was with her. An officer of the 13th went up to General McPherson's house for him, and soon returned, with Captain Clift leading him, carrying in his hands a small double-barreled shotgun, and I joked him about carrying away captured property. In a short time we got off. As we all stood on the guards to look at our old camps at Young's Point, I remarked that Willie was not well, and he admitted that he was sick. His mother put him to bed, and consulted Dr. Roller, of the 55th Illinois, who found symptoms of typhoid fever. The river was low, we made slow progress till above Helena, and as we approached Memphis, Dr. Roller told me that Willie's life was in danger, and he was extremely anxious to reach Memphis for certain medicines and for consultation. We arrived at Memphis on the 2nd of October, carried Willie up to the Giosso Hotel, and got the most experienced physician there, who acted with Dr. Roller, but he sank rapidly, and died the evening of the 3rd of October. The blow was a terrible one to us all, so sudden and so unexpected, that I could not help reproaching myself for having consented to his visit in that sickly region in the summertime. Of all my children, he seemed the most precious. Born in San Francisco, I had watched with intense interest his development, and he seemed more than any of the children to take an interest in my special profession. Mrs. Sherman, Minnie, Lizzie, and Tom were with him at the time, and we all, helpless and overwhelmed, saw him die. Being in the very midst of an important military enterprise, I had hardly time to pause and think of my personal loss. We procured a metallic casket and had a military funeral, the battalion of the 13th United States Regulars acting as escort from the Giosso Hotel to the steamboat Gray Eagle, which conveyed him and my family up to Cairo, whence they proceeded to our home at Lancaster, Ohio, where he was buried. I here give my letter to Captain C.C. Smith, who commanded the battalion at the time, as exhibiting our intense feelings. Giosso House, Memphis, Tennessee, October 4, 1863, midnight. Captain C.C. Smith, commanding Battalion 13th United States Regulars. My dear friend, I cannot sleep tonight till I record an expression of the deep feelings of my heart to you, and to the officers and soldiers of the battalion for their kind behavior to my poor child. I realize that you all feel for my family the attachment of kindred, and I assure you of full reciprocity. Consistent with a sense of duty to my profession and office, I could not leave my post, and sent for the family to come to me in that fatal climate, and in that sickly period of the year, and behold the result. The child that bore my name, and in whose future I reposed with more confidence than I did in my own plan of life, now floats a mere corpse, seeking a grave in a distant land, with a weeping mother, brother, and sisters clustered about him. For myself, I ask no sympathy. On I must go, to meet a soldier's fate, or live to see our country rise superior to all factions, till its flag is adored and respected by ourselves and by all the powers of the earth. But Willie was, or thought he was, a sergeant in the 13th. I have seen his eye brighten, his heart beat, as he beheld the battalion under arms and asked me if they were not real soldiers. Child as he was, he had the enthusiasm, the pure love of truth, honor, and love of country, which should animate all soldiers. God only knows why he should die thus young. He is dead, but will not be forgotten till those who knew him in life have followed him to that same mysterious end. Please convey to the battalion my heartfelt thanks, and assure each and all that if in after years they call on me or mine, and mention that they were of the 13th Regulars when Willie was a sergeant, they will have a key to the affections of my family that will open all it has, that we will share with them our last blanket, our last crust. Your friend, W.T. Sherman, Major General. Long afterward, in the spring of 1867, we had his body disinterred and brought to St. Louis, where he is now buried in a beautiful spot, in Calvary Cemetery, by the side of another child. Charles, who was born at Lancaster in the summer of 1864, died early and was buried at Notre Dame, Indiana. His body was transferred at the same time to the same spot. Over Willie's grave is erected a beautiful marble monument, designed and executed by the officers and soldiers of that battalion which claimed him as a sergeant and comrade. During the summer and fall of 1863, Major General S.A. Hurlbut was in command at Memphis. He supplied me copies of all dispatches from Washington and all the information he possessed of the events about Chattanooga. 2 of these dispatches cover all essential points. Washington City, September 15, 1863, 5 p.m. Major General S.A. Hurlbut, Memphis. All the troops that can possibly be spared in West Tennessee and on the Mississippi River should be sent without delay to assist General Rosecrans on the Tennessee River. Urge Sherman to act with all possible promptness. If you have boats, send them down to bring up his troops. Information just received indicates that a part of Lee's army has been sent to reinforce Bragg. H.W. Halleck, General-in-Chief. Washington, September 19, 1868, 4 p.m. Major General S.A. Hurlbut, Memphis, Tennessee. Give me definite information of the number of troops sent toward Decatur and where they are. Also, what other troops are to follow and when. Has anything been heard from the troops ordered from Vicksburg? No efforts must be spared to support Rosecrans's right and to guard the crossings of the Tennessee River. H.W. Halleck, General-in-Chief. My special orders were to repair the Memphis and Charleston Railroad eastward as I progressed, as far as Athens, Alabama, to draw supplies by that route, so that, on reaching Athens, we should not be dependent on the roads back to Nashville, already overtaxed by the demand of Rosecrans's army. On reaching Memphis, October 2d, I found that Osterhaus's division had already gone by rail as far as Corinth, and then John E. Smith's division was in the act of starting by cars. The 2nd Division, then commanded by Brigadier General Giles A. Smith, reached Memphis at the same time with me, and the 4th Division, commanded by Brigadier General John M. Corse, arrived a day or 2 after. The railroad was in fair condition as far as Corinth, 96 miles, but the road was badly stocked with locomotives and cars, so that it took until the 9th to get off the 2nd Division, when I gave orders for the 4th Division and wagon trains to march by the common road. On Sunday morning, October 11th, with a special train loaded with our orderlies and clerks, the horses of our staff, the battalion of the 13th United States Regulars, and a few officers going forward to join their commands, among them Brigadier General Hugh Ewing, I started for Corinth. At Germantown, 8 miles, we passed Corse's Division 4th on the march, and about noon the train ran by the depot at Colliersville, 26 miles out. I was in the rear car with my staff, dozing, but observed the train slacking speed and stopping about half a mile beyond the depot. I noticed some soldiers running to and fro, got out at the end of the car, and soon Colonel Anthony, 66th Indiana, who commanded the post, rode up and said that his pickets had just been driven in, and there was an appearance of an attack by a large force of cavalry coming from the southeast. I ordered the men to get off the train, to form on the knoll near the railroad cut, and soon observed a rebel officer riding toward us with a white flag. Colonel Anthony and Colonel Dayton, one of my aides, were sent to meet him and to keep him in conversation as long as possible. They soon returned, saying it was the adjutant of the rebel General Chalmers who demanded the surrender of the place. I instructed them to return and give a negative answer, but to delay him as much as possible so as to give us time for preparation. I saw Anthony, Dayton, and the rebel bearer of the flag in conversation, and the latter turn his horse to ride back, when I ordered Colonel McCoy to run to the station and get a message over the wires as quick as possible to Memphis and Germantown to hurry forward Corse's division. I then ordered the train to back to the depot and drew back the battalion of regulars to the small earth redoubt near it. The depot building was of brick and had been punctured with loopholes. To its east, about 200 yards, was a small square earthwork or fort, into which were put a part of the regulars along with the company of the 66th Indiana already there. The rest of the men were distributed into the railroad cut and in some shallow rifle trenches near the depot. We had hardly made these preparations when the enemy was seen forming in a long line on the ridge to the south, about 400 yards off, and soon after 2 parties of cavalry passed the railroad on both sides of us, cutting the wires and tearing up some rails. Soon they opened on us with artillery, of which we had none, and their men were dismounting and preparing to assault. To the south of us was an extensive cornfield, with the corn still standing, and on the other side was the town of Colliersville. All the houses near, that could give shelter to the enemy, were ordered to be set on fire, and the men were instructed to keep well under cover and to reserve their fire for the assault, which seemed inevitable. A long line of rebel skirmishers came down through the cornfield, and 2 other parties approached us along the railroad on both sides. In the fort was a small magazine containing some cartridges. Lieutenant James, a fine, gallant fellow who was ordnance officer on my staff, asked leave to arm the orderlies and clerks with some muskets which he had found in the depot, to which I consented. He marched them into the magazine, issued cartridges, and marched back to the depot to assist in its defense. Afterward he came to me, said a party of the enemy had got into the woods near the depot, and was annoying him, and he wanted to charge and drive it away. I advised him to be extremely cautious, as our enemy vastly outnumbered us and had every advantage in position and artillery, but instructed him, if they got too near, he might make a sally. Soon after, I heard a rapid fire in that quarter, and Lieutenant James was brought in on a stretcher, with a ball through his breast, which I supposed to be fatal. After the fight, we sent him back to Memphis, where his mother and father came from their home on the North River to nurse him. Young James was recovering from his wound, but was afterward killed by a fall from his horse, near his home, when riding with the daughters of Mr. Hamilton Fish, now Secretary of State. The enemy closed down on us several times and got possession of the rear of our train, from which they succeeded in getting 5 of our horses, among them my favorite mare Dolly. But our men were cool and practiced shots, with great experience acquired at Vicksburg, and drove them back. With their artillery, they knocked to pieces our locomotive and several of the cars and set fire to the train, but we managed to get possession again and extinguish the fire. Colonel Audenried, aide-de-camp, was provoked to find that his valise of nice shirts had been used to kindle the fire. The fighting continued all round us for 3 or 4 hours, when we observed signs of drawing off, which I attributed to the rightful cause, the rapid approach of Corse's division, which arrived about dark, having marched the whole distance from Memphis, 26 miles, on the double quick. The next day we repaired damages to the railroad and locomotive and went on to Corinth. At Corinth, on the 16th, I received the following important dispatches. Memphis, October 14, 1863, 11 a.m. Arrived this morning. Will be off in a few hours. My orders are only to go to Cairo and report from there by telegraph. McPherson will be in Canton today. He will remain there until Sunday or Monday next and reconnoiter as far eastward as possible with cavalry in the meantime. U.S. Grant, Major General. Washington, October 14, 1863, 1 p.m. Major General W.T. Sherman, Corinth. Yours of the 10th is received. The important matter to be attended to is that of supplies. When Eastport can be reached by boats, the use of the railroad can be dispensed with, but until that time, it must be guarded as far as need. The Kentucky Railroad can barely supply General Rosecrans. All these matters must be left to your judgment as circumstances may arise. Should the enemy be so strong as to prevent your going to Athena or connecting with General Rosecrans, you will nevertheless have assisted him greatly by drawing away a part of the enemy's forces. H.W. Halleck, Major General. On the 18th, with my staff and a small escort, I rode forward to Burnsville, and on the 19th to Iuka, where, on the next day, I was most agreeably surprised to hear of the arrival at Eastport, only 10 miles off, of 2 gunboats, under the command of Captain Phelps, which had been sent up the Tennessee River by Admiral Porter to help us. Satisfied that, to reach Athens and to communicate with General Rosecrans, we should have to take the route north of the Tennessee River. On the 24th, I ordered the 4th Division to cross at Eastport with the aid of the gunboats, and to move to Florence. About the same time, I received the general orders assigning General Grant to command the Military Division of the Mississippi, authorizing him, on reaching Chattanooga, to supersede General Rosecrans by General George H. Thomas, with other and complete authority, as set forth in the following letters of General Halleck, which were sent to me by General Grant. And the same orders devolved on me the command of the Department and Army of the Tennessee. Headquarters of the Army, Washington, D.C., October 16, 1863. Major General U.S. Grant, Louisville. General, you will receive herewith the orders of the President of the United States, placing you in command of the departments of the Ohio, Cumberland, and Tennessee. The organization of these departments will be changed as you may deem most practicable. You will immediately proceed to Chattanooga and relieve General Rosecrans. You can communicate with Generals Burnside and Sherman by telegraph. A summary of the orders sent to these officers will be sent to you immediately. It is left optional with you to supersede General Rosecrans by General G. H. Thomas or not. Any other changes will be made on your request by telegram. One of the first objects requiring your attention is the supply of your armies. Another is the security of the passes in the Georgia mountains, to shut out the enemy from Tennessee and Kentucky. You will consult with General Meigs and Colonel Scott in regard to transportation and supplies. Should circumstances permit, I will visit you personally in a few days for consultation. H.W. Halleck, General-in-Chief. Headquarters of the Army, Washington, D.C., October 20, 1868. Major General Grant, Louisville. General, in compliance with my promise, I now proceed to give you a brief statement of the objects aimed at by General Rosecrans and General Burnside's movement into East Tennessee, and of the measures directed to be taken to attain these objects. It has been the constant desire of the government, from the beginning of the war, to rescue the loyal inhabitants of East Tennessee from the hands of the rebels, who fully appreciated the importance of continuing their hold upon that country. In addition to the large amount of agricultural products drawn from the upper valley of the Tennessee, they also obtained iron and other materials from the vicinity of Chattanooga. The possession of East Tennessee would cut off one of their most important railroad communications and threaten their manufactories at Rome, Atlanta, etc. When General Buell was ordered into East Tennessee in the summer of 1882, Chattanooga was comparatively unprotected, but Bragg reached there before Buell, and by threatening his communications, forced him to retreat on Nashville and Louisville. Again, after the Battle of Perryville, General Buell was urged to pursue Bragg's defeated army and drive it from East Tennessee. The same was urged upon his successor, but the lateness of the season or other causes prevented further operations after the Battle of Stone River. Last spring, when your movements on the Mississippi River had drawn out of Tennessee a large force of the enemy, I again urged General Rosecrans to take advantage of that opportunity to carry out his projected plan of campaign, General Burnside being ready to cooperate, with a diminished but still efficient force. But he could not be persuaded to act in time, preferring to lie still till your campaign should be terminated. I represented to him, but without avail, that by this delay Johnston might be able to reinforce Bragg with the troops then operating against you. When General Rosecrans finally determined to advance, he was allowed to select his own lines and plans for carrying out the objects of the expedition. He was directed, however, to report his movements daily till he crossed the Tennessee, and to connect his left so far as possible with General Burnside's right. General Burnside was directed to move simultaneously, connecting his right, as far as possible, with General Rosecrans's left so that, if the enemy concentrated upon either army, the other could move to its assistance. When General Burnside reached Kingston and Knoxville and found no considerable number of the enemy in East Tennessee, he was instructed to move down the river and cooperate with General Rosecrans. These instructions were repeated some 15 times, but were not carried out, General Burnside alleging as an excuse that he believed that Bragg was in retreat and that General Rosecrans needed no reinforcements. When the latter had gained possession of Chattanooga, he was directed not to move on Rome as he proposed, but simply to hold the mountain passes so as to prevent the ingress of the rebels into East Tennessee. That object accomplished, I considered the campaign as ended, at least for the present. Future operations would depend upon the ascertained strength and movements of the enemy. In other words, the main objects of the campaign were the restoration of East Tennessee to the Union, and by holding the two extremities of the valley to secure it from rebel invasion. The moment I received reliable information of the departure of Longstreet's corps from the Army of the Potomac, I ordered forward to General Rosecrans every available man in the Department of the Ohio, and again urged General Burnside to move to his assistance. I also telegraphed to Generals Hurlbut, Sherman, and yourself to send forward all available troops in your department. If these forces had been sent to General Rosecrans by Nashville, they could not have been supplied. I therefore directed them to move by Corinth and the Tennessee River. The necessity of this has been proved by the fact that the reinforcements sent to him from the Army of the Potomac have not been able, for the want of railroad transportation, to reach General Rosecrans's army in the field. In regard to the relative strength of the opposing armies, it is believed that General Rosecrans, when he first moved against Bragg, had double, if not treble, his force. General Burnside, also, had more than double the force of Buckner. And, even when Bragg and Buckner united, Rosecrans's army was very greatly superior in number. Even the 18,000 men sent from Virginia, under Longstreet, would not have given the enemy the superiority. It is now ascertained that the greater part of the prisoners periled by you at Vicksburg and General Banks at Port Hudson were illegally and improperly declared exchanged and forced into the ranks to swell the rebel numbers at Chickamauga. This outrageous act, in violation of the laws of war, of the cartel entered into by the rebel authorities, and of all sense of honor, gives us a useful lesson in regard to the character of the enemy with whom we are contending. He neither regards the rules of civilized warfare, nor even his most solemn engagements. You may, therefore, expect to meet in arms thousands of unexchanged prisoners released by you and others on parole, not to serve again till duly exchanged. Although the enemy by this disgraceful means has been able to concentrate in Georgia and Alabama a much larger force than we anticipated, your armies will be abundantly able to defeat him. Your difficulty will not be in the want of men, but in the means of supplying them at this season of the year. A single-track railroad can supply an army of 60 or 70,000 men, with the usual number of cavalry and artillery. But beyond that number, or with a large mounted force, the difficulty of supply is very great. I do not know the present condition of the road from Nashville to Decatur, but, if practicable to repair it, the use of that triangle will be of great assistance to you. I hope, also, that the recent rise of water in the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers will enable you to employ water transportation to Nashville, Eastport, or Florence. If you reoccupy the passes of Lookout Mountain, which should never have been given up, you will be able to use the railroad and river from Bridgeport to Chattanooga. This seems to me a matter of vital importance and should receive your early attention. I submit this summary in the hope that it will assist you in fully understanding the objects of the campaign and the means of attaining these objects. Probably the Secretary of War, in his interviews with you at Louisville, has gone over the same ground. Whatever measures you may deem proper to adopt under existing circumstances, you will receive all possible assistance from the authorities at Washington. You have never heretofore complained that such assistance has not been afforded you in your operations, and I think you will have no cause of complaint in your present campaign. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, H. W. Halleck, General-in-Chief. General Frank P. Blair, who was then ahead with the 2 divisions of Osterhaus and John E. Smith, was temporarily assigned to the command of the 15th Corps. General Hurlbut remained at Memphis in command of the 16th Corps, and General McPherson at Vicksburg with the 17th. These 3 corps made up the Army of the Tennessee. I was still busy in pushing forward the repairs to the railroad bridge at Bear Creek, and in patching up the many breaks between it and Tuscumbia, when on the 27th of October, as I sat on the porch of a house, I was approached by a dirty, black-haired individual with mixed dress and strange demeanor, who inquired for me, and on being assured that I was in fact the man, he handed me a letter from General Blair at Tuscumbia, and another short one, which was a telegraph message from General Grant at Chattanooga, addressed to me through General George Crook, commanding at Huntsville, Alabama, to this effect: drop all work on Memphis and Charleston Railroad, cross the Tennessee and hurry eastward with all possible dispatch toward Bridgeport till you meet further orders from me. U.S. Grant. The bearer of this message was Corporal Pike, who described to me, in his peculiar way, that General Crook had sent him in a canoe, that he had paddled down the Tennessee River over Muscle Shoals, was fired at all the way by guerrillas, but on reaching Tuscumbia he had providentially found it in possession of our troops. He had reported to General Blair, who sent him on to me at Iuka. This Pike proved to be a singular character. His manner attracted my notice at once, and I got him a horse, and had him travel with us eastward to about Elkton, whence I sent him back to General Crook at Huntsville, but told him, if I could ever do him a personal service, he might apply to me. The next spring, when I was in Chattanooga, preparing for the Atlanta campaign, Corporal Pike made his appearance and asked a fulfillment of my promise. I inquired what he wanted, and he said he wanted to do something bold, something that would make him a hero. I explained to him that we were getting ready to go for Joe Johnston at Dalton, that I expected to be in the neighborhood of Atlanta about the 4th of July, and wanted the bridge across the Savannah River at Augusta, Georgia, to be burnt about that time, to produce alarm and confusion behind the rebel army. I explained to Pike that the chances were 3 to 1 that he would be caught and hanged, but the greater the danger, the greater seemed to be his desire to attempt it. I told him to select a companion, to disguise himself as an East Tennessee refugee, work his way over the mountains into North Carolina, and at the time appointed to float down the Savannah River and burn that bridge. In a few days, he had made his preparations and took his departure. The bridge was not burnt, and I supposed that Pike had been caught and hanged. When we reached Columbia, South Carolina, in February 1865, just as we were leaving the town, in passing near the asylum, I heard my name called, and saw a very dirty fellow followed by a file of men running toward me, and as they got near I recognized Pike. He called to me to identify him as one of my men. He was then a prisoner under guard, and I instructed the guard to bring him that night to my camp some 15 miles up the road, which was done. Pike gave me a graphic narrative of his adventures, which would have filled a volume, told me how he had made 2 attempts to burn the bridge and failed, and said that at the time of our entering Columbia, he was a prisoner in the hands of the rebels, under trial for his life. But in the confusion of their retreat, he made his escape and got into our lines, where he was again made a prisoner by our troops because of his looks. Pike got some clothes, cleaned up, and I used him afterward to communicate with Wilmington, North Carolina. Some time after the war, he was appointed a lieutenant of the regular cavalry and was killed in Oregon by the accidental discharge of a pistol. Just before his death, he wrote me, saying that he was tired of the monotony of garrison life and wanted to turn Indian, join the Cheyennes on the plains, who were then giving us great trouble, and after he had gained their confidence, he would betray them into our hands. Of course, I wrote him that he must try and settle down and become a gentleman as well as an officer, apply himself to his duties, and forget the wild desires of his nature, which were well enough in time of war, but not suited to his new condition as an officer. But poor fellow, he was killed by an accident, which probably saved him from a slower but harder fate. At Iuka, I issued all the orders to McPherson and Hurlbut necessary for the Department of the Tennessee during my absence, and further ordered the collection of a force out of the 16th Corps of about 8,000 men to be commanded by General G. M. Dodge, with orders to follow as far east as Athens, Tennessee, there to await instructions. We instantly discontinued all attempts to repair the Charleston Railroad, and the remaining 3 divisions of the 15th Corps marched to Eastport, crossed the Tennessee River by the aid of the gunboats, a ferry boat, and a couple of transports which had come up, and hurried eastward. In person, I crossed on the 1st of November and rode forward to Florence, where I overtook Ewing's division. The other divisions followed rapidly. On the road to Florence, I was accompanied by my staff, some clerks, and mounted orderlies. Major Ezra Taylor was chief of artillery, and one of his sons was a clerk at headquarters. The latter seems to have dropped out of the column and gone to a farmhouse near the road. There was no organized force of the rebel army north of the Tennessee River, but the country was full of guerrillas. A party of these pounced down on the farm, caught young Taylor and another of the clerks, and after reaching Florence, Major Taylor heard of the capture of his son and learned that when last seen he was stripped of his hat and coat, was tied to the tailboard of a wagon, and driven rapidly to the north of the road we had traveled. The major appealed to me to do something for his rescue. I had no cavalry to send in pursuit, but knowing that there was always an understanding between these guerrillas and their friends who stayed at home, I sent for 3 or 4 of the principal men of Florence, among them a Mr. Foster, who had once been a senator in Congress, explained to them the capture of young Taylor and his comrade, and demanded their immediate restoration. They, of course, remonstrated, denied all knowledge of the acts of these guerrillas, and claimed to be peaceful citizens of Alabama, residing at home. I insisted that these guerrillas were their own sons and neighbors, that they knew their haunts and could reach them if they wanted, and they could effect the restoration to us of these men. And I said, moreover, they must do it within 24 hours, or I would take them, strip them of their hats and coats, and tie them to the tailboards of our wagons till they were produced. They sent off messengers at once, and young Taylor and his comrade were brought back the next day. Resuming our march eastward by the large road, we soon reached Elk River, which was wide and deep, and could only be crossed by a ferry, a process entirely too slow for the occasion. So I changed the route more by the north, to Elkton, Winchester, and Deckard. At this point, we came in communication with the Army of the Cumberland, and by telegraph with General Grant, who was at Chattanooga. He reiterated his orders for me and my command to hurry forward with all possible dispatch, and in person I reached Bridgeport during the night of November 13th, my troops following behind by several roads. At Bridgeport, I found a garrison guarding the railroad bridge and pontoon bridge there, and stayed with the quartermaster, Colonel William G. Ledoux, who was my schoolmate at Howe's School in 1836. There I received a dispatch from General Grant at Chattanooga to come up in person, leaving my troops to follow as fast as possible. At that time there were 2 or 3 small steamboats on the river, engaged in carrying stores up as far as Kelly's Ferry. In one of these I took passage, and on reaching Kelly's Ferry found orderlies with one of General Grant's private horses, waiting for me, on which I rode into Chattanooga, November 14th. Of course, I was heartily welcomed by Generals Grant Thomas, and all who realized the extraordinary efforts we had made to come to their relief. The next morning we walked out to Fort Wood, a prominent salient of the defenses of the place, and from its parapet we had a magnificent view of the panorama. Lookout Mountain, with its rebel flags and batteries, stood out boldly, and an occasional shot fired toward Wauhatchie or Moccasin Point gave life to the scene. These shots could barely reach Chattanooga, and I was told that 1 or more shot had struck a hospital inside the lines. All along Missionary Ridge were the tents of the rebel beleaguering force. The lines of trench from Lookout up toward the Chickamauga were plainly visible, and rebel sentinels in a continuous chain were walking their posts in plain view, not 1,000 yards off. "Why," said I, "General Grant, you are besieged." And he said, "It is too true." Up to that moment, I had no idea that things were so bad. The rebel lines actually extended from the river, below the town, to the river above, and the Army of the Cumberland was closely held to the town and its immediate defenses. General Grant pointed out to me a house on Missionary Ridge, where General Bragg's headquarters were known to be. He also explained the situation of affairs generally, that the mules and horses of Thomas's army were so starved that they could not haul his guns, that forage, corn, and provisions were so scarce that the men in hunger stole the few grains of corn that were given to favorite horses, that the men of Thomas's army had been so demoralized by the Battle of Chickamauga that he feared they could not be got out of their trenches to assume the offensive. That Bragg had detached Longstreet with a considerable force up into East Tennessee to defeat and capture Burnside, that Burnside was in danger, etc., and that he, Grant, was extremely anxious to attack Bragg in position, to defeat him, or at least to force him to recall Longstreet. The Army of the Cumberland had so long been in the trenches that he wanted my troops to hurry up, to take the offensive first, after which he had no doubt the Cumberland Army would fight well. Meantime, the 11th and 12th Corps, under General Hooker, had been advanced from Bridgeport along the railroad to Wauhatchie, but could not as yet pass Lookout Mountain. A pontoon bridge had been thrown across the Tennessee River at Brown's Ferry, by which supplies were hauled into Chattanooga from Kelly's and Wauhatchie. Another bridge was in course of construction at Chattanooga, under the immediate direction of Quartermaster General Meigs, but at the time all wagons, etc., had to be ferried across by a flying bridge. Men were busy and hard at work everywhere inside our lines, and boats for another pontoon bridge were being rapidly constructed under Brigadier General W. F. Smith, familiarly known as Baldy Smith, and this bridge was destined to be used by my troops at a point of the river about 4 miles above Chattanooga, just below the mouth of the Chickamauga River. General Grant explained to me that he had reconnoitered the rebel line from Lookout Mountain up to Chickamauga, and he believed that the northern portion of Missionary Ridge was not fortified at all. And he wanted me, as soon as my troops got up, to lay the new pontoon bridge by night, cross over, and attack Bragg's right flank on that part of the ridge abutting on Chickamauga Creek, near the tunnel. And he proposed that we should go at once to look at the ground. In company with Generals Thomas, W. F. Smith, Brannan, and others, we crossed by the flying bridge, rode back of the hills some 4 miles, left our horses, and got on a hill overlooking the whole ground about the mouth of the Chickamauga River and across to the Missionary Hills near the tunnel. Smith and I crept down behind a fringe of trees that lined the riverbank, to the very point selected for the new bridge, where we sat for some time, seeing the rebel pickets on the opposite bank and almost hearing their words. Having seen enough, we returned to Chattanooga, and in order to hurry up my command, on which so much depended, I started back to Kelly's in hopes to catch the steamboat that same evening. But on my arrival, the boat had gone. I applied to the commanding officer, got a rough boat manned by 4 soldiers, and started down the river by night. I occasionally took a turn at the oars to relieve some tired man, and about midnight we reached Shell Mound, where General Whitaker of Kentucky furnished us a new and good crew, with which we reached Bridgeport by daylight. I started Ewing's division in advance, with orders to turn aside toward Trenton, to make the enemy believe we were going to turn Bragg's left by pretty much the same road Rosecrans had followed. But with the other 3 divisions, I followed the main road, via the Big Trestle at Whitesides, and reached General Hooker's headquarters, just above Wauhatchie, on the 20th, my troops strung all the way back to Bridgeport. It was on this occasion that the 15th Corps gained its peculiar badge. As the men were trudging along the deeply cut, muddy road of a cold, drizzly day, one of our Western soldiers left his ranks and joined a party of the 12th Corps at their campfire. They got into conversation, the 12th Corps men asking what troops we were, etc., in turn, our fellow, who had never seen a Corps badge, and noticed that everything was marked with a star, asked if they were all brigadier generals. Of course they were not, but the star was their Corps badge, and every wagon, tent, hat, etc. had its star. Then the 12th Corps men inquired what corps he belonged to, and he answered, the 15th Corps. "What is your badge?" "Why," said he, and he was an Irishman, suiting the action to the word, 40 rounds in the cartridge box and 20 in the pocket. At that time Blair commanded the Corps, but Logan succeeded soon after, and, hearing the story, adopted the cartridge box and 40 rounds as the Corps badge. The condition of the roads was such, and the bridge at Brown's so frail, that it was not until the 23D that we got 3 of my divisions behind the hills near the point indicated above Chattanooga for crossing the river. It was determined to begin the battle with these 3 divisions, aided by a division of Thomas's army, commanded by General Jeff C. Davis, that was already near that point. All the details of the Battle of Chattanooga, so far as I was a witness, are so fully given in my official report herewith, that I need add nothing to it. It was a magnificent battle in its conception, in its execution, and in its glorious results. Hastened somewhat by the supposed danger of Burnside at Knoxville, yet so completely successful that nothing is left for cavil or fault-finding. The first day was lowering and overcast, favoring us greatly, because we wanted to be concealed from Bragg, whose position on the mountaintops completely overlooked us and our movements. The second day was beautifully clear, and many a time, in the midst of its carnage and noise, I could not help stopping to look across that vast field of battle, to admire its sublimity. The object of General Hooker's and my attacks on the extreme flanks of Bragg's position was to disturb him to such an extent that he would naturally detach from his center as against us, so that Thomas's army could break through his center. The whole plan succeeded admirably, but it was not until after dark that I learned the complete success at the center and received General Grant's orders to pursue on the north side of Chickamauga Creek. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Nov. 25, 1863. Major General Sherman. General, no doubt you witnessed the handsome manner in which Thomas's troops carried Missionary Ridge this afternoon, and can feel a just pride, too, in the part taken by the forces under your command in taking first so much of the same range of hills, and then in attracting the attention of so many of the enemy as to make Thomas's part certain of success. The neat thing now will be to relieve Burnside. I have heard from him to the evening of the 23d. At that time, he had from 10 to 12 days' supplies, and spoke hopefully of being able to hold out that length of time. My plan is to move your forces out gradually until they reach the railroad between Cleveland and Dalton. Granger will move up the south side of the Tennessee with a column of 20,000 men taking no wagons or but few with him. His men will carry 4 days' rations, and the steamer Chattanooga, loaded with rations, will accompany the expedition. I take it for granted that Bragg's entire force has left. If not, of course, the first thing is to dispose of him. If he has gone, the only thing necessary to do tomorrow will be to send out a reconnaissance to ascertain the whereabouts of the enemy. Yours truly. U.S. Grant, Major General. P.S. On reflection, I think we will push Bragg with all our strength tomorrow and try if we cannot out off a good portion of his rear troops and trains. His men have manifested a strong disposition to desert for some time past, and we will now give them a chance. I will instruct Thomas accordingly. Move the advance force early, on the most easterly road taken by the enemy, U.S.G. This compelled me to reverse our column, so as to use the bridge across the Chickamauga at its mouth. The next day we struck the rebel rear at Chickamauga Station, and again near Graysville. There we came in contact with Hooker's and Palmer's troops, who had reached Ringgold. There, I detached Howard to cross Taylor's Ridge and strike the railroad which comes from the north by Cleveland to Dalton. Hooker's troops were roughly handled at Ringgold, and the pursuit was checked. Receiving a note from General Hooker, asking help, I rode forward to Ringgold to explain the movement of Howard, where I met General Grant, and learned that the rebels had again retreated toward Dalton. He gave orders to discontinue the pursuit, as he meant to turn his attention to General Burnside, supposed to be in great danger at Knoxville, about 130 miles northeast. General Grant returned and spent part of the night with me at Graysville. We talked over matters generally, and he explained that he had ordered General Gordon Granger, with the 4th Corps, to move forward rapidly to Burnside's help, and that he must return to Chattanooga to push him. By reason of the scarcity of food, especially of forage, he consented that, instead of going back, I might keep out in the country. For in motion I could pick up some forage and food, especially on the Hiawassee River, whereas none remained in Chattanooga. Accordingly, on the 29th of November, my several columns marched to Cleveland, and the next day we reached the Hiawassee at Charleston, where the Chattanooga and Knoxville Railroad crosses it. The railroad bridge was partially damaged by the enemy in retreating, but we found some abandoned stores. There and thereabouts I expected some rest for my weary troops and horses, but as I rode into town, I met Colonel J. H. Wilson and C. A. Dana, Assistant Secretary of War, who had ridden out from Chattanooga to find me, with the following letter from General Grant and copies of several dispatches from General Burnside, the last which had been received from him by way of Cumberland Gap. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Nov. 29, 1863. Major General W. T. Sherman. News are received from Knoxville to the morning of the 27th. At that time, the place was still invested, but the attack on it was not vigorous. Longstreet evidently determined to starve the garrison out. Granger is on the way to Burnside's relief, but I have lost all faith in his energy or capacity to manage an expedition of the importance of this one. I am inclined to think, therefore, I shall have to send you. Push as rapidly as you can to the Hiawassee and determine for yourself what force to take with you from that point. Granger has his corps with him, from which you will select in conjunction with the force now with you. In plain words, you will assume command of all the forces now moving up the Tennessee, including the garrison at Kingston, and from that force, organize what you deem proper to relieve Burnside. The balance send back to Chattanooga. Granger has a boat loaded with provisions, which you can issue and return the boat. I will have another loaded to follow you. Use, of course, as sparingly as possible from the rations taken with you and subsist off the country all you can. It is expected that Foster is moving, by this time, from Cumberland Gap on Knoxville. I do not know what force he will have with him, but presume it will range from 3,500 to 5,000. I leave this matter to you, knowing that you will do better acting upon your discretion than you could trammeled with instructions. I will only add that the last advices from Burnside himself indicated his ability to hold out with rations only to about the 3d of December. Very respectfully, U.S. Grant, Major General Commanding.